Have we got? Oh, we're going in. Right. I'll see you later.
Yeah, we going in to see tonight. What is it tonight?
We're going to see. This is Alice Snedden, who is the co-producer or co-director of Starstruck, a TV show. And I'm seeing the Sex Lives of Puppets later on.
Oh, nice.
So I'll try and see you after the shows a bit later on before I start
Take pictures.
Yeah, will do, mate. Cheers. See ya.
All right, babe. Take care, mate. There we go. Okay, I can. I'm not hearing anything. Oh, God. Why did I take this apart? Why? Why did I take this apart? Oh. Apparently it's having trouble with my camera as well. That's cool. Like that. You hear me? Yeah. I was almost lip reading with Ian. So there's nothing coming back on the headphones at all. Well, there is, but only in one channel and very, very muffled. So, and it says it can't find my camera. And yet, here it is. But, oh dear, I went and broke everything, didn't I? No, it says no device found. Then what the hell am I seeing here?
Do your bloody shirt up, you tart.
No, up yours. You don't put your pants on. I'm not putting.
This is true. No, seriously. If I stand up, you will have a shock.
Only in this here. And very, very quietly. But I don't hear myself, weirdly. Normally I hear myself speaking as well, but...
Why did he do it? Why?
Oh, mate. I'll tell you what, I've removed a lot of stuff. 2 carrier bags of cables. A carrier bag full of power supplies and bits and bobs. And then a huge cardboard box full of all sorts of crap.
Jeez.
So, and the first thing I had was this crackling noise going on.
Oh, God.
What? Tell me. Come on in. Timmy Stackman the well. Oh, baby girl. Oh, all right. Puppy giving you a hard time. Yeah? Oh.
Like you wouldn't believe that.
It's like when they're having their dinner time now. Lily and Charlie have, shall we say, a little tete-a-tete over who has priority of being fed and the position thereof. And it gets quite heated, and she comes up here and hides under the table here next to me. Dad, they're arguing downstairs. I'm going to stay here. Can I stay here with you? It's scary. What sort of a guard dog are you, woman? Eh? You're supposed to guard me, not the other way round. You can smile all you want. Right, M8, MX8, M8X is over here now.
Yes, I see it.
Which actually kind of makes sense with the 80.
Okay.
I don't know who to, but there you go. So, I don't think... maybe it's this... Is that any better?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm in stereo now.
There you go.
There you go. That's what was wrong. Well, one of the things that was wrong. I don't know why I'm not hearing me.
What are your headphones plugged into?
The audio interface.
Have you got direct monitoring?
Yeah. Well, I haven't changed any settings of anything. I just pulled it all out and then started putting it all back, but with less cobblers. And doing all those things I was going to do, like hang those
right
last, you know, instead of having them sitting on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Is it straight? Or is the tiles not straight? I don't know. It's, fuck knows, I don't know which one it is. So, but hey, yeah. So, there you go, my love. Hear that?
Yep.
There you go. That's something. Fancy copyright strike? I can't get a copyright strike on here, but
I don't think so.
Fucking try. I can't get a copyright strike on this channel. Oh, I haven't looked. How's Friday's show doing? How many views have we had now? Is it into the millions?
Right chance. Our subscriber numbers went up a little bit more than normal, which was interesting.
Ooh. Oh, pardon me.
Oh yeah, I'll say.
Go on.
Nearly 3,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
49 people have liked it so far.
You wouldn't believe how many people have said, are you looking forward to getting to your muse? And how many people I've had to say, no, I'm not, because the finance company told me to go fuck myself.
Yes.
But they didn't, no problem with this. And it's paid off.
Maybe
it's
they thought
done.
there was just one too many.
Well, actually, now you come to mention it, where can I put it?
Right, yeah.
So, and besides, how about just using this stuff more efficiently and better instead of just buying more bloody stuff all the time? It's ridiculous. So hopefully, I've taken this as an omen, as it were, and going to treat it as that said omen, run with it and go, okay, let's not buy any more stuff for now.
It's our 15th best performing video ever, and it's only been out 3 days. Yeah, 2 days. Yeah, about 48 hours, and it's our 15th best performing.
Nice.
It's got a way to go to get to be the best performing video, but...
And which one is that?
Oh, I've just shut the bloody window. I think it is still Steve Porcaro.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's have a look.
Oh, next sake.
Do it again. Here we go. Oh, no, it's live videos.
Make these flints out of bloody
Yeah, Steve
plastic.
Porcaro, followed by Mick McNeil, followed by some cunt called Ty Unwin, when he was talking about the Expressive E.
Oh,
Bradders at number 4 with the
Yeah.
Caladan. No, yeah, it was the Caladan, wasn't it? That one. And the 5th one is your Bearing Assist System 55.
Yeah, well, people wanted to see what it's like when people completely fuck up.
Well, then why is my Synclavier one right below? Well, it's not. It's about 10 places below that.
Because it was me that needed to come down a peg or two.
Oh dear. Dear.
Oh, fuck it. Close. Just lacks tempo, accuracy, and all the right notes. So, get in there.
Oh.
Oh, it's gonna...
What's Simon thoughts? What did credit card?
Oh, excuse me, wow.
What did Simon Tucker buy?
Where's that? I was joking earlier when I suggested Lily had taken the PSU to the garden. I was quite surprised that it turned out to be the case. She got in and she sneaked out. And it's one of those big power supplies sort of thing. Yeah, she managed to come in, went, I'll have that. Took it downstairs, took it into the garden. And there's me turning the place upside down looking for it. Undamaged, of course, because she mouths things, that's about it. Well, apart from these tiles. There's two of these got fucking absolutely destroyed all over the bleeding landing. I got a cable rack, right, for my Eurorack cables, and at least I thought it was a Eurorack rack. Turns out it's that one where it does the 3.5s, but also does the 1/4 inch. So you've only got half the usability of it. I want to get one that's actually all 3.5. Well, considering how many cables there are to hang up.
Just buy a rake and take the head off. Use that instead.
And then plummet it into my head, and then I won't have to worry about anything anymore.
Oh, bull. Big fat bulls. I'm a twat sometimes.
Yeah, I just didn't want all this clutter underneath the monitor and the computer, on the desk here. But there was no room for anything at all. And now I've got this. Well, there wasn't room for the trackpad. I even had to use that on top of the Rolly.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It was that crowded.
Yeah.
But I was kind of comforted when Mr. Longhurst called me yesterday on Messenger. And then he showed me what his desk looks like on an average. Fuck me, I thought mine was bad. The man responsible for all my pain.
Well, I thought I'd better jump in just because. Yeah. Why am I responsible for all your pain? What have I done other than say, play with the modular?
Yeah, you told me you incorporate modulars and things and blah, 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 and get rid of excess. And
shut up, Robbie.
Yeah. You shamed me into it.
Well,
look.
Whoa.
It's up here now.
It's gorgeous.
Do you know what? I prefer it side by side as opposed to one above the other.
Have you got the brackets?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, to me, it was just okay. You were talking about turning around to your keyboard and playing the same old chords over and over again and doing the same old shit, which is what we all struggle with when playing a keyboard. Those of us that have been brought up on the piano lessons and la la la. And it happens to me. Well, no, not for you, but I mean, but you still have your own ways of doing things, and I do, and my hands go at the same places, and it's like, for me, that's one of the reasons why I like the modular, because it forces me out of that into something else. I can incorporate the standard. Oh yes, I'm going to do a Brooksy chord progression.
Yeah.
But the rest of it's doing something else, and I think that's really quite powerful, and that's why I suggested it, not to piss Robbie off, not to try and force modular down his jugular. Well, we might one day, and but
he's halfway there. He's halfway there with the Matrix Brute. He's leaning.
Yeah, has he got any cables to actually use it? Have you got any patch cables, Robbie?
But you know what? Yeah, but
Ken can send you some. He's got hundreds of them.
It's patch buttons. It's almost the same. So what's it? So my mic's a bit down, is it? Nothing's changed.
Yeah, how's
usual?
Yeah, thanks, Synchrotron. I understand what you're saying here, because you play guitar and you probably do standard things on your guitar, and you go, right, okay. You got your modular, and then you bring your guitar in, and it gives it a different place, even if you're playing the sort of usual things. I mean,
is that better? Is it better?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay. I can actually use the mixer without getting up. Look at that. Cool. That's it. The other thing, it's more.
Kent seems to have frozen.
No, I'm trying to think what the word is.
Oh,
It's
it
more.
was a good freeze.
I know, I'm good at them. It's more practical.
Your modular is more practical.
No. The setup is more practical.
Oh, yeah, right, I see.
Things in the right kind of places, doing the right kind of thing.
Everything in the right place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and drum machines. Drum machines. I think I've even got. Even the NPC's going.
Oh, I've not got that far yet. It's still in the box.
Is it?
I've got too many other things to do before I can dig that thing out again.
I must. Well, I watched a couple of how to use videos, and
Yeah,
after
I know.
about-
and they all go, wow, 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 wow.
Yeah,
and you suddenly
but-
go, and after 10 minutes, your brain's going, fucking what?
yeah,
Where?
I was halfway
Who?
through the second one,
What?
going, "Oh, do you know what? I think
So-
we'll come back to this."
The button you need to get to the page you want is an absolutely minuscule thing that big on the screen up there to the top left that you wouldn't notice even if you got an electron microscope out. No, I know the NPC crowd will say Andy's a wanker. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'd love to. Thanks, Robbie. I'd love to get my head into it, but it defeats me every time I get out of the fucking box. Right, okay.
Yeah.
I've unburdened and I feel much better now. Thank you.
You are most welcome. But so, how are you enjoying your holiday anyway?
Beautiful. Great.
Good man.
I've slept loads and I can't fathom out why. Normally it takes me about 3 weeks to get to the point where I don't wake up at 5:30 in the morning. But no, I'm like, I wake up, I look at the alarm clock and it says 8 o'clock and I'm going, what? Where's half the day gone? I've lost half the day. You know, it's lovely. It's great. It's really nice.
Oh dear, I'm absolutely sick to death of looking at this lot now.
So don't look at it.
I'm not. I'm looking at this evolution, sorry, hard drive. Don't know why. Who knows? Must find coffee. Cool, bloody hell! Now you're talking my language.
Not having coffee this late. Not that it's particularly late.
Well, it's not really, is it? Not even for a school night, is it particularly late?
Not yet. Not yet. Oh, can you smell that chili? I've got a slow cooked chili going on in and it permeates the flat beautifully.
I see.
It's got about another half an hour to go before I have to switch it all off.
We just had a chicken pie, but with a cauliflower cheese that honestly could take fucking paint off a wall. It was so tangy. It was like, whoa, like that.
Was that using extra mature cheddar?
Man, I think they found this under a disused quarry or something. It was fucking. It was actually it was a Cathedral City one, and it was like really, really tangy. But
Yeah, they have an extra mature one that it's a bit like paint. Yeah, you're right. It's like paint stripper. Anyway, how have you? What have you done to reorganise all of your space then?
well,
And exactly why is it all my fault?
because you told me to do it.
Didn't tell you to reorganise anything.
Well, to do what you suggested required organisation.
Oh,
or
I see.
reorganisation.
Okay,
so.
okay. Mea culpa.
So not in so
Mea
many words,
maxima
should we
culpa.
say. Besides, I've got to have somebody to blame.
That's fair enough. My shoulders are broad enough.
Yeah, you may take the brunt. No, it needed doing. It was just messy. It was like when I was pulling stuff out, and I found it was this 10-way USB hub with one USB in it, which wasn't connected to anything, but it was powered. It was all powered up and everything, but didn't do anything. Fuck knows what that's for.
Yeah, you get those, don't you? You find things and go, what on earth was that for?
Yeah.
I've almost got to that stage in here where everything needs to come out and go back in again.
Thing is, I'm sure I'm going to have problems with the 80. Don't ask me why.
Because you've moved it.
Well, it's moved a little bit, yes, but that's not the reason. The reason is I think I've wired it up differently this time to how I did last time. Because I'm supposed to, the one thing I was going to do was set up the X32 to work remotely with Cubase. So basically the 32 channels come up in Cubase in the template. And that way I can, whatever's plugged in can have its own, channel with effects and whatever you want to do to that particular instrument. And I watched a video on how to set it all up, and you have to program the mixer to do various things like that. I got halfway through the video going, I've got a headache, and paused it, so I'll go back to it later. Too much like hard work.
What have you got then to your, let me work this out, you're looking at me, so it's, is it to your left? Yes, it must be to your left. You've got the Yamaha Montage, and then above that,
The 80.
that's the 80, is it? Right.
Yeah.
It looks different now.
Oh, it's got a mouse mat sitting on it. I haven't put it on yet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Plus, it keeps the dust off it while this lot went on. There was dust. Oh boy, was there dust. So yeah, so now we got, as you can see, obviously the 55. X is now there, not up in the air, looking like twat.
Yeah.
We've got key step.
Oh yeah, Key Step, B Step Pro, all ready to go.
Yeah, got the.
You've got cables long enough.
Yeah, Korg drum, the MPC, the TR8, the Osmos, the Rise, and the Korg wave thingy. And then you've got a finger drum over there with the...
A finger drum, you got one of those?
Yeah. Still haven't used it yet. Had it months. Haven't used it.
You're an addict. You need help.
Yeah. Yep. You've pretty much hit the nail on the head.
Oh yeah, okay.
And what's come out, I've literally filled Fiona's office with. So. But there you go. But I've got a nice clear desk now. I've even got somewhere to sit me digestives.
Very important.
Yeah, it's high priority. Seriously. But I don't know what's wrong with this camera. It seems to be working.
That it's stationary for once. It doesn't
No,
keep wigging around like that and making us all feel sick.
That's
Oh,
all
no, there it goes. Oh.
But I can do that and it doesn't. But no, it said, no, it can't detect camera. I was like, what are you on about? I don't get it. But it seems to be settled down now.
Right.
So, Mr. Robbie, what's been going on in your world?
Oh, well, yesterday I went to my mother-in-law's care home summer fete, which was...
Yeah, how'd that go?
All right, bless the old dears, still very confused, but no, it was all right. It was, sat out in the sun, had an ice cream, listened to some woman warbling Disney songs because that was the theme, or Disney was the theme, or something. And then I completely forgot that I was due to go out with a friend from work. So I get a message while I'm sat there munching me 99 and he says, "What time shall I pick you up? 5:30, all right?" And I'm like, "What? Oh, yeah, I'm going out." So I went out with my mate Howard, and we went into Bury St Edmunds. We drank lots of odd beers, had Mexican for dinner. I spilt some down my very pale white, sort of bluish shirt, and it's permanently stained. A little bit of salsa just went like that. Went and drank some more beers, and caught the train home, and walked all the way up the hill. Went to bed, got up this morning, opened my messages. Some wanker accused me of being a shill in one of the private messages.
That's nice.
Which is very nice to wake up to on a Sunday morning.
Open what?
You've made it now. You should be delighted.
Absolutely, yeah. Over my posting of, I'm doing these little short videos of, at the moment, it's the Polyroot 12. But apparently because I put the first one out the day after the Moog Muse dropped, I'm shilling for Arturia to,
The day after the worst kept secret was launched.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a name that I recognise from certainly other synth streams chats.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to wait till they pop up, and then tell them. But yeah,
Oh,
I
Robbie,
don't seem to get stuff like this.
Don't store that up. It's not worth it. Those people are always going to be out there doing that sort of thing, and
You think of all
the fact that they've taken notice, you should go, "Oh, thanks."
Yeah. Because of all the things I've done and said, I've never really heard anything bad about me online. Unless they're frightened I'm going to fuck
Sitting in
them
the
up.
bottom right corner now. Oh, that's sorry. I'm going to go switch that light off. That's awful. I think I've died and gone to heaven.
Have you spoofed all over your camera or something?
you can't hear now. Yes.
Who knew a 60-watt bulb could chuck out so much light? Blimey. Or one of those funny new things that have funny numbers on that I can't work out.
What? New things with funny numbers on.
Oh, the light bulb. It's only an equivalent of a 60-watt bulb.
Oh, right, but it's an
They've
LED.
got funny numbers on. No, it's whatever they are. It's an everlasting light bulb that dies after a year.
Yeah, but is it an LED bulb or is it a halogen or?
It's a light bulb.
Yes, but
that came in a box of light bulbs that has a bayonet cap, and I stick it in. I've no.
Yeah, but
no,
is the
not,
actual light? What is? It's not a filament then, so it's not a 60-watt. It's
No. It's not a filament bulb. It's one of those modern, eco-friendly things that uses.
what does it use?
Of
LEDs?
2 watts of. Does it a fucking clue? Right, okay, stop. I'm going because you won't.
I just want to know. I'm curious about all of these things.
Do you know what? We've still got light bulbs up in the attic. 500. Well, slightly less than 500. Because my mum bought 500 because she read in the Daily Mail that those damn EUs were going to be making having normal light bulbs illegal. I could have throttled her where she stood. You're not believing that.
Right. Yeah, LED.
LED.
There you go. Yeah.
Right. Are you happy now? It's just a bulb.
I'm
It's
curious.
a fucking bulb. I stick it in the thing and I switch the switch and it comes on. And eventually after a certain...
Do your entire home with that, and you will notice a significant saving.
Yeah, I do have these in my entire home because
Robbie can
that's
sleep
all
well
you can
tonight,
get these
knowing
days.
knowing that the environment is saved.
Yeah. Well, a tiny little bit in Sheffield is.
A tiny bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it all adds up.
They all die at the same time. So what happens is that, well, because my entire hallway, they all went boom, 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 almost one after the other. And it was like, Oh, God.
Yeah.
So I had to go back in it and put them all back in again. Which means for a certain length of time it'll all be right. And as soon as one goes, you know that the next one will go and the next one will go. They're pretty consistent like that.
Is that a huge spider just gone behind your SH101?
Yeah.
Who, me or him?
Him?
Yeah.
No,
Why, have you got an
huge
SH101
spider.
behind?
Well,
No, that was my hand doing that.
No, no, on the wall.
There's no huge spider on the wall. What on
No,
earth are you
sorry, I
looking-
couldn't get him to stand up so you could see his legs again. I tried.
Sorry, it's warm in here, so I'm sitting in my pants again. I apologise.
Why? You've got good legs, mate. Don't worry about it.
I know. It's a curse I've had to carry all my life. Well, I'm going to put these light bulbs back where they belong, and you can have another good ogle at me,
There you
bare
go.
skin, if you really must. That wasn't the intention of coming on here.
It's OnlyFans page now, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. Good legs. That's why I always wear trousers. I look like a close horse with rickets when I take my trousers.
4 candles, yeah. Half God, definitely 4 candles. Oh, 4 candles.
I really don't know. I don't know what to do next now. We've got power. Some audio.
Have you done the MIDI? That's always a ball ache.
No, I haven't done the MIDI yet. And I'm trying to keep the USBs
Power
down
in
to a minimum.
audio, MIDI. Yeah.
Don't want too many USBs.
I think Robbie's doing the crossword.
No, I'm just writing a description for the next video
Oh yeah.
that I'm just about to publish. Try to do one every day. Keeps me fit.
Is it called I'm a shill, so fuck off?
Yeah.
Okay, just asking. Just cleared that up.
So is that working or not? Can't bloody tell. It's not what you exactly call loud, is it? Ooh, shit.
It's loud enough. We can hear
Is
it.
it? Not loud here.
Me tonight.
What earth was that?
Yeah, that was Kent's disco classic from a few years ago.
Loud or just?
It's quite loud.
Took me head off.
Quite loud.
Mm.
So why the hell is this so down then?
That'd be your headphone volume.
Well, there's definitely a crackling going on. No, it's still dead quiet. It's wound up full blast. Astage.
Nothing.
No idea at all.
Have you picked all the cables up off the floor?
Most of them,
I haven't. Look,
apart from
where are they? Whoa, where am I pointing?
Oh,
There you
no.
go. There you go. Loads of all my cables on the floor, so I can just pick them up. There's the baby.
there you go. There's still cables to go.
Oh, now I've gone very blurry. Well done.
Yeah.
That's better.
So Arian is going to go and see. Was it the Sex Life of Puppets tonight?
Okay.
Sex Life of Puppets. That sounds like our purple friend.
Mm. Oh, good grief, Charlie Brown.
Right. Oh.
What?
So I've almost published a video without
Oh,
a title.
Yeah, I didn't think that'd make any noise.
Right. Next. On.
Interesting.
Oh, CS80's dead. No sound.
Nada.
I know someone can fix him. Ken. But they're in Texas. Sorry about that.
Good.
Oh, this bloody
No,
thing.
it's not a bean coming out of it.
Isn't somebody collecting that on Thursday?
No, November. Easily confused. But possibly a Thursday.
Right. One, two, 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 two. Save. Copyright. Good.
Nothing. Oh, wait a minute.
Public.
Try the mute button.
Oh no, hang on.
Oh,
Hold on.
careful, Robbie, don't choke.
I think, when you get that sort of little slightly dry feeling at the back of your throat, it's almost like a precursor to a bit of a cold.
Yeah.
I've got a very mild one of those. And, hopefully, if it is a cold, it comes now and then it's gone before I have me ollie bobs.
Where are you off to on your Bobs?
Going back to Italy for a week,
Nice.
and then here for a week. But I've got jobs to do, so be a nice little break. So I normally have my break now. I'm normally on holiday. This, like last week in July, first week in August. But seems I ain't got kids to worry about this time. We decided to do it a little bit later.
Yep.
Looking forward to.
Are you driving down again, or are you flying out there?
No, we're driving. Yeah, so it makes it a nice little trip. It's always exciting as you get sort of further down. So we start in Calais and go all the way down to the southeast, and as it gets more hilly, mountainy, roads going to the sides of mountains, and then
Did you go via Mont Blanc?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go through the Mont Blanc tunnel. One day I want to go, and I've done it when I went to Perugia. We went across France to Strasbourg, then down into Germany, and we stayed in Freiburg in the Black Forest,
Right on the Swiss border. Yeah.
and then into
Into
Switzerland,
Switzerland.
and then through that, and then come out basically Milan.
What's What's that tunnel called?
The Grand Bernard. It's the Grand Saint
Grand
Bernard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
We did the big one, and then we did the little one on the way back. I can't remember why. It wasn't a conscious decision to do that. I think there might have been roadworks or something. But there is another way around, but you have to go much further south in France, and you sort of come up round, the top of the boot. You sort of come round the edge of it, and then it's a bit further. But I might do that because I want to go to Grenoble.
More like the coast road?
Well, sort of.
Excuse me.
He's twitching in my left ear. I can hear him. Can you hear that? Oh, it's gone now. Thought it was me for a minute, but it's him.
Oh, no.
Yeah?
Yeah, I got that. Absolutely. Left ear.
Yeah. Don't know what he's doing. Yeah, so, one day I'll do that, but because it takes a lot longer to kind of go all the way around. So Mont Blanc is the preferred route.
What a lovely journey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've done. I have done. I've never driven on the continent except when I had the use of a car when we were staying in Brittany, and it was my job to drive down the hill and go to the boulangerie and get the croissant and the baguette and all of those things. But yeah, it just seems like a lovely thing to do. I mean, certainly when you get down, I mean, when we used to go skiing when I was a kid, we nearly always went on a coach, so we would be driven.
Yeah.
Down, you get to Macon, and then beyond Macon, beyond Lyon, and into the Grenoble area.
Yeah. Well, that's where I want to go next.
Yeah, and then up into, there's a lovely little town in that area of the French Alps called Bourg-Saint-Maurice, and from there you can reach La Plagne, Les Arcs, Val d'Isère, all these other sort of places from there, and it's so nice. I mean, I took a train. I mean, I'm still amazed that this was possible. A train all the way from Dusseldorf, all the way to Bourg-Saint-Maurice. I didn't need to get off the train. They did some recoupling in Strasbourg, but I didn't get off the train, and it took me to Bourg-Saint-Maurice. Then I got the bus up the hill and met my dad and my brother up in Les Arcs. It was fab.
Yeah.
And so I had a whole day in Bourg-Saint-Maurice. I actually, when I was about 13 or 14, I broke my arm on a skiing. Had a skiing accident. I fell down and fell on my arm, on my pole, broke my arm, and spent 2 days in the hospital at Bourg-Saint-Maurice. And my brother, years later, slipped on a night out, slipped down a slope, used his leg as a brake against the wall, bang, shattered his whatever these are, tibia down at the bottom. Is that what they are? And he ended up staying in the hospital at Bourg-Saint-Maurice as well. So it's like a family planning clinic. No, that's not right. I didn't mean that. Anyway, yeah, I can thoroughly understand why that journey through there and going through the Mont Blanc tunnel would be it's a beautiful thing to do. Yeah,
It's that because when you come down on the A roads all the way through, we stop at a place called Bourg-en-Bresse, which you're there because there's a giant silver cock on the side of the road. Seriously, it's fucking huge.
Big cock on the side of the road.
Massive cock, side of the road. But we stop there, so we set off from here, go over on the tunnel, and then we just drive. And about 5-6 o'clock in the evening, you hit Bourg-en-Bresse. So we just got a little overnight there, fill up with fuel, and get some dinner. And then the next morning we set off, and it only takes about 4 hours from there to get to Locarno, because you just get back on the A road, and then there's a little, like every 10 minutes on an A road, there's what they call areas, where you can just stop and have a wee, and sometimes they're a bit more fully featured, sometimes they're just kind of basic, but they're always very nice. But there's one it's called Air de Précy de Mont Blanc or something like that. And Pressy is this little, I guess, little village or
Little
town or
village down
something.
at the bottom. Yeah.
And you pull in, and it's a really nice area. You've got toilets, you've got shower facilities, lots of parking. But Mont Blanc is there in the distance, and there's viewing areas, and you just climb up in the viewing area, and it lifts you above all of the hubbub of the the parking and stuff, and you just get this lovely clear view of the Alps and Mont Blanc ahead. And within an hour, you're now weaving your way up, and then you get to the to Chamonix, where you go in, and that's when it starts to get exciting, because 12 miles later you're coming down the opposite side, and you're in Italy, and the weather can be so different. It's weird. I know it's 12 miles and stuff, but and then of course coming home is the worst bit, because when you're coming back, you see Italy get smaller and smaller as you get further. This little spot of light, and I want to get back. But it's lovely, because then you start wending your way down through the valley, because then we have to go, because that's Courmayeur.
Yes.
And then
the big ski resort.
Yeah, Val d'Aosta. And you have to come down, and then basically hang a right and go back up the side of another part of the Alps, the Graian Alps, which is where the village is. So then you start going back up into the Alps, and it's all lovely and very scenic, and so I'm very much looking forward to doing that all again.
Post loads of pickies. That'd be lovely.
I will. Right. Because we haven't got the kids this time as well, so basically whatever Jackie and I want to do, we will do. So.
Lo siento, je vais aller aux toilettes. That was 2 languages in 1 sentence.
Basically, he's going for a piss. Is what he said. In the dark. Oh, well, they've just left me on my bloody own. Fuck's sake. Who's that under the... Oh, that's him. That's Kent under that. I thought it was a dog. What's he doing? Oh, excuse me. This is fun. Thanks, Matt. Better?
Oh, yes, yeah. Much better, thank you.
Good.
Oh. Have you got it working, Kent?
That'll be a no then.
That'll be a no then.
Not that we can hear anything you're saying.
No, you're muted, Kent. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Nope. Definitely nope. He's mended the CS80, but he's broke his mic. Never mind.
No.
Yeah, we can hear that. That worked. No, your mic's dead. Try a mute button. That's usually the culprit. Or phantom power if you're putting it through a cloud lifter. While Ken's sorting that out, I'm going to get another beer. Bye.
Oh dear. Yeah, sorry I missed your stream this morning, Andy, because I had a lie-in. It was Sunday. I didn't realise you were doing one on Sunday, so my apologies.
Is he back yet?
No.
very funny just watching him go. Try his settings on StreamYard, Kent. That's the usual
No,
suspect.
it's let me check it for him. Edit mic settings. No, he's maxed. He's on. Unless he's chosen a different.
How do you check it?
I can check it from here.
Is it because you're both hosts?
Yeah, he's made me a what's it.
He's made you a what's it.
All right, so he's getting levels there.
Would that be a bearing and mixer? Oh, audio interfaces. Yeah.
I mean, right, yeah. So you're getting levels in your mixer. Have you got the? Ooh.
Oh, ow! That went click.
No. there was a.
Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Oh, the crackles.
What are you doing? That really noise. I hate that noise.
It's horrible. Oh, he's disappeared. No, there he is. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, stop messing about and just get on with it. Come on, chap. Oh, dear Lord.
Well, if anybody's interested, I've just uploaded the 5th ProSynth Network shorty video type thing.
Shill.
Yeah, shill, absolute shill. What can I shill next? There must be something I can shill next.
Liven. You've got loads of those.
I've got all of them.
I mean, what do you do with them, though?
I sit here and look at them.
Well, try connecting them all and see what you can do with them.
Yeah. No, I have an idea. I've got an idea for a little project, but I just need a few things to align.
Have you got the ambient one thing?
Yes. The new one, yeah. This one.
The one that's really cold and sterile, according to other reviews that I've...
Really?
Yeah, because it's digital. It doesn't have the warmth. Yeah, I was like going, yeah, right.
What do you mean? This thing that sounds... Oh.
Oh, I just, I think it's interesting that they've done something that's designed to just go... rather than all the sort of little mini techno boxes.
Yeah.
Yep, nice.
Are you signing the cross or something?
In nomine Patris Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen.
It's mono. This is mono.
What? Is it?
Is it?
Well, yeah.
It's coming out both channels here. It might be mono in your ears.
Yeah, that's StreamYard. It's
Are you is this stereo to you?
No. And it's very glitchy too.
It's what, sorry?
It's quite glitchy as well.
Oh, I know what it is.
You've got the noise suppressor on.
I've got the noise suppression on.
Yeah.
If I do that.
Much better. Yeah, that's it. Jamie had the same problem yesterday, of course.
Hey, if I start taking audio advice from Kent Spong.
No, the soldering iron should be this way up. Peter Gabriel 1, 2 and 3. Yes. I'm on the left and Robbie's on the right. Weird. Are we? I'd have thought Robbie and I were both both perfectly squarely planted on the left.
Absolutely.
And utterly disgusted with things right now.
Of course.
Particularly as I was in Rotherham today.
Blimey.
People thought I was going to a riot.
Jesus. Did you see?
Well,
a
no, it
bunch-
was interesting. I nearly went for lunch at a pub called the Bluebell, which is right next door to that hotel.
Oh, wow.
Right next door. We've often wondered what that hotel was being used for, and now we know. And
Yeah.
you know, because it's a Holiday Inn that's stuck in the middle of nowhere. That why would you ever go to it? And
Well, why would you ever go to Rotherham?
Well, basically, yeah. Except that it's a good gateway to lots of fab places. I mean, the countryside around Rotherham is
Yeah,
great.
but-
There's loads of
yeah.
things round and about.
Yeah, like Sheffield.
Yeah, it's and honestly, the countryside round and about, and the villages and all sorts. It's really lovely. But why stick a hotel there? It was just weird. But we were. Honestly, I was. It was a toss-up. Should we go to the Bluebell or should we go to the Phoenix? I thought, no, we'll go to the Phoenix. Okay, so we went to the Phoenix. We could have gone to the Bluebell and driven straight into a fucking riot.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nothing says I'm a patriot than looting your local O2 store
Yeah, I mean, what's that all about?
in your St
Ridiculous.
George's shirt.
You know, how can smashing the windows of a Greggs possibly
And then
be anything?
stealing trays of sausage rolls. I mean, really, it's just,
I'm sorry.
it's just an excuse.
Execute them all. That's my view.
Take them all outside, have them shot.
I'm sorry, my humanity only goes so far. No, no, stop it. You'll say things you regret.
Aye.
Time to invoke terrorist legislation. Well, I mean, hang on.
Well,
It's the right wing, isn't it? It's
stochastic terrorism by the people that prey on these people that don't, for want of a better phrase, undereducated in certain aspects of stuff.
You mean
know,
the thick?
Well,
Just say it, Robbie. I will.
They're happy to be influenced by other people because they simply either can't or don't want to spend the time actually learning about what's going on. I mean, all of this kicked off, shamefully so.
It was a terrible event. There's no
a
doubt
terrible
it was a
event
terrible
with 3 young girls who lost their life in a horrible, horrible way. And
Because the perpetrator's name sounded slightly foreign.
Exactly.
But
Except
that
he was born in Wales. He was brought up in this country. So if anything has has addled his mind, it's living in the UK, which is probably easy to do. And they thought they thought he was a Muslim. So all of these people bundled into Southport, trashed the mosque and other places, and then people see that, and it's like all right, we're going to do that too. And they picked on this hotel because it was a hotel being used to house asylum seekers and immigrants and what have you.
It is a tinderbox. The whole
It
thing
is,
is a tinderbox.
But then they're setting bins alight outside the windows. I mean, that's essentially attempted murder.
Yeah.
And there are special laws as well about attacking hotels. Something I don't know what the details are, but thankfully they reckon they've got huge amounts of very clear CCTV footage from the hotel. So hopefully all of these people getting knocks on the doors, like that lovely lady in was it Hull?
Oh yeah.
With the pink shorts, Leanne's removal service. I mean, honestly, I will give people like that credit for actually not covering their faces up like the cowards that they actually are. But still, they're.
No, yeah, but
It just makes it easy to understand who's who, I suppose.
we're all people, and we all have to live on this funny little rock that whizzes round the sun. And if we can't, that's bad.
Yeah.
There's so many things. I do get very worried. Anyway, perhaps politics isn't the right thing.
Well, we always
Yeah.
end up going down this route somewhere.
Yeah, just because some of us are sickle-waving lefties. I mean, to me, I'm not a sickle waving lefty. I can't understand what's difficult about live and let live. You know, people do not. I mean, let's switch it around. Let's switch it around and say you've gone on foot and by whatever vehicle you can manage from Southport all the way across to Syria. Why? Why have you done that? Why have you up sticks and moved yourself all that way? Yourself and your family, and you've lost 2 family members en route, and you finally get there, and then people start chucking bricks at you.
Yeah.
No comprendo. I'm sorry, I just do not get it. Yeah, I am sure that there are people who are economic migrants, whatever that really means, but the majority of these people are trying to get away from terrible things and try to just make a better life for themselves.
See, my dad was an economic migrant. He came over from Italy. But we don't get... Well, I mean, he did get a little bit of stick early days, but nobody pulls me up on that fact, and that's because the colour of my skin is the same.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, but
anyway.
I'm no different. You know, I'm the son of an economic migrant. I'm no different to this guy who committed the atrocity in Southport. From that perspective, from that perspective, I'm no different. It's just,
whose islands are these anyway? How far back do you have to go? The Anglo-Saxons originated in Germany. Okay? Germany. Not England. They upsticked and they moved across because there was an economic vacuum, there was a political vacuum at the end of the Roman Empire, and they went, oh, we'll have some of that. And up they went and settled, bringing with them their political systems, bringing with them their sense of organisation, and they landed and settled. Not en masse, not in one big thing, not as an invasion, as a migration. I'll stress that word, a migration. There was no Anglo-Saxon invasion. There wasn't. There were no wars, there were no battles, there was nothing. They upsticked and they moved. And every single person that claims to be, in inverted commas, Anglo-Saxon is therefore a migrant. So where do we go? I mean, people have moved around the face of this globe constantly, and that's going to continue. And the political and the geographical reasons, places become uninhabitable because they become too hot or become too cold, or whatever, and people move. They're bound to. Because in most of these cases, it's because of the political situations and man-made stupidity. Oh, sorry, I've got off my soapbox now. I've had a good rant. The whole thing makes me angry. It makes me so angry. It makes me so sad. It saddens me so deeply. Because most of these people that are coming here don't particularly want to be here. I'm sure they'd much rather be at home, wherever home is. Right. Got off my soapbox. Have you solved it yet, Kent? Is it that USB cable? Plug it in. Oh, it's a different mic, but it's working.
No.
What? No, it's a mic.
Way, welcome back.
Yeah, it was something else altogether. As per bloody usual. Right, I'll just pull this. This won't hurt. Okay, that can go into there.
Right, I am going to nip off and do an Ian for a little while.
What, are you going to watch a play about puppets having sex?
No, I'm actually going to have sex with a puppet. No. It's a puppet.
All right, done.
Not that I haven't spent enough quality time with my wife this weekend.
Is she sharpening the blades downstairs?
It's just across.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you see, because my youngest is currently on on a little break with his sixth form mates. They've all finished now, and
They're off on a shagging break. Woohoo!
There's about, I don't know how many there are of them. They all went up to Caister-on-Sea and then
Caister's
did a little
nice.
trip on the
I
Norfolk
like
Broads.
Oh, the totty up at Caister-on-Sea, mate.
Oh, Caister. Oh.
So he's been out all
They'll be
weekend.
wallowing in it.
My daughter and her fell.
Sex and drugs and rock and roll. Oh, Robbie,
Didn't want
as a
to,
parent, you must be
didn't want to have
anxious.
dinner with us tonight. And then so Jackie said, "Well, shall we go out for lunch?" I'm like, "Okay, where do you want to go?" She said, "Well, we just nip down to the Spoons and just get something from there." And I said, "Are you driving?" She goes, "No, you can walk and you can have a beer." And it's a good 20-minute walk or so down the hill. It's the bit when you come back up again when you've just had dinner.
Well, two or three pints, you'll be striding away merrily.
I had a couple of Leffy blondes and a mixed grill.
Oh no, not a mixed grill.
Yeah, mixed grill. So now I'm just going to wet my whistle, and I should be back later if you're all still around.
I'll be in bed.
Stay awake.
I'll be in bed. I know I will.
Yeah.
In fact, you beat me to the I'm going to do an Ian.
No.
So I'll have to stick around while Kent smokes his ciggy and
Yeah, you can't leave him alone.
plugs things in.
I mean,
Why?
when you leave him on his own, he does shit like this.
Can't be helped.
What's wrong with mixed grill? It's nothing wrong with it while you're eating it. It's what happens 2 hours later. Oh, my belly just
Ask a
churns and
pig.
churns. Ask
Yeah.
a pig.
I'm sure they have a view on it.
Well, a pig and a cow and a lamb.
Yeah, and a lamb
It's very nice though.
and a horse.
Onion ring. I mean, possibly.
Yeah, it depends on the
Why not?
depends on the restaurant, doesn't it?
It's perfectly edible.
Yeah,
Why are people so squeamish about it?
exactly.
It's
That's
just
what I
because
always
it's so
say.
hard to catch.
When you go into an Italian supermarket, you look down the fridge thing and there's beef, pork, lamb, horse.
Caballo,
Yeah,
Crocodile.
there.
crocodile,
Tramp.
penguin, kangaroo. I have had
Anyway.
kangaroo, actually.
Kangaroo. I've had
Kangaroo?
rats. I went to this place in Arizona and they did supposedly an authentic
Alligator steak.
cowboy. Yeah, and you had there was I can't remember what it was. It was some sort of steak. But there was also a rattlesnake on there as well, and something else. It was quite tasty.
I suppose it's more like a sausage, isn't it?
Yeah, they also had the rattle. They actually took the rattle and put the rattle on the side of the plate as well, which obviously you don't eat, but well, I don't think you can eat. I didn't.
It's something the baby can play with.
Yeah. And in Iceland, I had puffin.
Why not?
Yeah. And minky. Was it minky whale? I think it was minky whale or something.
A little minky whale.
Little minky. Well, it was quite small because it had been done, been cooked and everything. But no, it's very nice.
Well, it fitted in the pan.
Yeah. Bloody Icelandics. They're a bit odd with them food, but it's very nice, very tasty. And their beer was amazing. I mean, nothing under 12%. That was crazy.
Well, think about it. If you lived on
Really?
Iceland, you want to be pissed all the time and all.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, what a wonderful place, though.
We
Cold.
we went into this pub, which is also a little micro brewery, and they do all of their own stuff. and the guy that was like with us, who was from Iceland, he was showing, you know, kind of our chaperone sort of thing. He said, "Oh, I'll get you a little tasting tray so you can sample." And she brings, and we had 8 glasses, and they're just like, you know, little bit bigger than shot glasses.
And by the end of it, you were pissed and didn't
But
have
I was
anything else.
absolutely wankered by the end of it. Absolutely wankered. It's
Excellent.
yeah. And you know that famous hot dog stand that all the rock stars and politicians always go to visit in Iceland, in Reykjavik? There's this hot dog stand. It does the most amazing. That was like 20 yards from the front of my hotel. So we always got one of those. And they do amazing
I think
steaks
Fiona
as well.
had one when she was there.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And there's
I'd
pictures
love to
of
go to
them.
Iceland.
Oh, it's great. It's not cheap, but it's great.
So on my bucket list. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
cheap. But
She went with work.
And all the hot water is naturally sourced. It doesn't have to be heated.
I
up.
just want to see a
It's great.
volcano erupting, and there's no better
Oh.
place.
Yeah.
Mm.
'Cause, well, Iceland is
Well, they,
the aftermath of an eruption, isn't it? So,
yeah, they
pretty
they
much.
reckon that the current ones are going to go on for years and years and
Mm.
years. Yeah, I don't need to. I mean, Stromboli's been pretty manic
Mm.
in the last few weeks. Yeah, I mean, Stromboli, which just goes poof, 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 has gone. Which it doesn't do. It's like mental. What's going on with Stromboli? Does that mean is the whole of that Bay of Naples area becoming increasingly unstable?
Could
I
be.
mean, let's be honest. Vesuvius is overdue.
Mm-hmm.
Vesuvius is due one.
Yeah.
Last one was 1944. So
We laughed before.
You twat.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
volcanoes. Oh, I'd
Yeah.
love to go and see a volcano erupting. I know it's probably death on a plate, but who cares? Oh,
When I was in
I'd be
Death
like
Valley,
Pliny.
I was in Death Valley. I stood at, we did a little detour to what was, I think, they say it's an active volcano, but it's not been active for a very, very, very long time, so I don't know quite how. But we could stand on the edge of it and look down, and it was quite impressive. But, yeah, I'd like to see one go, but obviously from a safe distance.
Have you been to the Bay of Naples?
No, I don't think I have.
No,
I don't think they've got-
that's where I would end up.
Mm.
Because I want to see all that stuff. I want to see the Roman stuff. I want to see, obviously, Herculaneum, Pompeii, and I'd love to go up to the crater of Vesuvius. I mean, what a beast. What a beast. And we should all be slightly timorous about what that thing could possibly do.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, because Etna's going off, Stromboli's going off. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I love a good volcano.
Right, guys, I will be back later.
Right, Robbie,
That's
we'll
a
see
threat,
you in
not
a bit.
promise. But yeah, have fun.
Indeed.
See you later.
I'll see you all.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Oh, that's better.
Ciao.
Ci vediamo.
Oh. Arrivederci. I have no idea what I'm doing, Andy.
What are you trying to do, Kent?
Well, I'm now going to try and get. What number is it? 7. Fucking number is that? Oh, 12. I'm now going to try and get a sync signal to the CS80. Apparently,
A sync signal?
yeah,
What kind of sync?
as in clock sync.
Really? As an analog clock?
No, digital one. From the door.
Oh. To the CS80. What have you got plugged in the back of the CS80? What the heck?
Well, it's got a Kenton MIDI kit in it. So what I can do is I can send sync pulses to the LFO. If you see what I mean.
So the LFOs re-trigger.
That's if I can actually
Hi, money.
get it to work. DIN 7. Let's have a look and see if we have DIN 7 here. 6. There we go. DIN 7. Right. Okay. It's typical, isn't it? It's got 12 DIN outs. But Cubase only shows 8. So let's put on the metronome a minute. Bloody headphones are not long enough.
This is comedy gold.
No, that's not receiving it. So, oh, hang on, under here. Let's try that. Nope. Nope, not sending it at all. This is my life. You wire it up and it still don't fucking work.
Does it matter?
Yeah, because I'd like to incorporate the AT into things where you've got drum machines and shit running. In a synchronized kind of way, you know? And it's sitting there just fucking staring at me. Piece of shit. Let's have a look.
Did you hear that, everyone? CS80, piece of shit.
Yeah.
Kent Spong, in brackets.
Bloody pen.
CS80, piece of shit.
Piece of
Kent
shit, mate.
Spong. Don't pay £34,000 for one. It's not worth it.
Nah. Well, it's not worth £34,000 anyway.
Squeech beam.
And it should be pinging like a bastard.
Have you got it?
No, that's the free run. That's supposedly... It's supposed to be the MIDI. It's plugged in. It's coming from the computer. I don't know, Andy. I don't know how you get your treble rigs working, mate.
I'll take a cable from Grace and plug it into my pan.
Yeah,
and it seems to
hope
work.
for the best.
The problem is I've got to integrate this with what I've been doing into what Grace will have when she comes back. That'll be interesting. Yeah. We're doing that on Thursday. We're doing our Hardware Jams Festival contribution. We're late, but we've got a special pass because Grace is in admin. Well, Grace is away, so we can't do it together because Grace is off.
Oh.
So we're doing it on Thursday when Grace is back for a few days, and then she's off again.
God.
It's going to be mad. This summer's mad. You should see my diary for this summer. I've got all these little things in, which has fucked everything up because I wanted to go down to Stroud to see my cousin. And I don't know where I'm going to be able to fit it in. I don't think I can. Because of all sorts of weird and wonderful things that are going on. And
Yeah, well, you were coming down here, weren't you, with the
with
the 101?
I mean, actually, to be honest, I could come down on Monday, Kent. I could just say, right, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, it's more commonly known. Or
Monday
or August.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
and I'll owe you a curry. Well, that's okay. I can do with that. I can deal with that. Oh, God. I better give you a ring, or should I come? Should I just come down tomorrow? Oh, it's a fucking long way to come tomorrow. It's miles. The last time I did it in a day, I went there and back in a day. It was like, God, that was...
Yeah, it's a hike and a half, isn't it?
It is a hike. It is a hike. But it's a good hike. It's a lovely hike.
Yeah. Just a bit of a way. Very
You
chilled
moved to
out dog
Leicester?
down here. Oh.
A chilled out dog. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Well, the thing is, yeah, you could sell your multi-million-pound mansion that you live in the southeast of England, because let's be honest, it's going to be worth something like that, and then buy yourself a nice four bedroom semi-detached in Rotherham.
well, you can probably understand
have a
my
massive
reluctance after just moving all this shit in here around.
Oh God, yes, indeed.
I was really feeling for Ian when he moved, and I was going, God, he's got to tear that all down,
I
and
know.
reset it all up. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. There's something gratifying in taking it all down and setting it up there.
There is
You
until
get
you're about
your-
halfway through doing it.
Did you get your boo?
Then it isn't quite so much fun.
Man with beard, I did get my boo stuff. Yeah, in fact, I've got my boo poster up,
Oh.
my boo poster, and a second boo badge. So yes, I did. Yes, yeah. If that's what you meant, I'm not quite sure whether it is or not. In fact, I'm going to move that off there and put that over there.
Yeah, I've got Mac's card on display now. That he sent me.
Oh yeah, there it is. What is it? A big car?
Well, there's a story behind it. That's the thing. I need to get my headphone adapter fixed. Yeah, so basically what it was, my Chrysler, and basically what happened was Fiona took it down to KP Autos to get 2 rear tyres fitted to it, and ran it into a concrete post and tore this door off here. Just put a huge, stoved it in completely. Sorry, this one. And I wouldn't mind, but when the ex-girlfriend attacked it and she took a truck or a van or whatever it was down here and tore all these 2 panels, so now I've got to do this door. So the only thing that's intact is the rear wing. And then I thought, no, it's not, because she backed it into something last year. So I think every panel now has a significant dent in it due to Fiona finding things with it.
It's an interesting message.
He's got a nice setup there, hasn't he? They look like cat knobs down there.
That is a cat. That's
It is a
bearing
cat. That's the bearing of a cat. Oh, they copied the knobs.
Yeah, they
I wonder if they're the same size.
Oh no, it's smaller. It's only
Oh.
a small thing.
That's not fun.
It's a great sounding thing though. If you check out Jamie's demo of it, he did a great demo of the bearing of cats.
Actually, I can ask you this.
Go on.
You know
Promise
those?
I'll give you a good answer.
You know those metal keyboard cable racks? I got one here. It takes 3 5s, but then the next slot is for 1/4 inch. Do they do one that's all 3 5s?
Oh God, where's my thingy? Kent, I've lost me thingy.
Oh dear. Which one did you click on? Oh, there we go.
When
There you
I
go, mate.
when I reset up in here, I put this bit of wood
Yeah.
the wrong way up on the stand, which means that the little screws that are here,
Yeah.
little screws. Can you see
Yeah.
little screws?
Yeah.
They're now complete. Oh,
Oh dear.
they're now completely on the wrong side for the modular. So I've got an Erica synth thing that looks like a fancy comb for your hair, and I can't find it. I don't know where I put it.
Yeah, because what I got is this one. Look.
Oh, I found it, Ken. I found it. It's here.
You got it. Yeah.
You mean that thing
Oh,
like
look,
that?
this. Yeah, this one. Look.
Oh, that's a beastie. Oh no,
Now
they're too wide apart.
Yeah. So it'll hold the 3/5s here
Yeah.
nicely, but then they fall through on the the next one along.
The thing is that actually even this is
Ow.
fine for some cables
Yeah.
and not fine for others. In
Oh, okay.
There are some which are too fat to go in properly, and there are some which are fine and sit in really nicely. And then I organise all my cables. I mean, I showed you a minute ago.
Getting quite the guided tour tonight.
It's all just a pile of cables on the floor while I'm patching stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and I haven't got. Not that long ago, I arranged all of these and cable tied them into short, fairly short, reasonably short,
Yeah.
medium, less medium, slightly less medium, long, even longer. Right, into different piles, and now they're all just a bleeding mess again.
Yeah.
So there you go, and because it's all. I do have it quite nicely cabled up in here, though. That's quite nice and tidy
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
impressive, isn't it? It's lovely.
Oh God!
Yeah, but look, I'll
So
show you.
my Erica Synth's fancy comb, which I can use to do my hair.
There's there's cables over there, just absolutely buckets and buckets and buckets and buckets.
Well, that's because you were an idiot and bought a whole shop worth.
Well, yeah, there is that. There is that. I might have done something like that. Yeah.
Do you sort by length, girth, or colour? That's your head. Yes.
think I find both.
No. Yes. No. Oh, do you know what? In my own head, I so want to have my modular colour coded, so that this colour does CV, this colour does audio, this colour does triggers, and I haven't got them. I just haven't got them, so I've just got to organise it by the way my brain is setting it up.
Yeah, I set this up so I could have it so it was
Kent's probably got enough cables to be able to do that. Right?
black for
Yeah,
audio, red for CV, yellow for gate, all that kind of thing, and then ran out of different coloured cables, and then had to start using others, and then it all got very confusing. So,
Yeah, eventually there comes a point where you think, I can't be arsed with that anymore. Nah.
yeah, I've hardly even used that abacus yet.
Oh, did you buy an abacus?
Yeah, I've got an abacus and a brains.
The brains I can cope with, the abacus I always find difficult.
Well, I haven't come across that yet because I haven't used it.
No, not that it's difficult to use, but it's because, it's a direct clone of the Make Noise Maths, which is being produced and manufactured and sold. And most people that have got Eurorack systems have probably got a Maths in there somewhere, even though, if I'm honest, I don't really know what it does.
Yeah, welcome to my studio.
Yeah, I've got this thing, and I bought it because ultimately it's an envelope generator or an LFO or both, or it's got an interesting thing where it sends a signal out at the end of a cycle or the start of a cycle.
Yeah.
Which, if you plug it into things, can do interesting things. But I've never quite got my brain. Grace is all over it. She understands it like that. Me, I go. What? But anyway, yeah. So.
No, there's a few things in here I wish to familiarise myself with. Most of them over there.
Yeah.
And I started watching some of the how-to videos.
Yes, prom it is.
And started screaming at various people for taking at least 15 minutes to just talk about it before showing us, and then spending 5 minutes showing us.
And then you don't know what they've done. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
then
100% concur with that.
Yeah, I'm at the end of it going, sorry, I forgot what my question was now.
Sometimes those how-to videos on YouTube can be a pain in the arse.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I'm going to say to prom. Yeah, it's not really a direct clone of Buckler. Well, it definitely takes. In fact, most of Make Noise modules really do place themselves firmly in that West Coast kind of thing, and Buckler, and it takes a little bit of thinking your way around it. Well, the maths is not a direct clone of a Buckler module, but it does take out ideas from the trapezoid generators and the things, and actually that pulse out at the start and the pulse out at the end is an integral part of that. But quite what you do with it, I've never fully fathomed.
Oh yeah, no. In the paperwork I got, it was something about the weakness of the German worst sound or something like that.
Kent Spong, do you ask about the difference between vocoding in German and English?
Yeah. Yeah, the corporate
weakness
vocal.
of the German well, I mean,
or something.
W is a W is a v.
Yeah.
So a W is a v sound. So
well, apparently
a V is a f, and a f, so it's slightly different.
Well, they put these filters in it to enhance various syllables.
Don't know. Have you managed to get it working?
Well, it makes a noise. Yeah, it's not a great noise though.
Hello,
But
Mr. Longhurst.
it is alive.
Cards now.
How are you?
I'm just about ready to set fire to all this and claim on the insurance.
Well, yeah, that also works, except you've now said it here, so... Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter, it's
You
not
can't do
insured.
it.
Ah, right.
I'd do something about that, Kent, if I was you, with all of those
Yeah,
things under your
yeah,
roof.
I would definitely do something
Excuse
about
me?
that.
Hello, there's a puppy in here.
Oh, God.
Come here.
Not again.
What have you got?
What do you got? Not a lot.
Aha! See? That made you drop it.
Hello, dog.
Mwah.
Horror, Riri.
Right, lily bum.
Horror, Riri.
The Go Case Power Supply thief.
That old thing.
Ow! It's my
Yes.
toes.
Oh, my cat does that. Mr. Evans does that. Chews my toes. The fuck? Feed me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's got needles for teeth, this one. Ain't ya?
Yeah,
Little monkey.
that's what happens.
Don't give me that shit. Yeah. Rent the fucking Muse. Yeah, RTFM.
Video capture. Let's have a look and see if... Oh, that's working now. That's good.
You've tidied your desk.
What is
sort of.
that?
Well, I can see parts of it now.
Yeah, it's
Does it
upside
say-
down, though.
Does it say Korg in the right-hand corner?
No, it says play.
Play.
The Sonic Wear.
But it's not...
That thing.
The
It's not doing the zoom
ELZ or
thing.
whatever. It's not doing anything.
It's not zooming.
No. I was going to say, if it wasn't working, it belongs in
What
here.
the fuck is going on here? Okay, well, I'm going to switch back now and just see what happens. Because that should be
This
playing.
is where it gets interesting.
This is where it gets very interesting. Oh, it's the wrong way round. That's why I mirror my camera now. There we go. That's better. That's
The
what I think.
music on the forums involved not every pot having a nut. Are you fucking kidding me?
Right, so I'm going
Well, I'll tell you what, they'll lose their shit because Memory Moog's got none.
There we go.
None of what?
Nuts holding the pots on. Doesn't have nuts holding the pots on at all. Just pokes through holes in the front panel.
There we go.
Makes sense.
So people are losing their shit over something that really, really doesn't fucking matter at all.
Yeah.
Yes, that sounds like a forum.
Let's get rid of that. Let's see what
Now that Mr. Longhurst has arrived with his lovely little Sonicware Live and no EZ1, I'm going to disappear for a bit. I may well
Alright,
jump back
darling.
in later on.
Okay.
Was it,
Well,
was
I've
it
got to
something
go
I
and-
said, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, nothing you said.
Yet.
And everything that you're wearing. So
Can't.
I will. So I've got to.
How
I've got
long's
to
your
go-
chili been cooking?
Yeah, I've got to go and rescue it. That's why I'm about
Ah,
to
right,
go.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not eating it tonight. I need to make sure it's all sorted because it's going to be magnificent. It's going to be
Yeah, the longer the better.
Magnificent. Is it going to be
The longer the
magnificent?
better.
magnificent. Right. Oh yeah. Beep 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 beep. Yeah, Sweet Exorcist. Go on, play it.
There we go. The what?
Sweet Exorcist. The test tone by Sweet Exorcist. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do you not know it, Mr. Longhurst? Do you not know Sweet Exorcist test tone?
What a talk. Are you go? Why don't you go and do your chili, and I'll find more
Right,
bizarre
okay.
things to
Get
think
your
about.
pen out. I said your pen. A pen. Just pen.
Pen.
Get your pen out and write Sweet Exorcist test tone. And check it out.
I'm just putting it in my. I don't need a pen.
Yeah,
I just...
the origins of bleep techno. Go on, check out
what, hang
Sweet
on,
Exorcist.
bleep. Sorry, you just. I'm not going to search any further. You just said bleep techno.
Yeah, and they used the test tone
I
from
don't care.
a mixer.
It would drive me fucking nuts.
It won't. It's amazing. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. But
No.
done in such a brilliant way. It's Richard H. Kirk. It's the guy from Cabaret
It's
Voltaire.
Captain Kirk
It's Captain
from Star
Kirk.
Trek.
It's Captain Kirk. Go away. Listen to Sweet Exorcist test tone. It's fucking awesome.
I'd rather
not-
bomb a nun.
You probably would do that as well, but I mean,
What?
you just
What do you
honestly,
mean as- what do you
Mr.
mean as
Longhurst,
well?
seriously,
What
right?
do you mean
Okay,
as well?
I tried my best, dear audience. I tried my best.
I will look it up.
Marky's
I will
going.
look it
Oh
up.
yes, yeah. You look up Sweet Exorcist test tone. That's all you need to do. It's yeah. Do 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 do. Yeah. Enough. Right. I'm off. Tra. I'll see you in a bit.
I love you, Andrew.
See you on.
I love you too, Andrew.
I actually do. Take care, mate.
Bye bye.
Bye. Right, I've got to go now. And what? No, I haven't. No, I haven't got to go.
Okay. What is that dog doing?
I don't know.
What are you eating? Lily? What have you got? What is that? You're eating a plug. You mad moo. Hello, say hi to everybody. Say hi. I don't eat it. You're not supposed to eat it. You eat it. Oh,
Horror,
you
Rory.
just- Is there anything you don't put in your mouth?
Easy. Easy.
What is the price point of this thingy?
The price point of this here thingy.
Aye.
It's about 400 quid, I think. Once you pay all the shipping and everything else, it's about
You
500
bastard.
quid.
Don't do that.
It's about 500 quid. But I'm just going through. I'm going to do a little thingy just showing how you can pull together something really quickly. He said not pulling it together very quickly. So we've got an envelope here, ADSR envelope. There you are. So I'm just picking the. There we go. No.
Bonjour.
Hey, how can you guys hear?
Oh, comment ça va?
Yeah, usual. It's fucking tired. 2 weekends in a row of all these events. I'm tired.
Yeah, I bet.
And thanks.
Is it tied in with a lot of travelling?
No. It was just it was the Computer Game Expo last weekend and the Vintage Computer Fair last couple days.
Okay.
In the old Silicon Graphics building, and just a lot of walking, a lot of talking, a lot of other stuff going on. Didn't sleep 100% each time before the event, so just it's cumulative, and you just get fucking tired.
Yeah.
But it's a good kind of tired because I had a lot of fun, and I just thanks to everyone who was in the chat, who was in my little live sessions there.
Cool.
It was a lot of fun, a lot of nerding out on old computer shit and all kinds of stuff. So, good
Yeah,
time.
I was watching our Mr. Synchrotron this morning, and he had to go off to another premiere thing. And you were going to leave a link, but I couldn't find the link, so I couldn't follow you.
Oh, it shows up on my live, so if you're subscribed, you'll see it. But the whole weekend was live. Luckily, they had signal, so I did 4 lives on Friday and 1 big live yesterday. And the fucking thing worked the entire time. I was shocked. Because every other event I've done lately, even outdoors, a lot of times you get dead zones, right?
Yeah, tell me about it.
And here I am in a big building with all kinds of computers and electronics and metal bars everywhere and stuff, and I had almost zero signal problem in the entire time. It was amazing.
Ah.
So it was shocking. Gives me hope for technology. It's not all screwed up.
Steady.
Yeah, a little bit of hope, not total hope, right? So
Oh, okay.
I am a realist, so
Yeah. It's you might be pushing the limits a bit there.
yeah. But it was a blast, and I got to meet some cool
Good.
people, and this guy Howard Scott Warshaw from Atari. He was selling his video and autographing it, and did a talk beforehand, and really interesting guy. He's programmed some of my favorite games, Raiders of the Lost Ark on the 2600.
Oh, nice.
So programmed. Well, he did work on ET, I think, so that's one of his strikes, I guess. But the famous one that went to the landfill, so.
Yeah.
I don't think he owned ET, but he was one of the workers on it, something like that. And he worked on some other good games too. So, but it was fun, good times.
Good.
Lots of the museum is nuts. If you like computer history and nerding out on old gear and stuff, the walkthrough I did of the history, I forgot how cool the museum was down below. So big I couldn't even cover it in like an hour or something like that. It was just
God.
Just endless stuff to read, endless hardware everywhere, all this expensive like Cray 1, Cray 2. Did I have a Cray 3 there too? I can't remember. All kinds of IBM mainframes and Japanese mainframes and everything.
Well, the name Cray used to be bandied about with sort of like, oh
yeah. Well, they look cool too, right? They're just this incredible cool shape.
They did. The supercomputer was always crazy, and they looked really, really cool.
And it had a
really,
bench.
really
You could sit on it while you're in the computer room. So it was smart. But and then all those analog computers they had there that looked like analog synths, you know, the patch bays and banana plugs, and so that was wild. All the old analog computers, which I don't know a thing about. It was a blast.
Okay. All right, that works. Good. Move on. We're getting there. Bit by bit.
Oh, you're rewiring again?
Yeah.
You love that, man. It's like,
Yeah, but I'm really trying to get the the sync and the MIDI across the board. Kind of properly
you
working.
basically rebuilt Rome several times on its own foundations, right? So
I know. You want to see how much stuff I removed? Unbelievable amounts.
wow. I thought you did it last time. Can't believe there's more.
Yeah, but this is again. It's unreal. Just so much stuff that didn't come back in, and there's still tons.
There's a great line from Elmer Fudd in where he's going through some tunnel. He goes, "My gracious, how much further do we have to go?"
Yeah, it's not far off that, mate. I tell you. Mind you, I mean, look. I love over here. Look at this. Where is it over here? Look at that. Whoa.
Yeah.
Nice little setup over there.
Oh, that's looking rather lovely.
Isn't it? Nicely laid out. Get to everything.
That's looking really
Well,
rather
It's about
You
time
can
you
see
went
it.
more vertical. It makes more sense.
Let's move some of these drives out of the way. Hang on a second.
Hang on, I thought you had a System 55.
Yeah.
You now look like you've got two System 55. What the f?
No. I prefer them side by side like that.
Oh, before they were above each other.
Yeah, I like this more.
Right. That's very cool, actually.
Yeah, I like it like that.
What are you doing with the 80 and the M8X? What? Show us what you've got going on there at the moment, because we were talking yesterday about you perhaps putting something above. See, there's room there for a whole bunch of stuff above that.
Well, yeah, but because this 80 is temporary. I mean, we're now looking at what 12 weeks and it'll be gone. So I don't want to get too.
You could put a stand in there without all the bits.
Well, I wouldn't.
You
I
gave
would.
your Jasper away.
I would have done if I didn't give it away. And yeah.
You just said you're getting a second 80, right? Aren't you replacing it with something?
Yeah, I mean, I could bring the other 80 up here, but I'd have to amass the enthusiasm to strip it all down, carry it up the stairs by myself, then bring all the parts up and then reassemble it.
I'll just have the dogs carry it, put on their backs.
Well, I can't leave it downstairs because Lily will nick it and drag it into the garden. No doubt, little moo that she is. So she stole one of the power supply to the go case today. Didn't know she'd done it. She managed to sneak out with it. I mean, it's not a little power supply; it's a big, big block like that, isn't it? And she sneaked it out, took it out into the garden. And I'm tearing the place upside down. A room the size of a, what did I say in that chat? Oh, a Badger's vanity case.
Well, if you stop rubbing bacon on the power supply, the dog won't take it.
Vanity case.
And I just couldn't find it. And it was like, am I losing my mind? I'm sure there was two beside me. And I go, I can't, sorry, I forgot who mentioned it in the chat. You go, what about Lily? And I went, do you know what? Yeah. So I went out into the garden, and there it was, with her gently mouthing it.
You know what you needed? A hoist system like the piano movers used to do in the old days, but inside your house.
Yeah. I could do like an internal lift. Would be very, very.
Just
handy.
a hoist, just like those sets of pulleys to reduce the weight, and you just pull it up yourself.
It's weird because although that sounds fine, the hydro is really quiet.
With your new setup, you look like a little kid now. You're way down below.
Oh no! This is just me on my knees.
Oh, you're on the floor. Oh, that's why.
Yeah, because I did a bit of wiring.
I thought you set it up higher or something.
Let's try that. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's got a nice reverb.
All right, now the
tail
gray's
on
gonna
it
come get you.
as well. Yeah.
Watch out. You're gonna get probed.
Yeah. Again.
Yeah. This time on purpose.
Yeah. You go, okay, I'm ready for you.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Just remember, once you get the alien's attention, always go to bed with some Astroglide, just in case.
Yeah. Keep it smooth.
That's right.
No, what else have I? See, I'm also testing what's plugged in and actually physically you can hear. We know that's working as well. I haven't heard the chord drum machine yet, or the TR8 for that matter. You never know. Oh,
Is it 8 or an 8S?
the S came out about 6 months after I bought that.
Oh, yeah. That's always the way, right?
Yeah, I went, oh,
I only got an 8
come
because
on.
a friend was offloading a bunch of gear and it gave me just an insane price for it. So I'm like, I gotta get it, you know.
Yeah, it's all like, oh, you bastards.
Yeah.
Now, that girl.
In fact, the same guy sold me his Frankie Bones autographed TB3, the Ira touch bass thing, and immediately wanted it back like a few months later when he goes, oh, I got to sell this. It has Frankie Bones on it. I got to get some money for this thing. I'm like, well, you just sold it to me like a regular TB3. I said, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. You can have it back for regular price. I don't care. So, I don't know how many people into Frankie Bones, but he does have some fame.
Yeah, you completely dropped out then.
I did?
Oh, yeah.
Did.
That's probably just as well. I was just babbling. So.
Yeah, dig your face up.
You guys didn't miss anything.
Yeah, well, audio doesn't seem to be the problem. It's going to be communication. Yeah. That's going to be the puppy. I can't seem to unsync the Korg drum machine. Which is a bit weird.
So how many things do you have on that setup on the right there?
Well, the MPC is wired up and ready to rock and roll.
MPCX?
Yeah. Although, thinking about it, I don't think I actually have any computer communication to it yet.
Hey, does that have the ability to run the stems upgrade or no?
It will do when I upgrade it.
Oh, when you upgrade it, okay. Right.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet.
It doesn't sound good. If you do stems on board, it sounds like ass. If you do stems in the software, it sounds okay. But there are other things online, even some AI tools that I've used that are pretty fucking awesome. I don't do stems much, but
well, yeah, I mean
isolation stuff that was cool.
Well, I would love, I'd love the software to be able to do things like where you could separate the violins from the violas, from the cellos, from the double basses.
That's more Synaptic. Look up Synaptic stuff. Their stuff will do that. Yeah,
they've been doing that for years. Okay.
They're the same guys who worked on the Hartman Neuron.
Right, because that would help me. Yeah, because it would help me hear what each section is doing. Yeah. So it's easier to learn it from that. Instead of
Pitchmap was one of the products, and you could go in and actually isolate things, pull drums out of things, and that way you can do different things, treatments, and things. It's kind of like isotope stuff, but a different way of attacking it. But I've been using some other online tools lately. Again, I don't do a lot of stuff with samples and stuff just because of the clearance bullshit and all that stuff. So I'd rather just make my own stuff, as far as like samples from movies and stuff. But I did have some fun recently with an AI tool going through clips of the old Dawn of the Dead movie and taking dialogue bits out, extracting it completely from the background, the music and everything, and it's fucking killer. These tools are great.
Yeah.
And you get these clean takes of dialogue and other comments, and you even hear stuff in the background you never really heard before because it was too busy. but it was able to extract speech in the background that you could barely hear before. So those tools are very, very good. And then the music and stuff gets put aside. You can just toss it if you don't want that part.
Yeah,
but for anyone into sampling stuff for like techno stuff and remixes and stuff, these tools they have now are pretty amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
So most of the time you just have a clip that has a little bit of music from the movie in it along with some dialogue, and it doesn't work. You want to have a clean sound.
Oh, we got a jam on.
Oh, he's got his looper going. Are you using the sequencer and looper together?
No, that's just the sequencer. I'm just quickly throwing this together from scratch.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
I'm still figuring some stuff out on mine. I need to spend more time on it.
I'm wondering.
I finally got some SD cards that work on it. They're real picky about the goddamn SD cards.
I wonder if that would sell. Let's have a look. Down here. Ooh, down here. Camera. No, down here more. There we go. Ooh. Huh, there you go. Not bad. Right, I've got to get off my knees.
yeah. Yeah, as I often say to my boyfriend. No. You have to be pretty to have a boyfriend. I've got a wife.
Oh.
And she has to put up with me. Poor thing.
Oh.
Poor thing. Poor puppy. She is. Yeah.
Right. Oh, I'll tell you something I really, really need to do, and immediately. It's fix my headphone extension cable.
Ah.
The puppy pulled off.
Why don't you rub them over the keyboards instead of under?
Hmm?
Run them over the keyboards or instead of under, so no dogs can touch any of your wires.
One of the reasons I've gone under instead of over anyway is because when it was going over, it got so cluttered.
True, but
And
it
then I
keeps the
started-
doggies away from your stuff. You know, and
But
from
you can
tripping on
drape it underneath keyboards across the the tops of the stands rather than.
Well,
yeah, or you can use Velcro connectors.
Here's the idea. I might be able to, hang on, let me grab this stuff. I'll show you. Right, see, the idea is that once all the wires are set up and everything's in place, you then bunch them up and you run this stuff along. And it wraps round and Velcros together. And it'll I can tuck it up at
those
the
coil
top of the
conduit
shelving.
things, right?
Yeah, and you tuck it up at the top of the shelving. So certain puppies can't reach it for sure.
Exactly,
It just keeps
gotta put it
everything out
high.
of the way. Yeah.
Because
So I
even if
can
it's
run
hanging down, they could jump up, see that, and go, "Hey, what's that?" And go, "Yum yum yum." So
Yeah. Well, the thing is, she's not chewing things. She mouths things really, really delicately, but doesn't really. She's not biting through stuff. Well, at least not yet, anyway.
yeah,
And
give it time.
yeah, but she's getting very good now. You tap her on the end of the nose and say no, and she gets it, which is a mass improvement on what she was doing before.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's she's
Only
all
you can
right.
do that with humans.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, all she did was got tangled up in this, and it just pulled on the plug. I was just gonna see if I can do something with it. That's all.
I'm forever getting this bloody thing. Hang on. Let's go to my proper setting. Here we go. Camera. Let's go to a proper camera so you can see pretty. Oh, look at how pretty I look.
Oh.
Hey, pretty is.
Hey man, you're too much competition. Get off camera.
Oh, yeah. So so I've got this cable which goes through and it's got a wrinkly bit in. But every time I turn round and decide to get something, I must have been through so many of those little quarter-inch headphone to mini jack
Okay, that seems to be
things because
working
I've
now.
destroyed them.
Well, this one, I can go and have a shit without taking my headphones off.
I can do that with these. It's just not very pleasant. You know,
Yeah, but no, I mean actually leave the room and do it.
Right. Oh, you're posh.
Yeah. Well, the waste
Wait, you
paper
don't shit in
basket
that room?
will do. No. I leave
leaves
that
that
for
to
the puppy.
Lily.
Yeah.
How many was it you found the other day?
Well, in the end, I found 9
Oh,
because she was crapping in the most. Oh, right under there in the corner, but she was
but why didn't
crapping
you
on the
how couldn't
cables
you smell it?
because it's coming out like clay. It literally comes out and it's dried, and there's no smell.
Well, if nothing else, you could start making a fortune from pots.
Yeah, it's like it's like the berry mill. Goes in like liquid clay, comes out like a 32-piece earthenware tea set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glow in the dark. Glow in the dark earthenware tea set. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make that into a bowl. So, no, she's all right. She's all right. She's a good little girl, actually. She steals a lot, but she doesn't destroy it. So.
Hi, Stephen, by the way. Yeah, good to see you. Hi, Paul. ACO head watcher. Getting lost in OB1 now. OB1 is a brilliant, brilliant thing. It is. It is.
Looks nice. I
A
didn't pick it
very
up
lovely
yet.
thing.
What's that?
I didn't pick it up yet. I can't afford anything right now, but I will get it eventually.
Well, like I said, I haven't heard that Muse make a sound I disliked.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Best video I saw so far is Mylar Melodies.
I was talking to Kent about this. I love the Muse. I really love the Muse. But, and there is a but, would I use it more than I would use, for instance, a PB12? Would I use it more than a Polybrute 12, which has more articulation? Bearing in mind, everything I do is about articulation. It's about being able to control the sound. That's why the poly on this is good, and all the different touch points, and the touch strip on the poly as well is another thing. That all those things matter to me as to perform. But I love the sound of the Muse. If I was stupid rich, which I'm not, then I'd have to have one in my life just because it's the Muse and because I saw what it can do, and it's a lot more than is apparent on the surface. You can go really deep with that.
Well, it's the same with the Seaboard, though. It's incredibly expressive, but you're not going to use it for everything because tonally it's different than other stuff. So
and I'm more drawn towards a Seaboard or a Osmos or a PB than the Muse, just because I don't have anything to, I don't understand all of this yet, or all of this little fucker.
But there's great expression on that montage, so.
Oh, it's astonishing, and I keep discovering
it's great. Yeah.
new things on it, and trying to backwards engineer a lot of Manny's
10 minutes I had a Guitar Center play with one, but.
Manny, you're an absolute bugger. Because you design these really beautiful patches, FM patches and other such things, especially also around the analog engine for this. And I'm looking at them going, I just want to change this and I can't. And it's because it's such a, hi Steve, it's a complex series of interactions with with the smart knob and the various different things. You're brilliant at this, but I'm looking at it going, I don't know what to undo here before I screw the sound. So, but it's interesting doing it. It's interesting working backwards, where I've still got a usable initial patch. The initial patch still works, or the patch you've put in which starts up, it works. But working back from all the performance stuff, because that's what I like. All the
on the montage, can you easily kill aspects of a sound without destroying it, like part mutes or something like that, or?
Some you can, yes, you can, but it's about what happens to things like on the oscillators or any of the sound sources. You can assign different modulation properties and controls to control things like essentially the pulse width, the wave shaping, the amount of FM, ring modulation, all of that kind of stuff. There's so much, there's so much that you can do, and that's before you've really started getting into a whole bunch of other.
But for like a live performance thing where you start with a simple patch and then you want to evolve it just by changing some parameters on it. Can you do that on the fly?
And I'm used to starting out with something, and being able to put it together from beginning to end. So I'm just trying to work out through people like Manny and his patches. I'm trying to work backwards from there to work out what he's doing. I don't want what he's done in terms of the performance controls, or rather in terms of what it's changing with the sound. I want to add my own changes. I want to configure it for me. But understanding that means you've got to do lots of changes to lots of different patches, essentially different presets, which you combine into a whole live preset or whatever, and you then you have control over. You have to affect each one of those patches, and then you also have overall control over that whole preset. Which is a number of different sounds operating at the same time, which have additional controls that are common to all of them, and you're kind of skipping between what's common, what's not, what's applicable to one oscillator, it's huge. I mean, it's a brilliant thing, but it does do my nut in, and I've just not spent enough time yet. Although I'm working through it, I'm getting some really good stuff. But there's still some things I look at it and just go, what, how, what does assign button 1 mean?
Well, how much time in the day do you have anyway, right? I mean, do you want to spend all your time sound designing, or do you want to play?
To live, I need to edit and do lots of audio,
Exactly,
audio, mostly video, but some audio. So I've got to do that, and then I come back to this, and it should be fun, but I'm kind of getting to the end of the day. I'm going, I'm tired. So it's just that constant trade-off which we all face between what we do to keep the wolf from the door and what we do for pleasure. And when you're so tired and you've been staring at screens all day, the last thing you want to do is have to twist more knobs. And it's just
and stare at more screens.
Yeah, it becomes a bit more. I'd rather play than sound design, but sound design is what I need to do to play. To play what I want, I think, but that's something we all face. And it's just, this is a big beastie. This one's actually relatively simple. The Sonicware, you can do some really complicated stuff with it.
Oh, yeah?
It's actually relatively simple.
No, I was blown away by it. It's so much more fun to use than the other kind of rectangular boxes they make.
I think it is, and I think it's really good for putting together ideas, just coming up. You can do the whole ambient loopy thing with the looper. You can run sequences. You can run multiple sequences simultaneously. You can
17 freaking engines. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. But you can only run 4 at any one time, or is it 5? But it's an amazing thing. It is an amazing beastie.
Do you have a sample track? I forgot.
I haven't got a sample track.
I wonder if you try to make a kit yet for it, because I'm working on a drum kit to put in the LZ. So.
I've got all of these. I mean, there are drum kits. I'm going to transfer a bunch. I've got so many drum samples, but I've got the XL7 and the
all of
these puppies.
No, I meant just like making a kit from scratch and then just importing it. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to do that. I haven't done it yet, but I've got I don't think it'll take long. I've got the card in here now, so I've got a formatted card. So I'll be able to do all of that. It seems relatively simple, but I'm trying to find the quickest way to navigate through and find all the stuff I need, and finding where its strengths and weaknesses are. The filters are all right. They're all right.
Yeah, I mean,
they're okay.
Again, they're competing with the OP1, which has pretty good stuff too. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's cool too.
Yeah. I think the wave shaping on this is impressive. There are so many different ways to wave shape. None of them look as beautiful though when you're going through the wave shapes. None of them look quite as beautiful as Steve. I have to be honest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. That's. I was just thinking about the number of acquisitions we've had over the last couple of years, and they're all monolithic synthesizers. Like, if you have to learn a Nautilus from scratch, and then even learn an ABX8 from scratch, and sort of then go in and then learn all these other devices. I just find that I'm in overload in terms of learning curves. I don't think, and I'm probably dumb, but that's the way it works. I just takes me a long time to get across the new architecture of each and have a mental map of where things are.
I think the other thing which happens is, in previous lives when I've got a new piece of kit, because I'm usually when I was working on a lot of music all the time, then I would spend time with that thing, using it on whatever my current project was, so I get to know it. And not only do you then dive deep and get to know everything, but you end up with the muscle memory of where everything is and how to fly around these things. So it becomes kind of second nature, and that's fine. With these things are just, I mean, they are complicated, but this isn't any more complicated conceptually than a DX5 was, or a DX7, or any of those things. There are always complexities.
Can't work those either.
Well, no, I liked I still like, I'm happy to program FM, but this just takes all of those concepts, just that, those steps further, as does this. And I haven't got time or a project to work on where I'm forced to get to know this completely. I think that's what it is. I don't know I know some of the strengths of this, which are brilliant, and some of the strengths of the Sonicware, and blah blah blah. And I was talking to Kent earlier and to Robbie, and Robbie started doing these short little videos. I think I'm going to do some on the XL7 and the PX7, because people just don't know what the fuck they do. They're brilliant.
I didn't learn enough till I used the Pro Datum software. I was like, holy shit, this thing does way more than I ever thought it did.
Well, I just do it all off that's the thing.
You worked with it, but I'm talking about from a user standpoint who didn't.
No. From a user point of view, you have access to everything from this front panel almost immediately.
I know, but it's the ship in the bottle approach. It's a small screen and lots of shit in there. So I like the Pro Datum software to unveil all the goodness in one screen.
You just need to use your ears. You really do just need to use your ears. Everything is underneath, every single engine, every single parameter.
True, but the patch cables thing is not totally intuitive, right? I mean, it's a little tricky.
It's cool, not. But it's like patch cables for all the stuff, all the Euromod stuff. That's its heritage. It comes from there. So it's actually, if I've always said I don't particularly get on with Eurorack just because it's such a pain in the ass. But I understand it because I was brought up with a lot of that, and it works really well in these kind of beasties. It does work really well. It's a pain in the ass, but it's also its secret sort of superpower.
I think the other aspect now, with the advent of the Muse, I've been looking at that and saying, well, it's the same price retail here, about $7,300, which is a lot, for the same as the ABX8. It's the same as the Muse, and I haven't learnt the ABX8 yet, so I don't really deserve a Muse until I learn the ABX8. And then you look at I could spend 3 years learning the Hydra synth. I could spend another 3 years learning the Nautilus and the Mod X8, and it's just so much to do in terms of complicated patches. I've got the Isonin, I've got the Deckard's Dream, I've got the you wind up Xerxes, you wind up with these wonderful polysynths, but after the 8th or 9th one, you turn around and say, do I really need a Muse? And as much as they sound great, I keep convincing myself that if I turn the reverb off or the delay, it's going to sound like a bog basic polysynth again. That's like they tend to use.
That's the difference, though. I don't think it does sound like a bog standard polysynth. I think it sounds like a Moog polysynth, and they do have a character and a sound. The filters are different. They are there's this sparkle they come. So the Moog sound, I get, I really want one for that Moog sound, and because it does all this other stuff, I want that for that. But I'd rather at the moment have a Polybrute just because it's got all the articulation, the MPE keyboard, or the articulated keyboard and this touch strip. There's more I can do performing wise with the PB12 than I can with the music. If I was focused back on music full time, then I'd have a Muse here in my life in a freaking heartbeat. I'd have it here tomorrow. But I'm not. And the truth is, it would just sit here in a box or be up somewhere, finding somewhere to put it, and it would be a waste. which is a shame because it's a brilliant thing. I like it, but PB12.
Look, I'm not decrying the Moog at all. I think they are beautiful things. I think I look at it from the point of view of Steve Smith's learning curve. There's enough to learn now without adding to that burden.
So you're saying it's shit?
Well, plus with your Moog experience
saying,
with all the
shit.
box stuff, right? You're getting to figure out how to stack the stuff and not get to step on each other. And they're very powerful units, and too many at once can be too much, right? So.
I think Kent made that point during the PSN that the filters just give you this enormous sound. And I was reading elsewhere where people have had to sort of trim the bass off their recordings just to try and reduce congestion. Because for every low frequency you have in a mix, up the octave from there also sounds as a harmonic. So suddenly you've got 90% of your audio range dominated by one bass note from one device, and you're running 5 or 6. So that's what's really taking the time to get the bark down. But anyway,
honestly, when I'm doing mixing, when I'm mixing stuff, I'd rather have something I'd rather every single instrument took up all the room, sort of thing, and then I can twiddle with it. I can twiddle with the EQ, the compression, or the filters, or whatever. From the point it's at, it gives me space. I can then place them, and I can make them tiny and thin and do whatever. But the fact that they've got that richness in the first place means I can dump them into places, into holes, and suddenly fill it up with that sound, because those sounds are good to have, and you need fewer of them, right? So I don't care. The fact that it's a really rich sound, that doesn't worry me for a mix, because I've worked with lots and lots of really big synths in terms of their sound, but I've always made them sit comfortably in the mix, just because I'm so used to, okay, I'm going to do. It's a bit like guitars, You will tend to find this really narrow mid-range that you want it to work in. You hear, in the track, you hear a guitar, you think, God, that's got a lot of bass in. It hasn't. There's a bass playing as well. And the guitar's got this little tiny thing, because if it's got too much bass, it swamps the vocal and it interferes with the bass and the drum, and the keys. And so placing things is really important. So I don't care about the fact that it's that rich, because you can use that richness where you need to. But it's difficult putting that richness in if you don't have it in the first place. That's one thing that I really adore about the Muse. It does have that.
Even my little Moog Rogue, I've had some stuff where it just stepped all over everything. I had to really tweak the shit out of it. So yeah, you're right. It's nice to have it there, but man, out of the gate, it's sometimes just like, it's nuts, right?
Manny's just said front panel, low cut knob. Yeah, that's it.
Well, bottom right, I saw that in the demo. Thank you, Manny. Yeah, bottom right of the front panel is the. I thought of that. And I thought that would solve 90% of my bark problems. The other thing is that with these big synths, they have an overall format, or they occupy a certain space in the frequency range. Whereas if you're running mono synths, you've got to tailor their own little format so they are distinct in some way in terms of the frequency bands they occupy, in the same way that you notch a bass sound and put a kick drum in it down around 180 hertz, and then you work up through the different registers to make sure each part of your mix occupies a certain space. And you don't want to tread on the vocal, and then you don't want to tread on the guitar, and you want to keep the bass separate but underneath a certain frequency. So all those things happen in natural instruments, but you've got to engineer that when you're running
EQ, but that's partly EQ and partly compression. But Paul, thank you for the question. It's a really good one. He has said, is it the Muse that is on your must-have 7 polysynths list? I think it is, actually, because it's the first. Here's the thing. Kent hates the freaking Polymoog because it burns and breaks and stuff. I always really liked the Polymoog. I liked it from the beginning because it was the first thing out, and I rented one. I used to have it in here a lot, at home a lot. I used to rent it in just so I could play with it, and then I knew how it worked. And it had just a unique sound. It wasn't the best synth. Everything else that came out after it just blew it away. But there was something about it that was unique. Of all the subsequent ones, including the Memory Moog, the memory Moog sounded huge, but most of the time you didn't need that hugeness, and it broke down a lot. The Moog 1 I loved, but it was just too pricey. And if I could have any, I really like the Moog 1, I have to say, despite all the reports of it. But this is there's one other thing though. This is a great synth. It's a great synth, and yes, it would be on probably my top 5 if I had to have polysynths that I had to have. There's the Novation Supernova 2, which is always in there. There's this now because it's got the ANX engine. The Muse is in there, probably my MKS80 if I could get that back or something similar. So it's in there. But the other thing that's kind of made me go, do I want one now? And this is a really weird reason for not getting it at the moment, but it's because it's selling like hotcakes and every fucker's going to get one. And there's something about taking a different path from the rest of the herd. I always have. I like kind of finding my own way. And if everyone else has got one of these, I don't want to sound like everyone else, so I'll probably go and get something different. Which is, it's kind of like shoot myself in the head a bit. But I like having my own sonic palette, which if everyone else has got one, then they've all got the same palette. It's kind of, yeah, all right, whatever. Which is why I went down the DX5.
Start with the nip patches. Don't copy what everyone else has.
Well, yeah, I can do that, but you're in the same kind of sonic ballpark, so and I could do that, but I don't know. It's just
they did add a high pass filter to the Muse, right? So it's not just the old low pass.
Yeah, it is, but everyone else is going to have a Muse, and if everyone else has got a Muse, I'm kind of do I?
No, it's okay. Everyone else had D50. I love the D50.
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, I loved the JD800. I've got the D550 still, but I knew the 800 inside out. I haven't used it for a long while. Red key leakage and all that stuff.
Mine's still. I got to fix my red glue shit.
But God, it with the DX5 was a stunning combination. Absolutely stunning combination.
Well, the 800 was so fucking clean because it had uncompressed waveforms in it. I mean, it wasn't. They were just like 16-bit. It's supposedly one of the few synths at the time, or romplers, that had uncompressed waveforms in it.
Yeah, and it sounded
so clean.
Amazing. It sounded amazing, and everyone else I knew got lots and lots of cards, to upgrade it, all the different cards that you could get for it. I never bothered with another card because I felt it had enough on there for me to do everything I needed to, and if I needed more, I used different synths and run them together. And it was a very powerful combination of things. I mean, even with the M1, and the JD and the DX together was
M1's great. I love the M1.
Was a huge thing, and that's before you start getting into samples.
But the 01W is that much better. The AI2 synthesis engine, that much more improved. I love the 01W.
I love the Wave Station.
Yeah, I have a Wave Station AD. It's amazing.
Lovely, lovely things. Lovely, lovely things. But yeah.
Yes, that's a question of priorities. So we are spoilt for choice. I remember if we go back to 1980, there were probably 3 or 4 polysynths you could opt for. You could get a Prophet, an Oberheim, a Jupiter 8 or a Trident, and that was kind of it. And then their cheaper variants, the Junos and the Poly 6s and so forth. But it was kind of constrained. Now there's a whole repertoire of different synths to occupy that same marketing space.
And it's interesting how many have come out and what sort of where they sit in the marketplace. So the Super Gemini, great synth, love it, really, really good synth. It's essentially, it's a Jupiter. It feels like it's a Japanese sort of Jupiter-y thing, but with a bit more grunt and bottom end. But it's a great synth. I'm still not sure if it's. I'm not sure if that's on my sort of must-have polys though. But it's a great synth.
I think also we're also driven by what we wanted when we were 18 years of age. and then we kind of eventually fill those gaps and
I just
feel
wanted
satisfied.
I just wanted to get laid at 18 years of age, and I was deeply unsuccessful at it.
Yeah, I don't want to go there. But yeah, so the whole idea was to get that gut feel when you walk up to a synthesizer that you got when you walked into a music store at 18 and couldn't afford any of it. And so now, having gone through all of the acquisition phase, you find yourself feeling warm and fuzzy when you walk up to something. But I don't hanker after much of the new stuff. I know it's beautiful, and I know the Moog is brilliant, and I can see that. But I just haven't walked up to one in a store, so I don't have that initial visceral impression.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing which I found both interesting and compelling, but also a bit of a meh about it, is the diffuse delay section. It's a kind of, I mean, it's not a one-trick pony exactly, because it does do quite a lot. But it's, you either use that or you don't, which means you're using a lot of external effects, because there's, you want to do things, you want to do series of things, or whatevers. And but the good news about that was it felt like it was inheriting or moving on, taking the mantle of the effects from the modular series, all of that kind of stuff. It felt that along that kind of line. It had that heritage. But I either wanted a bit more or nothing at all. And isn't that funny? That little thing is just sitting in my brain going, and I'm sure it's brilliant. I've not played with it. No idea. But it's funny what appeals to us and what doesn't. It's like this thing, everyone screamed and, we all went mad, lost our shit over the fact that when it got shimmer reverb. And it's lovely, and I can do all sorts of things with it, but it's on and I'm finding myself turning it off everything now and just going back to different,
Well, it's a tired thing now. It's not new anymore.
Well, it's not. No, it's not just that it's not new. It actually gets in the way. It's doing that busy thing, which Steve was talking about earlier. An individual sound by itself sounds great, but once you start putting shimmer reverb all over it, it's kind of, I'm finding myself dialing it back. Even with shimmer reverb, I'm taking off a lot of the octaves or the fifths or the whatever.
If it's good once, it's good on 8 things.
Yeah, and it's that kind of, now I know I've got it, I can use it where I need to. It's a great tool to have, but I don't want it on everything. I don't want.
There's another thing to that, and that is that when you can play, the density of notes basically congests the activity here, and you don't need the reverb to fill in the gaps. It's the 2-finger kiddies who are doing the 45,000 reverbs, loops and delays with 2 fingers and 3 notes, and they do their entire performance on that. That's the other ridiculous extreme that the people who make these synths have got to cater for.
And I remember also, do you remember the TC electronic effects units, the reverbs, the first ones, the reverbs and delays?
I've got them here. Yeah,
I think they were the first that came out with the thing of the tail wouldn't sound. You could set the tail level or have it not play whilst you were playing. So whilst you're doing a whole bunch of stuff, it wasn't there cluttering stuff up, and as soon as you let go, it went. You got the tail, or the contrary. You could do it all sorts of different ways. That was a great way of working with those kinds of effects. It was a really, really good thing, because you could get really dense playing going on without it being cluttered by this shit. And then all of a sudden you stopped and it was there, and it that worked really, really well. Hello.
Great.
What?
Yeah, look, I mean, there are lots of different ways of filling in the gaps, I suppose, and reverb is one of them. But, back in the 1720s, that was the way they filled in the gaps.
Well, they did it in a big hall. That was their reverb, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, that's right. They had one reverb. But the other thing is, if you look at the decay time on a harpsichord or clavichord, it's a remarkably short duration.
Yeah.
And so you had to fill the pages with fly shit and be extra dexterous just to give the audience some semblance of a performance.
If we can make a hat that says "Make Music Great Again" for the 1720s.
Making the 1720 great again, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
1725.
Well, the big technical problem then was tuning. They basically retuned the keyboard so that instead of C sounding great and C major sounding great and F sharp minor sounding terrible, they sort of had a balance between the two, and every key sounded good. So Bach went away and wrote for every key, thinking, well, this is going to sound different, and that was his motivation in part. And so now we look for different polysynths with different delays to give us that motivation to fill up all the space. Yeah. I don't know what the solution is. I think that the other thing is that once you run an external delay, you've then got to have as many memory slots to match one for one the patches in your synthesizer. So you're then stuck with that performance aspect. You can't you can no longer tailor the reverb and memorize it with every patch as you can internally to a lot of these bigger synths. And I find that I still like the immediacy of some simpler synths. I think that the limitations can be helpful. I mean, because I'm an idiot, and that helps too.
Being an idiot is a good thing.
Works for me.
It's like that Neil Innes song, "How Sweet to Be an Idiot." Wasn't that
Yeah,
Neil?
Yep.
It was Neil. Yeah. I think that simplicity is a value that we don't really emphasise enough, and I think when you look at what a clavinet produced or a Fender Rhodes produced, it was a very limited sonic palette, and yet people did wonderful work with them because they were expressive and because they explored the depths of what the interface provided them. And these synthesizers, we're now dealing with that same, we can program how every note on the keyboard behaves, all of the velocity curves, all of the patches, all of the splits and layering, all of the filters, all of the reverbs. And so suddenly every sound is a finished performance in some context or other. And that for me is daunting. I like some of that stuff to be taken away. Just give me the music part and give me the notes, and I'll just dig the dots, and that'll be enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're all agreed that I'm an idiot. That's fantastic. I think
Well, if you're an idiot, I'm an uber twat.
No,
but mind you, that's
Well, at least you can give us a lift.
I just am an uber twat. Sorry, Kent.
In that case, you can give me a lift.
Uber twat.
Spectrasonics has lost its library. Fucking hell.
My stepson had to go to hospital on Friday. He's fine. He thought he might be having a heart attack. He had, pains here. It turned out to be reflux, which is what we thought. But, just go and get it sorted out. And he didn't have a car, so he had to call the he dialed 111. They said, you need to get to hospital. We'll organise an ambulance for you. This is urgent. And an ambulance didn't turn up. An Uber did. So he's supposed to be, he's possibly having a heart attack. And this bloke comes and bang, 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 on the door. Come on. It's like this. I might be having a heart attack. Bang, 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 bang. So he gets in the car.
You are now.
And the guy is on his mobile phone, on speaker, trying to sort out an overdraft limit that had been turned down by his bank, and he's trying to get £100 overdraft limit increase all the way to the hospital, shouting at the bank with my son-in-law in the back, who's possibly having a heart attack, and this guy's, well, why won't you do it? Oh, wait there. That's good. That's a good thing. But he's fine. But,
Although that's an old Richard Pryor joke about the guy said, somebody call me a cab, damn if I'm going to bleed to death and no ambulance, right?
Yeah.
They could be faster than ambulance, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, I think the whole health system's broken, that it's just so overburdened. You see, when they build a new housing estate, they don't build part of a hospital to go with it, and they don't build the fire station to go with it and the police to go with it. So suddenly those resources stretch very, very thin.
But that's a function of us all getting older. And, there are far more people living much, much longer. who
Oh, yeah.
you know the demand on the health service is around the world, Western world anyway, is huge. It's huge. I'm sure it is elsewhere, but the demand on health services is huge because there's just so many people that have got old and decrepit and need interventions. It's
That's why we need Soylent Green. At a certain age, you get you go to sleep, you become food, recycle.
Mulch me down, become part of the compost structure. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
If I was turned into soup, it would have that horrible thick layer on top of grease and stuff, I reckon.
Well, they do filter it out. It's not just direct transfer, so.
It's not. Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad you know about this. So it's
they
a
make
real
biscuits. Soylent Green was little biscuits, right? So it's like you're already heavily processed.
So like a digestive.
Yeah, but a green one. That was the trick. It was like they had Soylent Yellow,
I
Soylent
remember
Green,
the film.
and finally they go, Soylent Green is people.
Sharp destiny. Yep.
Yeah.
Hello. I don't know what it is he's lost, but Ken has lost it. Look, see? He's showing us his ball patch. Num your heart and
Hey, you don't know the words. It's all right. They're normally dead by then. Here we
I
go.
can't beat with Domino's. Yeah.
Right. Oh,
So is Domino's Sanctus sacred pizza?
pretty much.
I get
But they're going pizza is sacred, isn't it?
Yeah, I just
face
thought I'd check.
Domino's is pretty shit, yeah. Pizza Hut's the worst. I don't know if you guys get Pizza Hut there. Unfortunately, they invaded Asia, so everyone I've met from China who loves pizza, they love Pizza Hut. It's fucking garbage.
Yeah. Well, you've got to go to where Robbie goes to get decent pizza.
Oh, there's some
which
great
is
ones around here.
Italy.
Oh, there's some great Italian-style pizzas here. You just got to know where to go. There's a restaurant here actually called Doppio Zero, named after the finest flour they use for the good pizza dough. And they use the Italian ovens, the wood fire ovens from Italy, and the sauce has like San Marzano tomatoes. I mean, everything is on the up and up, and they're fucking great pizzas.
My experience of pizzas in America was they were very delicious, but just huge and had too many ingredients on it.
Those are chain restaurants. I'm talking about good places.
Yeah, in the good places, it's just a really simple dough with a really simple small amount of tomato with just a
fresh mozzarella spread out a little bit, smattering of cheese, smattering of sauce, a little bit of.
It's thin. It's like
sliced bocconcini. Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely stuff. Lovely stuff.
Goat's cheese you want on it? That's even better.
So Neapolitan style, not the Sicilian style, the big.
And if I was Catholic, I'd want a poperoni. That's what I want.
That's Soylent Green, right? The sausage made out of popes.
Poperoni. Yeah, there you
go. So many jokes I can't do.
Yeah, there you go.
We have a product here called Pupperoni. It's little pepperonis for dogs. Pupperoni.
Yeah, in our shower we've got Pope on a rope, which is fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My grandmother used to be an Avon lady, and she used to give us all this horrible shit, including soap on a rope, which is the strongest soap you'd ever smelled.
Yeah,
before you even open the package, you can smell it. I said, "Are you trying to tell us something? Do we stink?" Yeah. She got all offended.
Yeah. The body of crust. That's what I'd have just around there. Body of crust with poperoni. There we go. And the holy goat's cheese. There we go.
And for your confessional, you just write on the box.
I'm gonna go to hell. I'm gonna go to hell.
You have to have some shredded Host biscuits on top of it.
So it is warmer.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's like the. Well, you know why the choir boys have their hair parted down the middle, don't you?
No.
Oh man.
Oh dear. I just suddenly got the picture.
It took
while the altar boy's hat's flat on the top, so he has a place to put his drink.
Oh, the beer. That's
yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Sure.
This is how you're doing it, is it? This is how you're going to go about things.
You guys know about the whole host thing and the transmogrifying, or that it's actually considered the body of Christ? They have to literally collect all the pieces. They can't throw it in the trash.
No, they have to eat it all and drink it all.
They collect it and they burn the little satchel of leftover hosts.
Here they have to eat everything they don't use.
Well, they eat it, or they pray over it and they burn it, or something like that. You cannot flush it down the sink.
No.
Or throw it away, or like
they crush it and they create pizza dough. So that's
that's it.
It goes full circle. Yeah, that's the way it
Holy
works.
Ghost pizza.
Yeah.
Let's try this again.
They're the guy who's got religion will tell you if your sin's original.
John's just commented. Sorry to hear that, mate.
What?
His experience with the NHS, his brother had a massive stroke. Ambulance took 1 hour, 5 hours in A&E. Now in ICU, in a coma, major brain damage. Fuck, man.
An hour.
John, really sorry to hear that, mate. That's just
shit.
Yeah. If you need anything, shout, holler. You can DM me if there's anything I can do, mate. I'm down in Stroud. I don't know what I can do, but if there is, let me know.
Yeah, when it's there. Happy mood, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, always remember the signs of stroke. It's very important for people to know. It's called FAST. You guys know about FAST?
Yeah.
It's face, arms, speech, and time.
I thought it stood for... No, I'm not going to go there because... No, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
Face, arms, as someone who spent every Sunday morning for 11 years putting people off ambulance gurneys with strokes onto CT tables, you see a lot of people who come in and they're at their absolute lowest ebb. And in some cases, you can do something inside a 40-minute window when they've had the stroke.
Yeah, they're like sweating, uncomfortable, but you can still help
them.
But
if they've had the stroke overnight, you don't know whether you can thrombolyse them or not, use the clot buster drugs.
Yeah.
And there are other times where people are in their later years, like really later years, 90s and so forth, and they have a stroke. And there is nothing you can do from that point to improve their quality of life, even if you use the drugs and do everything. It's possible. Sometimes it just doesn't
work. But Matt's saying that his mum had a stroke event last year. She fell and the ambulance never arrived. Really?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you should report that. That needs to be escalated. I think we used to work very, very hard to make sure that from the time of arrival to the time of thrombolysing was less than 15 minutes. So we were working, you basically push them through the COVID queue, you get them into imaging, I would slide them myself off the ambulance gurney onto the CT table, slide the head up into the cradle, and I'd be out of that room inside 30 seconds. We can move them that fast to get them seen to, and then the medical guys can do the scans, look at the stroke, look at the locus, see if it's a TIA, see if it's a stroke, a burst, a whatever, a clot, and then work from that point of view off the CT. But it was a very fast process. And people said, Steve, why do you do this so quickly? And I said, because my mother had a stroke. My mother had a stroke, and I saw what happened to her, and I would never let that happen to someone else's
Exactly,
family.
You got to act quick.
Yeah, you've got to be as expeditious as possible.
15 years ago, we had a guy at work who's this really high-strung Iranian guy, just always yelling, always crazy. We always called him Watto because he looked like the guy in Phantom Menace. And he was always yelling and stuff. And one day he came in and he goes, oh, man, I'm sweating. I've got this tightness in my chest. So, dude, get to the fucking hospital now, right? Because he was having the early stages of one. And, actually, he had a heart attack that turned into...
Well, heart attack or stroke are both the same. They're both...
Similar idea, but he had some other stuff starting to go on.
Need to be addressed,
He wasn't sure, and so he says, just get to the hospital now. Who gives a shit? You can still drive. Get your ass over there, And he did, and he was fine. But time is everything.
Yeah, we would move as quickly as we could for patients like that. And it became a running joke that when I was on shift that things happened very, very quickly. One morning in the space of 2 hours, we had 10 people through the CT machine with stroke. And it was just unbelievable. It was like a barrage. We wondered what had happened out in the wider world to cause it. But we were just taking them off the ambulance gurney, and they were all processed inside 10 minutes and back in a bed in ED somewhere. But it was because while they're on the table getting the CT, you'd go and fetch your bed and bring it back into outside the CD cubicle so they could be wheeled onto it. And it was a pattern that we repeated so many times.
Yeah.
It was well rehearsed, and they had special stroke nurses that were there who could work quickly and thrombolyse the patient. The doctors were beside them if they needed it. But we would move those patients through very, very quickly. The problems with the ambulance service upstream we couldn't fix. That if there was a 1.5 hour delay or no arrival of an ambulance for a stroke, we couldn't intervene. We couldn't do anything to prevent that problem.
Yeah,
scary stuff. But some people, they get the feeling of heartburn and they go, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just heartburn." But it could be so much worse, right? It could be early signs of other shit. So just never. If it seems unusual and it's out of the blue and you have other potential symptoms with it, I mean, just fucking go take care of it. You know.
Look, when people have aortic dissections or they have heart attacks and severe infarct, there is the need to work very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And there were times when I was wheeling patients up to the cath lab for a heart procedure where they stopped in the middle of the passage up to the cath lab. And there was only one thing to do, and that's to go out and buy Moog Muses. I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, exactly. Music solves everything, right?
Yeah.
There's only some of it.
I've always said you've got a cute angina, Ken.
Wow.
That's why I show it off so often.
No, no, it's wonderful. Yeah, I'm sorry to the folk in chat who've had bad experiences with ambulances and with hospitals. There are a lot of people in those systems.
Population gets out of control and other things get out of control. It's just going to get worse, right?
Well, it's simple government defunding.
Well, there's
Been
that,
going
but
on-
we also need to control the population. We can't just keep ballooning.
No, honestly, all of this is down to government defunding, constantly defunding. Every year that goes by, they defund it more. Then the NHS lost half their staff because they had to go back to Europe because they're getting their passports revoked.
That was part of the Tory plan, wasn't it?
It's all down to those wankers, and
it just was. But prior
get the
to
NHS sorted out and go after the Tories and start fucking hanging them from trees.
Prior to that, for the last 20, 30 years, no one's really spent any time looking at the whole thing with pensions either. And providing for people who are getting older, not just the NHS, care, pensions, all of those things, which is a massive, massive thing. No one's, it's kind of, they're acting like they're surprised. Oh, blimey, we've got all these old people now. Oh,
yeah, where'd they come from?
Yeah.
Well,
with pensions that are absolutely fucking useless.
Yeah, completely pointless.
They don't cover
pointless.
basic, basic living.
They're not even at the basic minimum wage, which is what you need to survive. Basic living wage, which you need to survive. So, and that's something which people, the successive governments going back 30 years have known was coming down the road, and no one's done anything about it because it's easier not to plan for the future, but give people something now. The whole financial crash thing as well, which was. It was kind of, we were all part of that. People were taking out 125% mortgages at 1% interest and all that kind of shit, and taking out credit cards. It was stupid. We all knew what was going. At some point, it was going to cause a massive problem. And when it did, well, whose fault is it? Yours, you twats. As much as anyone else's, we were all a party to it.
I don't think I could convey.
Apart from Steve, he wasn't a party to it. Steve.
I couldn't convey how fucking done in here I am today.
Well, you can. You can say, I'm done in here today.
I can show you my office so you don't feel bad, Kent. I can show you my disaster, which is a 3x3 room, which is just full of all manner of things that are just stacked to the ceiling. So, yours at least is functional and you can sit there and make some noise. So,
well, I've got a couple of units working, I still have to sort out all the MIDI, all the USB, all the clock syncing and bloody blah. But the main body of it is now together, I must admit. I think this comes out more as well, doesn't it?
Here's my current disaster. I'm catching up on a project.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yes.
If I went around the room and just listed the stuff that isn't plugged in, there's a Micro X, a Waldorf Q, an ARP Odyssey from 1975, a CP Reface, a ELZ1 Play, a Yamaha CS1X. What else have we got? There are a few other things. Just too much stuff. A couple of drum machines. That's just in the unused spare room category. It's sort of like I used to dream of having that much stuff.
It's the
I've got, like I say, I got a ton of stuff in there. I've got a bucket load of stuff in there as well, and a load of stuff down there that's not getting used. And I'm just down to, I say a few pieces. I mean, a lot of people would fucking kill to have what I've got in here. But do you know what I mean? Compared to what it was just so much stuff. It was ridiculous, and it wasn't getting used. More to the point, and it was just cluttering everything.
Well, it's hard to get around and cable everything up, but it's hard to manage your signals and manage your sequencing and managing the control path. And then you've got to... The other thing is that every device has 5 connectors to it because you've got a USB, you've got audio, you've got MIDI, you've got potentially pedals and power and all of that stuff. Just adds to congestion.
And now I'm throwing CV and gate into the mix as well.
Yeah,
just to make things more interesting. Yeah,
and then you've got all the external devices. You've got effects. You've got the MIDI. I've got Kenton boxes sitting everywhere, and they of course require power, and they require MIDI, and they require other connectors, and then you wind up with just a big spaghetti.
Yeah,
and so that's why we should all eat pasta.
Very good.
Yeah,
we should all. It all comes back to Italian restaurants at the end.
It does.
Yeah. We think we're keyboard players. No, this is all about Italian restaurants.
That's a lovely sound. I love that sound.
Ciao.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Come stai? Molto bene.
Bless you all. Where's my
Spirito
pepperoni?
Santi.
Yeah, where's your host and your wine? Come on.
With the body of crust.
Need the blood and body of Christ. Come on, man.
The body of crust.
That'd be a good religious pizza place. Body of crust. I like that.
The Holy Goat's cheese. The Holy Goat's.
That thing I read in the chat today. Was it? I'm a dyslexic on a mission from Dog.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the dyslexic pimp who owned a warehouse? There we go.
A few years ago, when I used to do stage shows, we wrote a sketch for a guy to do. I think I've told this story before, where he was dyslexic, and he got up on stage to do his monologue to the audience as a compere for the next item. And he got up and said, "Eve Goodning, I'm here to piss pool to you on behalf of people who suffer from sexual addiction." And he went right through the entire thing. And then at the end, he said, "Thank you," and just stepped straight off the stage into the orchestra pit. He just fell 12 feet. And it was a good moment. It was a funny moment, but you had to be there, I guess.
Ken, your setup, it does look good. Does the M8X go any further under the CS80? Can it? Or I don't suppose it can it, really?
It could go a little bit more without impeding. What the hell are you doing out there, woman?
It's all going in the trash. There's a trash compactor on the front driveway and it's just being filled.
Are you playing with that plug still?
Don't varnish the stairs. Lily just came up.
Yes, it could go under a little more. Yeah, it could go under a little more without impeding too many things at all.
I still think you could get some other keyboards sort of on top with ready for when that goes. So when that's, I thought you had another CS80 coming anyway.
Yeah, but I don't know whether I want to bring it up.
Yeah, well, there is that. Can't you just give the one that's coming to the person that wants that one and pretend?
Oh no, the guy who's bringing it is the guy who owns this one.
Well, so don't tell him.
He's got 3. So this one goes back, this one comes in. And then when that one is done and goes back, he'll bring his 3rd one. So
Jesus, that's a
and it
lot
would be
of...
weird being in here without an 80, I must admit. It would feel a bit odd.
That's why we got these puppies.
Well, this is the point. It's becoming less and less important.
Except
But
I'm still
there
missing
is-
the touch strip. I'm missing the touch strip.
Yeah,
David.
well.
Hey.
Where's Kitkin? Where is she?
Oh, she'll show up.
Oh, she's around.
She's around. Doing
Oh, you smelly dog.
That was Lily. Just dropped one.
Poor. Yeah, she's dropped one and run off.
She's
Oh
dropped
my
one underneath
God.
your... Is that an ARP or a Mod X or something at the back? Is that a Mod X at the back?
What?
Over
Who?
your shoulder. Is that a Mod
Me?
X? Yeah.
Modwave.
Modwave.
It looks
It's
good.
under there. She's dropped one under there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is just a fart. God.
Really?
Jesus. Yes, it could take the paint off a JP8 front panel. It is so strong.
I must try that. I'll be right back.
I tell you what, if you got a whole mouthful of this, you'd go back in time.
What?
Oh, Jesus Christ, woman.
Woman? Well, that's
Well,
Fiona's fault.
Well, no, she's what now? She's...
Are you
No, she's
suggesting
not quite a
men
woman.
bark like that?
She's still a little girl, but... do you know what it is? It's the
Talking about-
worming... It's the worming tablets that's doing it.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Wow.
Not you at
It's
all.
all fine after the worming tablets.
Yeah.
You didn't
Yeah.
just get a...
No, not
Party
really. No. No, it doesn't get much better.
Why do you
No.
think you got it for free? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know if you got it for free.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, Lily Nitromorse. Cool. Jesus.
There is that thing with having cats, though, where you'll come down one morning
Mm.
and you're walking around the place and you just get that slight sniff. You kind of go, what? And you think, is that something dead? And you can't, you can't quite pin down what it is or where it is. And you go, no, maybe I've missed it. And then over the next 2 or 3 days, that smell gets worse and worse. And eventually you find the decomposing your maggot-ridden corpse of an eviscerated something.
Yeah.
Sort of just mouldering away under something. You go, oh, right, nice.
Oh,
Last time
I'd have that every day of the week compared to what I do get. I mean, was it not last night before? Oh my God! You know when you have to get up for a pee in the middle of the night? It's some stupid o'clock, and you go, if I just get out of bed, just stagger over to the bog, sit down, have my pee, and then stagger back again, just fall into bed, and I will be back to sleep again in moments. And you start staggering across the floor. And the next thing, you're in a shower, showering your feet, trying to get all the dog shit from between your toes out. And now you're awake.
See, I won't allow the cats up into the bedroom whilst we're sleeping. At night, the cats have to stay downstairs because we woke up one morning with a rat between us and it was still wriggling.
Well, the thing was, we had the stairgate. We put the stairgate up, and that would stop her from coming up the stairs. However,
Then you gave in.
in the night, no, Siri's going, I need to go out for a pee. And she would come and lick my face. I need to go out for a pee. Yeah. And it was like, oh. I thought, well, we'll try and keep Siri downstairs instead. Oh, no. that wasn't an option. Holy shit, that was not an option. She cannot sleep without her dad. Put it that way. And she whinged and howled and whinged and shut up. No, Daddy, I need you. Yeah. So I just have to be very vigilant when I wake up from my midnight pee. Well, not midnight pee. That'd be the day.
I think the worst thing for me is I adore dragonflies and damselflies. I adore them. So we built a wildlife pond, big wildlife pond out the back, specifically to attract them years ago. And it's been unbelievably successful as a cat's hunting ground.
Yeah.
And I love dragonflies, and they just, in the summer, like every couple of days, one walks in with one sort of fluttering away, going,
Yeah.
And I'm going, no, let it go, and you try and save it and pick it up and throw it up, and it comes back because they have hunting patterns. And the cat's there waiting for it, going, yeah, go on.
Yeah.
And I love my cats, but I love, it's
yeah. Well, it's the same way. When I tend to get a lot of butterflies get into the workshop. And I'm constantly chasing them around the workshop, trying to get them back out again because they're getting so bloody rare. It's ridiculous, you know. I might see two cabbage whites all summer.
Yeah.
Really?
Red Admiral maybe once. Yeah. So we get one time a day. You couldn't see the bleeding sky for the feckers. Now,
actually,
one or two a year.
A year.
Yeah.
You can thank Monsanto for that.
Yeah,
which is all of the stuff. The Monsanto do two things: they release pesticides into the environment, and then they also create artificial pollen, which they sell to replace that which is not delivered by the pests. They're poison.
Yeah.
So it's a diabolical situation.
Yeah.
We've got speaking of dragonflies, just naturally now. Well, actually, I started growing. Oh, there she is.
Hey.
I started growing sunflowers because they're native out here. So you can grow these big patches in your yard. And I get these dragonflies at night, and I can get about 5 or 10 of them right in the driveway. And just kind of zip around you.
Yeah.
I agree, though. They're super cool. I love them.
They are.
Yeah. Yeah, we get some big ones, but they set off the security cameras.
But I don't get too many. I've been tracking the butterflies. We get these things called swallowtails, the yellow ones.
Yeah.
But I've only seen one monarch, which is the big one. The orange ones that apparently are very.
Well, everything seems to be on the decline. Even moss. I don't see many moss now.
I mean, for here, it's pretty easy. We just keep developing more and more. Land. I mean, it's just not rocket science, You just keep taking out their open fields that were like native.
Yeah,
they don't look that impressive, because I live kind of. It's not desert, but it's prairie almost. Quickly after the mountains, and it doesn't seem like you're making much of an effect. But if you actually walk into the prairies, you see all these different weeds that are like thistle and sunflower and milkweed and
they've got buddleias next door, but we still don't see a lot of butterflies around. I put it down to all the just houses everywhere.
Yeah, that's my point. There's just no habitat.
Yeah.
Well,
we used to have the geese Canadian geese would land out the back. We don't see them anymore now.
Well, and to Steve's point, I'm sorry, Andrew. I'll let you.
No, go.
And then you get the pesticides and the Monsantos of the world that are. It's kind of like what happened here with DDT and the bald eagles and the osprey. There was literally a period where they were gone, and it wasn't till they were almost gone everybody kind of scratched their head and said, "Wow, what happened?" And they all realized it all came down to one thing, DDT. And once they removed it, they've both made a massive they've done that. So sorry.
When we moved in here, which was 20 years or so ago, it was a very traditional sort of English semi-detached house with a garden out the back, which was just laid to grass in a big hillock that went uphill. almost no flowers, and just a swampy bit at the front with a big hedge around it, which had no sunlight. And we had a terrible problem with wasps the first year we moved in. We had a big wasp problem. And I did, for the first 2 years, I did what most people do at the time, which was go up, find the wasp, which was under the eaves or getting into the roof of the house, and kill it, get rid of it. And then the following year, we had another one come up, and I happened to have a chap up doing some work on a garden next to us, who's a lovely guy. And I said, could you, I haven't got time, could you get rid of the wasp? He said, why? And I said, well, because he said, look, they won't sting you. I went, what do you mean they won't sting the wasps? He said, no, they don't sting you. They've got better things to do. Just don't flap around and do this, because then they'll. And if you're really worried about it and you're outside eating, just put down a bit of sugar or something and water on the table, just a couple of drops, and they'll pick on that and then they'll fuck off and leave you alone. And I said, and what does that do? He said, you'll see an immediate increase in other flora and fauna, birds, and in any plants you put in will be pollinated. You'll get far more yield from plants. And that year we planted 12 different sorts of tomato, and all of them came up. We had the biggest crop of tomatoes in the world, and we've gradually redone the whole place, the garden. We put in new fencing, and the new fencing has got holes at the bottom, so there's wildlife corridors, and we've put bushes in that allow things to, different levels, because there's different areas of wildlife. And now we've got the wasp's nest has been up in the roof, in the ceiling, above the house, the same wasp nest for probably 18 years now, and it's grown, but it's not doing any damage to the fabric of the house at all. And I've not been stung once. And the amount of everything we have, flowers, and for a good way around, and so much more other wildlife has come in as a result of it. So we've got more bees, we've got a little bee hotel thing, we've got more beetles, everything. There's just so much, and then hedgehogs, and we've got badgers coming through, foxes, all sorts of stuff, and loads of plants with a lot more wildlife, a lot more. We've got more butterflies now than we've had for a few years, but it's the first time we've seen an increase this year.
So speaking of wasps, so we have yellow jackets, which are wasps, they're in that family. And I know I have an interesting story about them too. So when I did this year in particular, so my sunflower kind of garden, it's got a little bit of other stuff growing in there. I put these little dishes this year in the spring, just little tiny dishes, put some rocks in it and some water, and spread it. Just put them around, about 5 or 6. The wasps found them within 24 hours, I'd say, maybe 48 tops, and started using them consistently. Like, they have, since spring, they have been feeding on them. But to your point, and they ended up wanting to nest right up where our little basketball net is. And which is fine, I'm just letting them have it for now. Nobody's really using it, but if you go into the sunflowers now, because the wasps are the yellow jackets they can pollinate, but they tend to eat bugs more. But it's fine. It does. The point being,
they eat aphids.
Yeah, and
I love aphids.
And we have a real problem with a lot of that stuff. And if you look into the sunflowers now, there's just yellow jackets.
Yeah.
Walking up the stems, just eating all sorts of stuff. But they do not bother me at all. I was stung when I was a kid, but it was sometimes they nest in the ground. They're different types. And one of my friends went into this brush area that wasn't, a path. He stepped on one of the damn things, and we both got but these, I sit in there purposely and kind of hang around the sunflowers. Since I'm not allergic, I can, I'm not afraid. But to your point, they just do not bother me. I mean, no. And then even if I can stand next to the nest and look at it, and as long as I'm not a direct threat, they're just. I mean, they will sting you if they're capable of stinging, but.
They're capable of stinging, but they
really
they've got
no interest. Yeah,
there's no interest.
Or it's usually stepping on a nest that gets people in trouble, or not knowing they're disturbing one. But Yeah, I love it. We get
Yeah, Neil, you do make a good point, mate. It's just that this is long before I ever did this. This is like 15, 16 years ago. It just disappeared.
When you were when you were a teenager.
You wish.
Yeah.
And it does tie in with when they built the golf course on the other side of the road here.
So if you think one of the things they say with butterflies, I guess certain plants, you know how everybody cleans up all their leaves every year.
That's where the queen bees.
Well, a lot of the
hibernate, don't they?
Yeah, a lot of
queen bees hibernate. Yeah, they leave the leaves out all year.
Apparently, a lot of them too. So
yeah,
people, if you know, I don't know why I'm telling you all, but I'm not telling you. I'm just One of the things you learn is that that a lot of these insects are using that area. Yeah. So when everyone's out there with their blowers and bagging everything, they're really doing, you know, massive. They're actually cutting down the populations, most likely. You know. Yeah,
I leave the leaves there until late spring.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, just in case.
Things are starting to. You are seeing kind of now in the neighborhood, people are starting to get a little more creative with their yards. Because this is like a 1990s neighborhood, so it's a classic, just grass, you know. So now you get some different types of people coming in and kind of like, wow, why don't we, you know, maybe there's a better, more interesting landscaping, especially with the drought. We've been cooking here for a couple weeks. Pretty bad.
Oh, we've got some water you can have. Fucking hell. I think it rained every day since November, and then suddenly we get 3 or 4 days of nice sunshine, and it pisses down again.
We had a pretty good year last year, but the problem is if it goes up just a couple degrees, this is what they're trying to talk about with climate change.
Yeah.
It just evaporates so quickly. So you can have rain, you can have a nice steady rain, but within a couple weeks, if you have these hot spells, it's all negated. Right, everything's dry as a bone, and you're kind of right back to square one.
Yeah,
and at least that's what I believe we're seeing. Is just the temperature's just higher. You know,
absolutely.
Ecosystems aren't designed for it. You know, so hi everybody.
Andrew, we got a bank holiday tomorrow.
Ooh, I want a holiday.
Have we got a bank holiday tomorrow?
Hang on, I've no idea. Let me have a check.
I heard somebody make noise about a bank holiday.
I never ever pick up on bank holidays.
Oh, I don't either. Never.
Summer bank holiday.
It's a holiday for the banks.
Yeah, well, they need it, don't they? That was.
Well, it's busy.
Poor thing. Yeah.
Busy stealing our monies. No, Scotland has.
August the 26th is the next one for us.
Yeah, 26th of August, yeah.
Summer bank holiday.
December, yeah.
At the end of the month. Oh, do you know what? I'm just going to pretend tomorrow's a bank holiday. I'm not going to work, and I'm going to carry on in here.
Well, I don't think the banks hire anyone anymore, so why do they need a holiday? That's the question, really, isn't it?
Well, I'm just wondering about doing some more on this beauty and getting a couple of short videos out about this.
God. Lily's going in for her injections tomorrow. Her other bout of injections.
Her other bout? What's she?
There he be.
Speaking of injections.
No, this is an interjection.
I'm going to sign off, guys. I'll catch up soon.
All right, darling. You look after yourself, right?
We'll catch up this week, mate.
We shall catch up. Thank you. Ciao.
All right, mate.
Take care, mate.
God bless. What a bastard.
Right, I'm going to go and make my coffee. He's parched. What happened to
yeah, I'm running.
Synthesizer? He disappeared.
Yeah,
spontaneous human combustion.
He left right when I showed up.
Okay, it's like that, is it? I'm seeing some very suspicious lights flickering in the back of Robert's room there.
Lovers tiffs, that's what it is. Yeah,
I'm seeing 5U things.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Sounds good. It's got a good room sound.
Very nice.
Yeah. No, the reverb is AMS at the moment.
AMS
RMX
15. Oh no, 15.
RMX 16.
RMX 16. That's right. Yeah, I used to love
The
those
15s
things.
are the delays. Yeah,
Use
delays.
Justine. Aha. See what I did there?
You
Yes, I
found
did.
your wallet. You.
I bet
found
you've
your
never heard
wallet.
that one before.
I have. Just now.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. There you go.
That's really good news.
Yeah.
Right, hang
so
on. I'm going to
what-
make a copy of back them in.
Yeah. So what happened was, I don't know. I thought I had lost my wallet, and I kind of needed to go on this vacation next week because obviously flying requires ID.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know, 2 hours later, it was sitting in the corner of my laptop bag.
Ooh.
And yeah. And I haven't really taken anything out other than what we needed for Sunday morning.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, it's scary
But-
when you think you lose your wallet. It's not fun.
no. But it was a great week. I'll tell you that. Yeah, went to Newport, Vermont to do a one-day Christian music festival where I did front of house, all that stuff. Then I played a couple of sets. I brought the M8X and brought the Hydra. So some firepower there.
So you cheaped out on it then? You cheaped out. You just took
Yeah,
the-
I brought
took
it.
the-
I cheaped out by bringing a Genos 2.
But somebody. Where's
Are
Ron?
your teeth red?
No, I'm red.
Did you just drink some Kool-Aid?
Yeah. Kool-Aid.
No, I'm all coked up.
Yeah.
No, went to my dealer.
Right, there you go. That's what happens.
Yep.
The worst of all
Clear
dealers,
the deal.
vending machines.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So
Keep-
yeah, I don't know if you saw Facebook, but I ended up having to pass on the JX3P.
Ooh, I want one.
Yeah, sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was mint, and it had the programmer, and I offered $9 for it. They didn't have a price on it, and they had it on consignment. And I was like, I just threw out the number and went back to the venue to finish, setting things up. And sure enough, they called the little music shop that was selling it. Called me and said, the seller said he'd take the offer. And then I said, well, let me think about it because I got some stuff coming up that I need to make sure that I could, fund. But yeah, I got to get a CK88 and then, some other stuff. But I think if I had an extra 500, I would have bid it. I would have bit the bullet and got it.
Yeah. No, I know the feeling. Sometimes you got to just, whoa, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, not by the Muse immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Me, I'm in the
Swap
I don't say
Andromeda
never
for a Muse.
musers, but not right now musers.
Robert, what do you make of the Muse?
3,500.
Yeah, it's a little much.
It's a lot of money for not for versatility. It sounds good. However, I don't know whether I'd rather. Would I rather go for an OBX8? Because that is more. It's more of a sound world that I
Inhabit.
of a poly would want. Again, with the Andromeda, I have Moog poly and more, and and the second filter path. The Andromeda is basically a Moog 1. Close enough to a Moog 1.
Yeah.
So having that sort of thing, because like, as much as the Muse would not have any of the idiosyncrasies of a 25-year-old synth, it's still. I don't think the sound is what I personally would use. I think in many ways, either go stupidly simple like a Prophet 5 and just enjoy it for what it is, and ignore the amount of money spent on something that's simple, or go for the Oberheim a bit more. But then the Polybrute 12 is very tempting, even though.
You're going to get on endless loop here, I can tell you. And then you're going to say, although the Udo Super 6, although
the Super
Gemini. Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
I've got a Gruno 60, well not here, it's in storage in Switzerland, but it's like it's very much for the Roland sort of side. I'm sort of covered, and then there would probably the hybrid synths I'm sort of more interested in at the moment.
Yeah,
I thought
either a Waldorf M or a third wave, that sort of direction.
I could see that.
I thought the Muse was a lot more powerful than I was expecting it to be. It does a lot more than I was expecting. So I am tempted by it, but I think I'd look at, for my personal tastes, I'd probably look at a Polybrute or something like that. In the third wave.
Yeah.
What about you, Justin? What's your thoughts on it?
So my when I was talking about returning that RD88 with my Sweetwater rep, he was trying to hint at it, and it was like 2 days before it was officially released. But he was trying to drop hints, but I knew exactly what he was talking about anyway. And all I told him was, "Well, I'm kind of amused by it, but I don't know." I read Manny's post on Facebook. And he's saying like, oh, the build quality of the front panel might be better, but that might be all well and good, but how does it sound compared to the PB12? And honestly, I feel like if I was in that boat to choose between the two, I would probably go for the PB12 because I feel like it offers a little more flexibility as far as, sound design and also expression, because I'm such a big fan of, after having the M8X for a while and now the Hydra, I have to have something with Poly AT. And what would be better than 2 than having 3? But again, I think the Polybrute adds, because it's a full touch keyboard, it adds a whole nother dimension to that, which I don't think the Muse has.
No.
No.
For me, for Polybrute, it's just... I would like softer oscillators, but that's again with most synths. I just have to realize that going for old Oberheim 4 voice or SEM oscillators with very leaky capacitors that don't have a lot of top end left seems to be my preferred way, rather than the lots of top end that most oscillators these days have.
I'll tell you what, though, playing with the Hydra and playing out with it, every band that I'm in like 3 bands, and every band that I've used it with has really liked the way it sounds. And I'm still surprised. It being a digital synth, I'm still amazed at how warm that thing can sound.
Yeah.
And I'm not, because, that's the thing. Digital technology has moved forward so much. If you can't create analog sounding, if you can't create that analog warmth from digital tech, then you've done something very wrong. The world's moved forward such a long way now.
I mean, even with the G50, you can do some sounds that sound absolutely amazing and fully analog.
Yeah, JD800, same thing. JD800, this beastie. The ANX engine is astonishing.
Obviously, the sweet spot on a 30 to 40-year-old digital to do convincing analog emulation was a lot smaller, but
Yeah, well,
Man is
digital
just-
could do VCOs well, but only when the resolution got really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
It
again,
took a few more years for it to catch up to actually emulate the filters. As
but
well.
on the D50, you could do some of the short choppy sounds. You could definitely get away with, and they, well, I quite like them. They have a style to themselves as well, and the way that the sawtooth is generated by doing the multiplying after the filter, it sounds a bit weird and slightly distorted.
Right.
Hi, Ian. Manny's just posted that, it depends. They're different. They're two completely different sort of synths, the Muse and the PB12. Just depends which particular itch you need scratched. I agree with you. And I have to say, having watched, having been part of PSN on Friday and seen Manny's and Drew's playing of them and some of getting some of the behind the scenes stuff, I think it's an extraordinarily capable instrument doing some extraordinary things with FM.
Well, it's weird. I want the PB12 for the keyboard, and I want the Muse for the sounds.
That, and I want the PB12 for the touch strip, and all the other.
And the Touche Mon Pussycat thing.
The Morphe, yep.
So Ian, how was the puppet sex?
Sorry, say that again.
How was the puppet sex?
It was great.
Is it really?
It was brilliant. Yeah, it was really, really good. Yeah.
Was it what you thought it? Well, I don't know. Can you even start to think what it might be about?
Secret Sex Life of Puppets or something else?
It was called The Sex Life of Puppets.
Oh, that's been down here a few times at Southwark Playhouse.
Oh, you see, you know about it then. Robert, Richie, I was going to call you Richie there for a minute.
What's going up in the world?
Everyone moved to Frome. Everyone moved to Frome.
Yeah, it's great. It's free.
No, move to Hepton Bridge.
No, not everyone.
The infrastructure couldn't take it, Andrew.
But no, it's a good show. We gave it 4 stars. Highly recommended. See the video. I'm going to edit the video shortly. See the review tomorrow.
Righty ho. I happen as like as not as well as maybe.
Yeah. So, guys, it's good so far. I don't know. We haven't quite worked out how many shows we've seen, but must be 12 or 13. In fact, I'll add them up.
Yeah, because you had quite an intense few days to start with, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was my fault as well. Because I didn't. So we went. So 1,
All right,
2,
darling.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
You want a bit with tea on it? Yeah. Here you go. Hang on.
14,
Ready?
15, 16, 17, and
Mum.
today 18, 19, it's 20.
Christ.
We didn't. There's about 4 we haven't reviewed because they were like showcases. Is that 4? There's certainly at least 2 or 3 that we went to that were just showcases, so we didn't review those. But all the rest we've done reviews on.
Brilliant.
And I've got another 4. I'm not going to edit them all tonight, but I'll get at least one up tonight, and then edit the other 3 in the morning. So it's quite tiring.
Yeah, I bet.
But it's fun. It's what we do as a
family. Well, when it stops being fun, stop doing it.
Exactly, that's it. One of the best things we saw. Well, actually, Jen and I slightly disagreed about it, but not in a really negative way. But was a thing about it's called read the effing manual.
Yeah.
Because don't swear.
Unless it's Roland.
It wasn't Roland. It was about IKEA building and in 50 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, that's even worse.
Built an IKEA wardrobe.
Yeah.
Now, on a superficial, that in itself was very funny, but it was linked to stuff about war and about relationships, and it was a lot deeper than just
a
couple building a wardrobe, and that was really, really good. Another thing about 70
clever premise.
70 interviews with NHS nurses that they then turned into a 50-minute piece. We were both in tears at the end of that.
Oh dear.
You know, because there were real, documented interviews that they then turned into a very powerful piece. And some of it was funny, but obviously, and they didn't just cover the pandemic; they covered before that and after that. And it was really, really good. That's probably the best thing. Jane, would you say that's the best thing we've seen so far?
Yeah.
We both think that is still the best thing.
And the Oran thing.
Oh, the Oran thing today, yeah. There's, I think Jamie picked it. It had an electronic score, and the guy played it while it was sort of part poetry, part hip hop, playing Ableton Push. And so he's talking all the way through, and it was about Orpheus in the World, a modern interpretation of Orpheus in the Underworld, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was incredibly powerful, and just it's like wow, the end of it. So, yeah. And then we've seen some comedy tonight. We've seen some stand up and
yeah.
So it's as usual. It's pretty diverse and. Everybody wants you to come and see their shows, no matter who you are. You get flyered to death just walking down the street. And we literally can't see everything. Well, there's loads of things we'd like to go see, but we're not going to get to see.
Yeah.
But that's always the way.
Yeah, but there's so many things on over the 2 weeks, isn't it? I mean, we have been requested. There's a show that it's on our last day, and I just generally don't think they have requested us to review it. So, which was quite a nice thing to happen. Yeah.
So, but no, it's cool. It's good. Just like it always is, really.
Yeah.
It's full on. If you've never been before, it's expect to be, it's overload. But we seem to be able to cope with that quite well. For an old couple. What was that, Jay?
Said, speak for yourself.
She said, speak for yourself. Can you just turn that light off? Left the light on. So we literally just finished filming the last two reviews.
So it was another long day.
Yeah, it was. But actually, we had a late start because the first show we went to, I edited all morning, so that was all right. And then we didn't. First show was, you just kept pressing and hold it down. The first show was not till 3.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't, you weren't dashing out at 11 o'clock. We were,
Yeah.
So
Speaking of dashing out, I got to pull an Ian. I've got more. Yeah, I got more equipment that I got to unload. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, all the best.
All right, mate. Look after, babe.
Thank you. See ya.
So cool. I heard you were talking about some Moog thing.
I'll tell you what, they don't make flints like they used to.
Flints? What, for lighters?
Yeah. I only put a flint in this like 3 days ago. It's bloody worn out.
Just get a bloody Flintstone instead.
I must admit, I missed my electric one.
So who's buying the Moog?
Well, I had bought one. Or I thought I had, but I thought I had bought one. But finance company, they say no.
Really?
Computer say no.
Yep. So I got this email the following morning going,
Oh dear, that's not good.
And then went, do you know what? Thanks. I've got nowhere to put it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to be able to live without it.
Your studio looks really good, Ken.
Yeah, exactly. Why do I need a Muse?
You don't.
I don't, do I? I really, really don't, do I?
I think you have plenty of pretty awesome choices.
And then the libraries and the plugins and everything that are on there. I mean, I got a 27 terabyte drive.
Wow.
Packed with sample libraries and Christ knows what else. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to tell Robbie, I found that Emulator 1 library.
Did you?
Yeah, it was in the 8.
In the 8.
In the attic.
Oh.
We know the attic.
Where everything's in the attic.
Everything's in the attic.
You know, there's 5 1/4s that were up there, Ian.
Yeah.
You see those 5 1/4s,
Yeah,
and they were in,
I
and then I had the packs of the DVDs for all the old. You know, when you used to buy an orchestral library, it came as DVDs that you had to, load DVD 30. Oh, fucking hell. Click. Yeah, they were all in there as well. Now I thought they were E2 ones. Because what I've given Robbie is E2 5 1/4s.
Yeah.
But with the E1 I've lent him.
Well, I was going to say, Ian, other than hello.
Hello, hi, Dave. It's good to see you, mate.
I think I was saying it yesterday or the day before.
Exactly, Prometheus, exactly.
The I'm going to be tracking the matriarchs. Pitch them, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm kind of trying to come up with a dollar amount that would be kind of what I'm looking for. I'm not sure yet. You know, but because I bet they're going to creep around 1,100-1,200. I bet if I'm patient. I bet somebody will drop one. That's how I got, you know, the Matrix. You know, this.
Yeah.
It is about waiting, isn't it? Till somebody, you know, if you're not in a rush for it.
Yeah.
And, you know.
It's really the best way, and I also do it because sometimes I do sell them again. So I really, you know, I just don't like to take a massive bath on it.
No. I mean, I always like to at least make, you know, if you've had it for a couple of years, I like to at least make the money back because then it's not really cost you anything, is it? And that's quite a nice thing. You've enjoyed it for a couple of years. You might not use it as much as you thought you were going to use it, and then you know it's even better if you can make a little bit on it. But you know.
But
I waited. I had a Zoom Arc, you know, that terrible thing.
Oh God, I think I had one too.
Yeah, and I waited. I mean, I hated it. Really, I tried.
Ridiculous.
I spent too many hours trying to make sense of it and couldn't. And it sat on the shelf and I boxed it up and it sat in the box for a long time. And I waited till they were going up in price.
Yeah.
I wasn't in a rush to sell it, and then I made slightly more than I paid for it. And I bought it when it was going out, and they were flogging them off.
It was one of those things. It was either going to be brilliant or it was just going to be awful. And I was the same way. The idea of it was so.
It looked great.
I know.
It looked great.
It was super cool. I know.
Yeah. You know.
It took the best.
The pads weren't very responsive, were they? I mean, that was the problem with it. It looked good, but actually, I never used it live. And I used to bring it down every so often, try to get back into it. And it was just, nah.
Yeah,
you know?
It's too bad. I know.
Yeah.
But I remember selling it to somebody. I think I sold it for what I paid. And they were so excited. They were like, oh, wow. And I was like, hey, I'm glad you're excited.
Yeah.
It makes me happy. Yeah, here you go.
I mean, I'll be honest, I wouldn't be in the market for the Muse. I mean, it's a £300.
Yeah,
I couldn't justify it for a start.
Yeah, for me, the first thing is I don't want anything large in the studio right now like that. So all the big ones, as much as I like them, there's just nothing. There's no good place, other than a nice controller. So I keep waiting for. I know Arturia is going to put something out eventually. I'm not biting on the Astrolab, so I don't care how long it takes. I'm like, I don't care if it takes 6 months. Till, I know it's coming, so I'm just going to be patient. Or somebody else will come up with something that, you know. I know Korg's got the one, but I don't trust that one yet either. So
I haven't played that, so I don't even know how good it is. I know it's based on the Hydrosynth keyboard.
Yeah, the keyboard. Yeah,
I mean, and I like the Hydrosynth keyboard. So I've got a Hydrosynth. So why would I want to buy just a controller that would do that? So
for me, it's really I want something that finally really connects. Like Kent was saying, all the stuff on the computer
Yeah.
In a way that what I really want is just something I can take a MIDI cable, or audio or something from it, especially audio, and just put it in the mixer and sync it so that the computer. I don't want to go through the computer. I just want the computer to be another, option. So, but I don't want to force the issue with it and get the wrong thing. So I'm not in any rush. Somebody's going to solve it for me out there.
So have you got the studio sorted now, Kent? Because you were when I popped in earlier.
Define sorted.
Is it in stereo? Because you were in mono before.
Yeah, I hope I'm in stereo.
It sounds alright.
Yeah, I've got the mic working and the bits and bobs. There's still some audio that needs to be sorted out over there, and then it's the MIDIs, the USBs, the CVs, the gates.
Well, I haven't done any of that stuff. I still haven't sorted out the MIDI.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't really get around to it properly on the last lot, so I was determined to get it right this time. And but I've reduced the amount of stuff that's in here. Although don't look it, but it's heavily reduced.
It's looking good, actually.
Yeah, well,
isn't it? It is looking good. Yeah.
I think this is more use here with this than it was over there by itself.
Yeah.
The Hydra's good here, always will be good here.
I've got my Hydra there, right in front of us. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also because of I tend to use this as the master board for anything that's running on the computer.
Yeah.
And then I got all that lot together instead of like spaced right out across there and everything. So and it's just connecting up various bits and pieces and making sure the computer recognises it, and then I've got to try and get the clocks and and the syncs and whatever, and the gates and the CVs all running around nicely.
And you won't be using WIDI?
No. Oh, I tell you what, I found another 10.
Did you?
There's another 10 up there.
Well, I'll let you know. I mean, I'll let you know if I'm going to try it.
I know.
When I actually get around to it.
Yeah.
So I may buy them off you if they work and they're good for me.
You can have them like you had the other ones.
You say that, but look, you've just been told that you can't afford to buy.
No, my point. No, my point is this. No. My point is this, right? It was sitting in a basket in the attic, right? That's the value it was having.
Yeah,
right.
I think you should.
You can you can make use of it. You can make use of it like you could with that bloody 7-tier whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's fine. That's fine. No, I mean, I'm kind of in the situation of like, could I get the Muse without getting finance? Essentially, yes.
Yeah. If you sold this stuff to me and everybody else that you...
No. I could do it now without anything. I could get it. There's a few things I go, listen, put that over there, Yeah, I can just buy it outright. Okay. But I thought I'd do it at the 76 quid a month, whatever it was. And then the finance company's gone, nah, mate. And I've gone, oh, okay. And that's when I went, I don't need this.
There is also the other thing that when you buy something when it's literally just been launched, it is more expensive than say 9 months down the road.
Oh, true, absolutely.
The street price will drop.
You can pick it up at the bottom of its trough before it starts going up because it's classic. But the thing is, as wonderful as it is, I've got more sounds in this room than I could possibly conceive.
I know, yeah. I think
and
we all
having
have to some extent.
and then having another batch of them isn't going to make me play it any better.
No, it's funny. It's funny you say that because I think. I mean, I still want the Terror at some point, but I'm not in a rush for it. There's no panic.
Yeah.
I actually want to learn properly some of the other stuff that I've got.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, same here. Because, like I said, I said it in the chat on synchrotrons today when somebody said to me about, oh, I hear you're getting a Muse. I went, well, no, I'm not getting a Muse because the finance company said no. And then I said, besides, I don't need another keyboard to gather dust and me ignore.
No. Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with
Yeah,
you.
choice paralysis.
I mean, I've got...
Nail on the head, Prometheus. Nail on the head.
You know, I've got some stuff that's still not wired up in the studio.
There's nothing wrong with having a lot of things standing vertical.
Oh, no, I disagree with you there.
No, it's all right if you're using them.
That's the thing. I'm not.
Having lots, yeah, but you see, this is the thing. Like, when I only owned, one polysynth, one monosynth, and a drum machine.
Yeah.
And I played them every day, and I rinsed the living hell out of them, and got loads of different sounds, and did loads of different tracks, and trying different things, and trying to expand on it, and pushing the boundaries of it, and knew those machines absolutely inside out. There was the Poly 6 with the monopoly and the...
I was the same with the Poly 6. I mean,
and the CR78. Yeah. And I couldn't even sync the CR78 to anything on, so you'd play it, and then I'm doing cassette bouncing because I haven't got a multi-tracker. And I did more music on those 3 pieces of kit over a period of 3 years than I think I've done in my entire life.
I mean, I remember spending an awful lot of time trying to get a Poly 6 to sound like an acoustic piano. It did an electric piano really well, but it obviously was never got it. But I was trying to, for live work. And I spent ages programming it. And in the end, I bought a DW8000 to do that, when that came out.
Well, I tell you, here's the thing that happens now. Like, for instance, there would be a part in the process. So I'm using an EPS, an Ensoniq DP1. Was it a DP1? The piano?
Not sure.
I'm trying to remember now. They had the big 88 note Ensoniq piano. Was it DP1? Well, anyway, blah, 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 blah. Juno Alpha 2.
TS12?
No, that's... TS12. What was TS12? No, it wasn't TS12.
TS12 was a TS10 with 76 keys instead.
Yeah.
No,
this was their 88 note weighted Ensoniq piano, and it had like piano 1, electric piano 2, and harpsichord. That was your bleeding lot on it.
And you only bought it for the harpsichord?
And it was like 1,200 quid or something like that. Well, maybe more actually. So the EPS, not even the 16, it was the EPS, this piano, a Juno, Alpha Juno 2, and there was a couple of other keyboards as well. But when I was writing the track, I've got the chords down the way I like them. Yeah, cool. And you got the rhythm going. You sorted that out, and you go right. I want in this middle 8, I want a nice lead sound. And I could have a rough idea of what I wanted, but it wouldn't take me long to find a lead sound. Because it was either going to be that keyboard, that keyboard, that keyboard, or that keyboard. And it was going to be a sound in that area. Today, if I'm in the same situation and I want a lead sound for the middle 8, I've got 20 trillion sounds to choose from, and you go, well, how about this one? No. How about this one? No. How about this one? How about this one? How about this one? And there's so many of them, and you get a sound like celestial headache or something, and you go. I really can't from that name know what that sound is.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll have to load it and try it and find out what it is and see if it's suitable. And go, no, it isn't. No, it isn't.
And you knew it was going to be a headache.
Yeah, and you're just going through patches. And then you go, it's time for bed. No night. I'm exhausted from patch searching. And your track hasn't got done.
But it's not just on... It's the same on drums, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's so many choices of...
Oh, Jesus. Well, when you had a drum machine that did one set of drums, it did one bass, one snare.
Yeah.
You had your similar. Now you've got drum machines that got like 40 kits on it. And go, what about this? How about with this kit? No, how about with this kit? No. How about with this kit? Because now you just don't know what the hell it is you're actually looking for. You're waiting for the machine to go, this is what you want, and they don't.
Nope.
At all.
I was just messing around with that GeForce DMX, and I was doing the same thing. Like, you need to go through all these kits and find like 5, and put the little heart on them, and those are the 5 kits. And you need to tell yourself, Dave, there's 5 kits on this DMX. That's all there is. In fact, if I could delete the other ones, I'd almost do it just to prove a point to myself, like, just because it's like trying to discipline yourself, to not go down those rabbit holes, which can be great sometimes when you're bored and you don't really want to play and you just want to.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine, and that's how I end up not ever writing anything. Because you can go through the sounds, because like I say, it is fun when you're looking for a sound, but when you're trying to be productive, it's a sword through the neck.
What is this P word you're talking about?
Being productive.
Just like
productive?
Or presets.
Preset. I'm not anti-preset. I start with presets.
Some other P's.
I very rarely start building a synthesizer from scratch. I would always start with a preset and then tweak it and mess around with it. And
but taking a preset and tweaking it is creating a patch.
Definitely.
Of your own.
Yeah.
Always.
Technically.
It's basically in it, but just a different starting.
Yeah, you can start at different levels. Yeah.
You hear this, Robert?
The unit patch
attention.
for me, it's the unit patch on any synth is never inspiring.
It's so annoying. You have to remove so many cables to get the inner patch.
Well, there's so many. There's so many elements that you know that you're going to want from the sound. When you press in it and you go, well, I've got to fucking do all that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I might as well get that sound, which already has all that, and then just mess with the bits that I want to mess with.
Well, at that point, build yourself templates. Not like on the Andromeda, I have my default template that has all the things that I sort of want, all the standard things, envelopes more in the style that I want them, and have a sampler told to do some voice panning and do some mild detuning between voices, because have all the stuff that takes a long time to dial in the right numbers.
Yeah.
Have all that annoying stuff that you've done on one preset you really liked. Keep it. Then copy that preset over. Remove all the actual sound stuff, and then clear it out. But have all your controllers mapped the way you want them. That makes it a lot quicker, because when you just go, I do this, and you can relatively quickly work. Or like on the modular, there are some things that are pretty much always patched in. Both envelopes are probably going to be triggered always at the same time.
Yeah.
And if I remove cables, there are certain ones that I just won't remove.
I have to say, I quite like sometimes the when a Hydra has a random patch, it creates a patch randomly, and then you just. Now I never like the actual random patch it starts with, but then I've used that on quite a few occasions to then mess with that.
Yeah.
To just build something from that. I'm thinking, actually, I hate this, but can I make this into something decent? Yeah. And I've quite enjoyed doing that a few times. And not overthinking it either. Just sometimes just tweaking knobs and not even thinking about what I'm actually doing. Done that a few times.
Yeah.
I think, that's interesting. That's weird.
I know one thing. I almost never record unless I walk into the studio and say, "I'm here to record today."
So you don't just record jams because I do.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm either coming down to jam with the intention of recording, or I have no interest in recording today, and I don't even turn on that stuff. And I might just have a synth or something, and that might be a mistake because I probably should just sit down and record. But sometimes I just want to play with a synth, or I just
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna have that much time anyways. I might go. I got 45 minutes or an hour. I don't even want to start thinking about recording because then I'll just get irritated.
Well, it's funny with the Lyra 8. I have to record stuff because if I start messing with it, I mean,
no, that I understand.
Yeah,
I would.
The Lyra is changing its sound as you're using it,
Exactly.
whether you're touching it or not.
Yeah,
isn't it? It's constantly
no
moving.
No chance to get any back.
No, and I would say I wouldn't. I always talk about my Grendel. It's up there somewhere in my drone box. I never jam on that. I bring it down to record. And that's kind of what I did with the Lyra, and I had one for a while. I kind of miss it. Maybe get one again.
I mean, I keep thinking I should go and do something live with it, and I probably will at some point. But I haven't had the guts to do anything. I need to practice.
Do you ever run?
I would have thought you'd wait until you got the Terra.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ian, have you ever run drums to it? Have you ever?
Not yet, because I'm
do
not
it
that long. You see,
you should do. Well, you don't have to.
From Kendall in the summer.
You should run drums through it,
right?
And run it through those delays, and then take those sounds, and then start. That's what I used to do in mine, and it was just unbelievable cool and unpredictable.
It's so unpredictable.
See, now I've got to get one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You've got to get one. I mean, I
had an orange one. What color should I get?
I tell you what, it was an absolute bloody nightmare repairing them.
Oh, okay. I'm not getting one.
Yeah, because you didn't know whether you fixed it or not.
No, that's funny.
Yeah.
Straight up. You go, I don't know, is it supposed to be doing that?
Why do you think they made them in such pretty colors? Like, this is complete distraction.
Well,
like, it's so pretty. I don't.
Kent's got loads of cases, so if you've got.
Yeah, I've got all the colours of the rainbow. Yeah. They did a greeny.
Like it wasn't.
Yeah,
lime,
there's not great. Yeah, lime. Yeah, and there was the yellow, the red. There's a black.
Yeah.
There's a
white,
like a cherry red.
Orange.
There's a white one. Yeah, I've got
Cool
loads
blue
of cases.
one, right? Isn't there a cool?
I think there might be actually. I think there was definitely a blue one.
Yeah, there's a really. They picked great colors.
Oh yeah. But they were more pastel than straight hard color.
I like the colors they picked though. I thought it was interesting and kind of.
But I've still got that 23. Oh hello.
Showing up.
You, that's bad. Naughty girl. Bitch. I piss on the floor and then run off.
Oh, that's a bit.
That's
a bit rough.
You got to catch him. I saw her back there. I was trying to tell him, but I didn't know. Boy, I could give him 100 different. Yeah.
They're having an argument now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's terrible, but they all do it. Anywho.
Oh, God.
Hello.
Have you ever seen this before?
Hi, Fifi.
She's not looking at you,
I've
mate.
never seen it before either.
Where's the hell's that come from?
I don't know. She just came in with it.
It's better in TV.
No. Talking to Fiona's just coming to get from.
I've never seen it before.
No. I don't know what that is. I've never seen it.
It's probably.
Maybe it was dropped by a bird or something.
Really?
I don't know.
Maybe she got under the fence, got next door.
Life in the Spong household.
I know. Isn't it wonderful?
Brilliant. Just totally brilliant.
It really is.
And talking of which, I'm going to have to go and spend some time in the Longhurst household.
Good for you, Matt. And in fact, I'm going to go and start editing my videos.
Good for you. I've got lots of editing to do, but I'm.
So is TikTok working for you, Ian?
Hey, surprisingly, yes.
Sorry,
I mean, it's bonkers. I don't really understand TikTok that much, but I put out a video of me walking down the high street, which is obviously where the main area in Edinburgh. It's a 2-minute video, literally just me walking down the street. So I put it up on TikTok, and within 20 minutes, 250,000 views.
What? What the are you monetizing that?
I can't. No. I need to have 1,000. It's the usual sort of thing. I need to have 1,000. I mean, I've had a TikTok account for quite a long time and never used it, really. I probably put about 3 or 4 videos and then got bored with it. And I never really looked at it. It was just on my phone,
Yeah, I don't use it at all.
I was trying to find an easy way to do like a clip of our reviews to then put on TikTok. There's no easy way of doing that, so I've stopped doing that. So I walked along, I did the walk along, and then I've done a couple of bits and pieces to, like a little 30-second thing to Instagram, which I've only just started really using Instagram, because I always used to use Twitter, but now it's become X. I just can't be asked with it. And they keep asking for my age, and I'm saying no, bugger off. So I'm not really posting to that. So I'm posting to Instagram, and I'm posting to a little bit to TikTok, But it's different stuff that I'm posting to YouTube. But I'm talking about the stuff that we're posting. I'll be hoping that people will. Once I get 1,000 subscribers on TikTok, I can put the YouTube link on the page, apparently, because I can turn it to a business account.
Okay. Well, I will subscribe to you. I'll get logged back in. I haven't used it for yonks, and I'll subscribe to you and ask other people too. Yeah.
You're a star. I mean, and there's lots of people saying that subscribe back and all that. And I'm not. I'll be honest, I'm only subscribing to people that I actually know, or some of the artists that we've been to see their shows. I will then subscribe to them on Instagram and TikTok, which is what I'd normally do anyway. But there are, I mean, because I was talking to one of the press guys. Where there's a really good press office for the space, and we sort of hang out there when we're not in between seeing shows. I was talking to Nick there, and I said, "I've had 250,000 views. It's so weird about that, and they're doing TikTok advertising, But so it's random, and I'm just when it's happening, I'm accepting it. That's quite fun. Like I did one earlier today, and I think that's had about 300 or 400 views. Where are we? So we did a short one, 640 views, and it's been up there since late afternoon. Jeez. So it's random, isn't it? So
yeah,
but I'm not, I'm just putting in Edinburgh Fringe because that's where we are, and and a little bit about come and see me, have a look at my video that's on YouTube. But
I didn't know you filmed, Ian. I didn't know you did any filming.
Hey, I'm not in your class, mate. I'm telling you. It's very gonzo.
Gonzo's good.
It literally is. We're doing it on this time rather because I used to take my M50. I used to bring my M50. I've tried to cut down how much stuff I bring each year to Edinburgh Fringe. I'm doing it all on a GoPro.
Do it on a GoPro. If you've got, do you use iPhones?
I've got an iPhone as well. Yeah. The only problem with
iPhone 15 or any of those, and just record it and Filmic.
I've done. Yeah, I've got Filmic, and I've done a bit. The only trouble is, I have to send it over Wi-Fi to the laptop, which seems to be harder than actually doing it from the GoPro.
We shall have a chat at some point, and it's just about file sizes and stuff. There's other stuff. We'll have a chat about that.
I'll tell you what. I keep meaning to come over at some point, and I will. I'll come over.
And I keep meaning to come down to you at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
And in fact, I'm going up to Scotland, to Glasgow next weekend, is it, or the weekend after? I can't remember. We've got the funeral up there, so we'll. I'm going to spend some time up there and catch up with some pals as well. But yeah, we must get together. Together.
Hey, Ian, check out Mavis for iOS. I use it for all the hardware jams for years. It's amazing.
Mavis.
It has scopes on it. It has everything. It supports Bluetooth. It supports all kinds of shit. It's really cool.
Oh, brilliant.
I'm using Lucid Link. and Frame IO.
Right,
but those are expensive, but they're not. But for my business, they're not expensive at all.
I mean, I bought Filmic. They changed it, and so I've got Filmic Legacy now, which seems to work fine on the iPhone. You know, I've done a little bit with it. Obviously, the picture quality is far better than on the GoPro, but yeah, everything we've done is GoPro. So if you look at any of our videos at the moment, and we're doing them wherever we can. So we've just done them in here.
Yeah.
And the main place we've been doing it, which is Space, which is part of they've rented the space from the Edinburgh University, and we're sat in a booth really. And it's a bit yellowy. So the
problem with GoPro too is you get the distortions. It's very wide angle. So
yeah, that is an issue.
Well, you can shrink it down.
You can get lenses for it too, but it's just a pain in the ass. So.
Yeah. The iPhone's good, and you can do camera to cloud with the iPhone as well. Which is as soon as you've taken it, it starts upload. It will upload. You can do it two ways. One of which you upload the main footage, which is just horrendously large files, or you can upload what's called proxies, and it will just put small versions, MP4s of the files. You can start editing on those, and then you swap them out for the real footage. It happens automatically in a whole bundle of different NLE, non-linear editors. You can just swap it out when you get home or when you get back. So you can just do the transfer. The transfers happen as you're doing it. So as soon as you film something, press stop, it's uploading it to the cloud. That means you can start editing on it straight away.
Wow.
I mean, literally straight away. It's freaking brilliant. It's a brilliant way of working.
Yeah, there are a bunch of movies made on the iPhone. You saw Tangerine, that was actually made on the iPhone. It's not even the current iPhone.
Yeah.
Well, you can do it with all sorts of other. You can do it with the Androids. You can do it with proper cameras. With Blackmagics and whatever.
Blackmagic's too expensive though. For consumers, it's just very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is, but it's.
I know guys who have YouTube channels. They have like 5 Blackmagic cameras. And it's like Jesus Christ, that alone is a lot of money.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I've got a Blackmagic sitting just back here, a fully rigged one. They're good things. They are good things. Like shooting 6K, it's good. But anyway, listen. Enough of all that.
We'll have a chat. We'll
Let's do that.
Thanks for that, Andy.
Not a problem, matey. Always good to see you.
Good to see you too. So
I know I'm so pretty.
Yeah, you are. Maybe.
David didn't say so. David.
No, it's just he's shaking his head. He knows.
Thanks, David. Richard thinks so. Richard thinks, well, he's pretty. Look, you can see. He wants to say it.
Who is Richard?
Say it.
What do you mean I'm a gargoyle? Right, I've got to go.
Right, and I'm going to go too. So it's all doing here. So
you take care.
Love you, leave you guys. Good to see you.
See you.
Night, David. Night, Richard. Night, Andy.
Bye, Andrew.
Bye.
Cheers, mate. God bless.
Let me see Richard. Get Richard. All right. This PP incident has turned dark for Ken.
This has gotten complicated.
He doesn't have enough PP incidents.
Are you recording something, David? Your little guitar?
I'm trying to get comfortable playing it again.
Yeah.
Get my It's just Alvarez.
Oh, I don't even know that brand.
Yeah, they're around. They're not. It's not a Martin or something, but
Oh yeah, no way I would buy one of those. So you'd have to be good to buy one of those.
Well, it's funny now that synths are getting so expensive. You go look at guitars, and you're like, oh wow, I guess 2000 isn't that bad anymore. It used to be.
Yeah.
No, I just try to get myself. I've been leaving it out and trying to, because it's acoustic. I got to get my fingers. I'm not a real good player, anyways, but it's pretty brutal to do bar chords at first. When you haven't been playing a while, you're like, got to get your hand strength and the calluses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I figured if I leave it out, I'll probably play it more. That's my only guitar right now. Sounds good. Robert.
Thank you.
What is that you're playing?
What do you think it is?
Hell, I don't know. I can't. My camera's so small on this screen. The image is so small. I can't even see what you're.
It is just out of shot, but that's why I would be interested.
Oh, is it your the one you got not long ago with the poly aftertouch?
No, it's a very simple monosynth.
Patch cables.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I still can't see. It's so dark and small on my monitor.
That's the whole point. Guess without.
Wow, look at Ken. He's got a really cool lighting. Dude.
Did you buy news?
Almost like a magician. Ken.
Yeah. And now
Sexy magician.
for my next trick.
For my next trick, I will make myself disappear.
Get your PB12 up, mate.
You were.
So for everybody who didn't guess,
Ooh.
Nice
Fruity.
and proper vintage. A vintage modern one.
Go Robbie, go Robbie, go Robbie. There you go.
That's fun. Well,
This
that's
license
snapped me out
has,
of my-
this pub hasn't even got decent beer. What are you on about, Wookie?
What beer? Where?
Precisely. It's so watered down. It's water.
It's near beer.
There's only like 180 bottles of gin in this house, but
Yeah.
no beer anywhere.
No
Drove
beer.
past, he drove past an off license once. Good old coffee.
Coffee?
Yeah, cafe. Oh, it's funny. You turn off the lights and Siri goes, "Good night." Sparko on the floor here. Well, this girl's sounding okay. Thank God. I'm glad that that's all right. See, that one.
Hello, Cleo.
I should probably disappear because the stuff behind me is getting rather warm. And, the fan has just gotten louder. It's very annoying.
Go on, just disappear. I mean, properly, you know.
Beep. Yeah. Beep. As we said earlier, what do you think it would be impressive? Well, better be impressed then.
No fairy dust or anything? Come on.
I used to do that to people back in the day. What did I used to... it used to be on the phone. Oh, I can't remember what... I've had too much to drink.
Go on.
No, I used to say something and then just put the phone... It was like, you know... Oh, Jesus, man.
The one I used to like doing was going, "Oh, I know what I meant to tell you," and hang up.
It was something like, you know, what makes a clicking noise or something like this, and I would just put... It was something like that. I don't know, I can't remember.
Right, okay.
But you would just do it, and this was back in the days before mobile phones.
Ah, remember them well.
Yeah. Hello, operator. Get to speak to Busby, please.
At the third stroke, the time sponsored by Accurus will be... Actually, I can remember it before the Accurus as well.
Before it was sponsored, it was a lady.
Like on Spiral. Isn't it?
Just watched Elvis.
Oh.
The film about the man, not just the
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Because I think watching Elvis in 2024 would be a little bit smelly. It's very good.
Is this the John Carpenter movie or a different one?
No, the Elvis movie with Baz Luhrmann.
Oh. Because the John Carpenter one's pretty good with Kurt Russell as Elvis.
No, this is the more recent one with Austin Butler as Elvis, who is incredibly good.
Is that the Hydrosynth, Ken?
No, that's Somnosphere.
Yeah.
Which is always handy when I need a little bit of VP330 and can't be bothered to drag it out the cupboard.
Or the bathroom, or the
bathroom.
attic,
No, there is a VP330 in the cupboard behind me.
Okay.
It's right at the back, and it's like, oh no, do you know what? No. I'll probably get buried with that bloody thing, because I coveted a VP330 for decades. Absolute decades. And then when I was in a position to actually get hold of them, they were at the peak of their price. I think it was about 3,300. Yeah. So, but I come across a really battered old one and did her up. Made her my own, as it were. It does, doesn't it? I didn't even know it was going to look like this. It's quite surprising. There's still a few more lights to add when that lot gets all powered up, I suppose, as well.
Cool.
It looks alright, doesn't it? Be even better if it works. Once I got it working as well, be like, yay.
Add a few more lights, you could look like that State Azure guy.
Yeah, well, funny enough, I got a couple of spots, apparently, that you stand on the floor and that shines up under the keyboards. Fucking hell.
What was that?
Yeah, my studio looks boring now.
No, mate, you've got bongos.
I do have bongos.
And therefore, your studio is automatically cool.
Oh, good.
Because bongos are cool.
I don't know what it was, but at least it didn't hit the Chrysler.
I love those bongos. Oh. Gotta have an egg shaker too. Secret.
Oh,
weapon.
yeah.
Every great musician. And tambourine. I don't know what.
Which reminds me, do you know what the most common thing found under supermarket shelves is?
Nope.
Love eggs. Seriously.
That wouldn't surprise me.
No, seriously.
Yeah. They can fall out quite easy, can't they, after a while?
Okay, the third degree from my missus now. Sorry? The most common thing found under supermarket shelves, yeah, like under the shelves, are love eggs. No, it's not. It's not bullshit.
It's fucking
Here. Fiona loses all hers that way.
See? No, honestly. No, it's true. It's true. It's true. No, it's true.
True. Not true.
You don't own any because you don't need any. You see, you have.
And under Walmart shelves, it's cucumbers because they can't afford the batteries.
That or kumquats.
Kumquats. Very appropriately named.
Yes, indeed.
Kumquats.
No, honestly, it's true.
Do you know what I've found? That if I dip my entire ball bag into Fiona's mouth at night,
What the fuck?
it wakes her up.
You need OnlyFans for that, Ken.
Yeah.
Look at an awful turn there.
Oh, you can't beat a tea bag.
You can't beat a tea bag.
The tea. I need to get some.
Oh dear me.
Where's my tea bag?
That's far from Earl Grey.
Oh, dear.
How phasery is that then?
Moderately.
Do you know what? God damn it to hell. Over there, on the far shelf, second shelf down, is an original 1970s Stone Phaser. And yet, no, I'm not, no. Don't start adding stuff, Ken, that you're not going to use. Besides, Stone Phaser, so cliche.
Well, you know, it's been done, isn't it?
It's been done, isn't it? Let's face it, yeah.
Cleo.
That's such a clever sound.
Cleo. Seriously.
What was that? I had my eyes off.
Pardon?
That sound.
That is BP330 male voice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the format.
Yeah.
It's like a format thing. It's cool.
I can do that. Things I need to remember what the patch
I
is called.
don't know what the hell is coming in under it, but something is. Yes.
You can capture a format like that on a microKORG and do some fun stuff with it.
Yeah, it's so clever. I still reckon it was one of the most amazing sounding keyboards that Roland came out with. For that was really sort of like different.
Sounds. There you go.
To make the amount of sounds that is in Omnisphere and the things it covers, and it's still very, very relevant today. There's not going to be an Omnisphere 3 for another 50 years, I don't think. It's just not required.
Nope.
Oh, let's see about Angelic. There you go. That's the classic one, isn't it?
Mixed choir, yeah. You can do a bunch of Italian horror and giallo movies.
When I look back upon my life.
Oh yeah.
With a sense of shame.
No. Oh. Well, something like that. Quite not in that inversion, probably. See, well, it's a nice, this one on the M8X. I do like that. And it mixes into a choir voice type of thing. I do like that sound. I will have to write something with it as soon as I have a working studio. Because I've still got quite a way to go yet.
Well, it'd be working. You stop fucking around with it, James.
Well, fuck you. That's what I say. To hell with you. Oh, she's gone. Yeah, once I get a bit of clock and what have you going around this.
He's like a handyman. He's never quite done tinkering with stuff. Just constantly doing things.
Well, the thing is, got the camera mounted up there as well, and it is actually pointing over there as it goes. I might get involved in some of these hardware jams, you know.
You already could. All you need is a looper and one of your keyboards. That's
well,
it.
I got a Dobre, haven't I?
Or a drum machine and a keyboard and just do a simple jam.
Yeah. Yeah, just keep it plain and simple. As they
Yeah,
say.
I mean, some guys are doing stuff on pocket operators only. So.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm far too posh to do that. That's the problem.
Well, of course.
I'm far too upmarket, darling.
Look at
Can you imagine sitting amongst this lot?
Pocket operator type.
Can you imagine it sitting amongst this lot playing and go, and now my pocket operator performance.
But if you put the right samples on one, it would sound amazing.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know how to use one. I've never even seen one. So
They're pretty easy to use, yeah.
And yeah, people say that. People say
How about easier than a sample track?
Oh.
Just saying.
Well, I don't know how that works either.
Although I don't have the latest OS, so I can't completely complain. I got to load the latest OS on mine. So.
I got rid of mine, so. But I did get all those Clio samples were from the sample track, so.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I kept mine because it's good for making drum kits for the ELZ1 play. So.
Yeah. Well, it's worth keeping.
To be
For
honest,
you.
if I had the choice now,
Cleo, come on. I know you. I want to be a star, right? Daddy?
Charlie says.
I want to be a star.
Yeah. Never cross the road while picking your nose.
Come on, we've already. Really?
Kent doesn't have the requisite man bunny.
All right, here we go, Rob. Don't.
Okay, what the fuck is a man bunny?
He means
I'm
man
intrigued. Oh.
Don't watch,
Okay.
Rob. Don't watch. Ugh.
Oh, no, I didn't watch.
Oh,
But
man.
I'm assuming you picked her up under her shoulders gently and cradled her up onto your lap. That's what I'm picturing in my head.
Yeah, I tell you what,
Okay, nature does that. It's fine. Scruffing is okay.
I haven't got a man bun.
When he
but
picked you up by the scruff, fuck's sake.
I haven't got a man bun, but I tell you what I've got.
Go on.
Scruffing. I'm gonna go out scruffing tonight.
Cats evolve with that reflex. That's how the mother carries them safely.
Thank you, Andy.
There you go. I can
just-
spot this on me head. A
Can't
man
hear that.
bunny. I've got a man bunny. Yeah, there you go. You see, I'm ready to jam.
It's
No,
the
she
rabbit of
doesn't
fuck
even-
it.
Yeah, it's a rabbit of I couldn't give a shit.
I don't know if I could grow a bun. I'm getting up running.
I wonder if I could get Lily to train Lily to do this.
How to-
Sit on top of my head.
Well, then she'll drop a deposit on your head too. Watch out.
She drops it everywhere else. I suppose you know.
You'll get that clay in your hair, right? So that...
Yeah, well, poor little cow. She's going in for those injections on Tuesday, which means we might get a little bit more crying out from the little girl. Bless her, or not, as the case may be.
Cleo doesn't.
Dogs
like your
always hate the
t-shirt.
cat. Doesn't matter how old they are. They always hate it.
Yeah.
They get up on that metal table. The nails have no traction. They get panicked and, you know.
It's like those weight machines they have at the vets, and it doesn't have. It's not like a nice smooth.
No, it's designed for easy cleaning, right?
Yeah, and it's like they start spinning, and it's just completely stressful.
Because those things shit all the time when they get scared. So do you want to have like a cloth-based thing that you have to clean constantly? It's better to wipe it down.
Do you know what? I'm too involved in my dogs. I've just realised that I'm sitting here stroking a puppet.
Cleo, say it again. Do it again. That was fun.
You like?
Cleo. No, wrong way.
Like Lenny of my.
You're dead. You're dead. If I get there, I'll kill you. Yours.
No, you got food. You got food.
No,
I made a cat friend last night when I was walking home from the station at like 20 to midnight or whatever it was. It was just this little.
Is that code for your sauce on pussy?
Yeah. It was this little black and grey and white tabby thing, and as soon as it saw me, it came up to me and
Oh,
just loved it. Absolutely
you're
loved it.
coming home with me.
But I did. No, I did the right thing. I gave it a little bit of fuss, and then just carried on walking and didn't look back.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love going finding cats on walks and petting them. It's fun.
yeah, they are fun.
But you have to approach them right. Some people don't know how to do it. The cat freaks out, runs away.
Well, I always get dogs come up to me. I must have I am a dog lover written on my head or something, because dogs just come up to me and go, "Hi, how you doing?" Especially when, like, if I'm out the front, people are walking the dog and they come by. Suddenly I got this dog beside me, wagging his tail, going, "Hi."
You're surrounded by dogs. They also smell dog on you, so.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I think you're one of
probably.
them.
Yeah, it probably makes more sense.
Yeah, absolutely. She says that T-shirt, Dad, fucking. Not happy. Dad, pay me attention.
How old did you say she was, David?
18.
18.
Oh man. Yeah, to be honest with you, she's really not showing that, is she?
She's doing pretty well. She's got little kidney issues, but she's had that for a couple of years. So
That's it. Do the circle. Do the circle, and then behind you, Dave.
Oh yeah, you go do some padding.
Yeah, make some cookies.
Do some.
Yeah.
Need the dough. Need the dough.
Mine still do that. They do. They get onto the. We got like a. Foot
Yeah, they
wrestling,
smell the Mustang. Yeah.
And there's a blanket on there, like a that Jackie puts over her feet when it's cold or something.
Absolutely.
And he gets on that, and they both just do this thing. Like,
Oh, they get into a trance. They love it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Give me some milk. Give me some milk. No, you're not going to give me. Okay, well, I'll just do 3 circles, and then I'm down.
I saw a beautiful little video yesterday. This bloke goes, "This is what my husky does when he wants to go out in the mornings, and he comes into the bedroom and barks, but he barks very quietly. And you see this dog sitting there going, ruff, really, really quietly. So like he wants to wake you up, but doesn't want to wake you up with his bark. Where?
My golden retriever always had a warm-up bark when it sensed something nearby. It's like.
Yeah, Nellie's one for that.
And then finally it takes one, and then the big bark comes in.
And it's giving it all that. And you look out, and it's some bloke just walked by.
Yeah. My lab was great because my lab would howl and sirens go by.
Yeah?
I call it the wild. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
We haven't had any howling out of Lily yet. But there again, Charlie doesn't howl either, does he? He sings.
Yeah.
We kind of talks, doesn't he? That. What's the matter, Charlie? Oh, okay, mate.
Yeah, those are great sounds.
Yeah. Mind you, that scream that huskies can do. No thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're a bit impetulant, sort of like, I will not do that, and you can't make me.
There's that some of the sounds that Siamese cat makes. That's just crazy.
Oh yeah.
That's what most
We are Siamese, if you please.
Yeah, that's the racist
ding, ding.
Disney. I'm surprised they didn't ban that along with Song of the South.
Well, do you know what? There's that. Is it the Dam Busters film? I haven't seen it on TV for a very long time. Now, you know what Richard Todd's dog was called in that film?
Yep. No.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's pretty bad, though.
Apparently, it was quite a common name for any black dog.
Yeah. It
Well,
began then.
But not appropriate, really.
My grandfather on my mom's side from the South would flat out call her a black poodle and N-word.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Richard Todd called his dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not with an A, with an R. And it's like, that's a dog, right? And that's not also really inappropriate. Why are you talking that way? Get out of here.
Yeah.
But he didn't care. That's how he grew up.
But I think it became far more inappropriate once the black community had taken the word for their own.
Well, they have and they haven't.
Do you know what I mean?
They've never taken it because it's still misused and used to attack them all the time. It's terrible, right?
Oh yeah, I know. But from within the culture, it's almost sort of like a greeting.
It is and it isn't. I mean, there's a whole population that doesn't like it at all.
Yeah, I can
Like
understand
hip
that.
hop uses it. They don't like rap, and all that kind of stuff. They
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, Jesse Jackson tried to actually have like a whole conference about it when he tried to officially ban it. And all the rappers are like, yeah, right. I want to use that word. So.
Well, yeah. But I think the word became far more powerful for the black communities once they made it their own, and so I can't use it as a white person, and they can as a black. That's
well,
now
so like Eminem can use it because he grew up in their communities, right?
Yeah,
so
but the power of the word is the way I can't use it and they can.
Sure. I mean, you can't use it, but good luck getting home.
Oh yeah, exactly so. But the thing is that not that I'd ever want to use it, of course, but it's trying to state, the word has power now, but the power is now theirs instead of what used to be white people's power against them.
It's still very against them in this country.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Do you know what? I think it's carrying the same.
You heard Trump the other day when he went to the Black News Lady organization, and he just put his foot in his
Black
mouth
News Lady organization. Is
called the NABJ.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Come on.
Come on.
Even I know that.
I forgot what it was called. What do you want me to say?
National Association of Black Journalists.
Okay, I didn't remember it.
Black Lady News Association.
You know what I mean. I meant to say the Black Ladies on Stage.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
No, they fucking toasted him nice and good.
No, the thing is though, when people say, "No, he's actually quite intelligent. He knows what he's doing. He's manipulating people."
No,
he's not. He is an ignorant idiot moron.
He also has some early signs. If you listen to his speeches enough and talk to people who've analyzed it, he has some early signs of dementia as well, just like Biden does. So
it's just a shame he hasn't got early signs of fucking heart attack.
Oh God!
Or early signs of bullet in the front of the head.
His body's internally.
I mean, he didn't exactly get shot in the ear, did he? Let's be honest here.
Did you see that? Yeah. Did you see what happened? A few days later, he has a perfectly normal ear.
Yeah, exactly.
So did you hear the thing about? He said it grew back.
Yeah.
And he goes, "This is the fastest I've ever seen." The doctor said it's the fastest I've ever seen an ear grow back.
He had an ear transplant, right?
And you hear so fast. You hear fast. Fuck me. Like a moron.
He is.
But it's nice to see the old poles are swinging.
Yeah.
Which is good. Hopefully,
unfortunately, he's not from one of them.
No, quite.
Do you know it'd be nice?
Because Vance is an idiot as well. That's great.
Doing Mussolini on him.
Do you know it'd be nice to say to Trump, and because he wouldn't get it, is just say, what was that thing about? Could piss him off and say something like, "This is a lamppost from an unusual angle." Well, you'd know, wouldn't you? You get it.
My grandfather was there.
Yes, he certainly was. I bet that was
Mussolini on Trump. You had to find his dick first to cut it off to put in his mouth.
The thing is that I would imagine for somebody who had to live under that tyrannical regime for the what was it, 3 years?
What, the Mussolini was in charge?
Yeah.
No, it's more than that.
Was it more than that?
Yeah. It wasn't. Yeah. He basically Mussolini was Hitler's poster child. Mussolini was around.
So Mussolini was in charge, as it were, before the war started.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I haven't read up enough on it, obviously.
What a lot of people don't necessarily remember, because I don't ever remember it being taught in schools, that Italy as a country only existed from about 1840 something, because before then it was just lots of little kingdoms. So you had Savoy, which is where my family is. And all lots of different. So it was only. I mean, he was officially in office for just like a couple of years of the war, but that's what, because he did declare himself the the Duce, El Duce.
Yeah.
But he was he was
Head
knocking
rat.
around. Yeah, he was in office as the fascist leader sort of thing from like 1919. It's yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But the
right.
thing is, you see, if you go to certain parts of Italy, he is still revered, and not for the reasons you might think. Not for fascist right-wing reasons, because like most populist leaders, like Hitler did, I mean, Hitler wound up the German people because he ignored the treaties of Versailles and started building armies and started repairing the infrastructure and everything that had been neglected after they so horribly lost the First World War. Mussolini did the same. Mussolini repaired the roads. Mussolini built schools. Mussolini got factories and everything going, and that's how he got these guys on and girls on side. But he unfortunately, it's a kind of a national shame, but Mussolini was a fascist before Hitler was.
Well, he did say that he did get he got one train to run on time, so that he could say that the trains run on time.
Yeah.
But it was only the one train and only for the one day.
Well, it's funny too, because this is where Trump really hasn't read the fascist playbook correctly, because he wants to be a fascist, but he all of us talks about improving things like the road infrastructure and all that stuff that Mussolini did. Trump never does. He just talks.
Yeah.
So he's a phony fascist.
Yeah. But I mean, if you go to our neck of the woods in Italy, I mean, we're quite the other way. Well, I say quite the other way. I mean, this is the thing. If I told you that my great uncles and even some of my cousins were members of the Italian Communist Party, the minute you, and this is the sad thing that kind of McCarthyism and all that kind of exacerbated, was that the word communist is it's just inherently associated with the shit stuff. But communism, certainly communism in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s was more like just democratic socialism. It was,
wasn't it? Yeah. It's, I mean, what old like Karl Marx had in mind was a more level, a more inclusive society. More fair. Yeah. It's just that the Russian elites ran with it, but to their own benefit.
Yeah, exactly.
Which gave the communist manifesto a bad name.
Yeah. So I mean, my grandfather and my great uncle, who was and his son as well. I mean, who's still alive today and is an amazing man. Definitely, old school communists. From that side of the thing. I mean, Italy was like, and it's just like anything. All of a sudden you've amalgamated all of these republics into one nation state.
Yeah.
And you've got lots of people going, oh, I don't like that leader. Oh, I don't like this. And so they all, so it was, it was the soil was ripe for Mussolini to come along in the 1920s.
Oh yeah.
And say, hey everyone, we're going to do this, and yeah. And,
well, it was kind of the same thing in America, wasn't it? When Trump started flopping about all over the place, there was great unrest kicking about.
Well, Trump was always a Democrat, and he switched sides because that's where the money is.
And he would switch sides again if
where the chance of winning was.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the things different too is that because of social media and the way they started in the 80s, 90s, like heavy propaganda to make people unhappy right? Who honestly, a lot of these people in the United States that are unhappy are not poor people. This is what's disturbing about it. They're not. I mean, people are struggling now, but they're not destitute. These aren't like
No.
people on the streets, but they're acting like
Well,
they're
that's part of the
upset.
rise of fascism. They scare you of the borders. They scare
I
you of
mean,
the others. They
Yeah,
scare
but
you of
surely
like-
the US economy must be still one of the strongest in the world even
It's a-
today.
It's. I was looking at the GDP of it. If you look at just the it is almost, what is it, at least twice of China's, maybe 3 times. There's nobody even close to it.
No.
But the equity issue is
And that's the
ridiculous,
thing,
and that's
yeah.
where we're going to have problems. Is that and this is what makes Trump so problematic, because they're still working this trickle down theories even to this day, and they've got to they just don't believe bottom up. They don't believe that you can, even though COVID showed if you just give people money, everybody was flush.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it was perfect by any means, but the
No.
economic aspect of it, a lot of what drove a lot of the economy was literally just giving the money to people that spent it.
But we had this thing when in the 90s when Clinton was in for 8 years. Something, obviously I'm not there on the ground, so from our sort of perspective, something changed, and the Republicans got nasty, and had the birth of the
Trump, Rush
the whole
Limbaugh.
Tea Party.
Well, even before
movement.
that,
Yeah.
Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah,
That was the beginning. You're
Yeah.
right, though. And the Tea Party was one of the first manifestations of a MAGA type
Yeah, exactly.
thing, but it didn't. So they
That's MAGA
learned.
light.
Yeah.
No,
And
No.
then
yeah.
So then Bush Jr. gets in, and everyone, well, certainly on that side of the fence, are sort of happy. And then, of course, the black guy gets in, and then it just ramps up to another level, and that's when Trump obviously sees his moment,
Yeah.
and starts questioning.
Well, clearly he's got real. He's he's a racist. But have you ever heard, did you notice? I think we talked about before. If you listen to that National Association of Business Journal thing, when he says black, he can't even say black. He
Well,
goes
he says black.
Yeah, and
It's like a
he puts quotes around it with the tone of his voice.
Which that alone. Now, some people, it's funny. Like some people don't pick up on that, especially. But the contempt. So the contempt started for Obama because someone like that was getting attention and grandiose, who in his eyes didn't deserve it. And he was really upset about it.
Well, to this day, they still have the birther issue with Obama, and it's like long gone. And it's
Well,
like they
and
still
that's
won't
what-
give it up.
But that's
Well,
what
they must
made
be
it-
losing this shit over the new one. Then she's both a woman and black.
The same thing with her. Yeah,
And Asian, I suppose.
The irony is significant. A portion of even the MAGAs don't really care about that either. It's truly they are just cold.
But they
So
got mad
they're-
because her birth certificate for her father name, it says he's Jamaican, not black.
But I guess my point
Well,
is
it's Jamaican if you're not black, because I mean,
exactly.
But they're
But
not
that's-
even that mad. I think it's this conspiracy. And my point is, I don't even really believe they're that mad. They just want power, and they're all following them. So
They're desperate, trying to find anything.
yeah, that's what I'm
some
trying
traction.
to say.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
trying to get.
They don't.
Yeah.
They sit there and act like they care.
I mean,
but-
this whole weird thing. They keep saying weird. You hear about the whole tactic they're
Yeah.
using now? Democrats are
Oh,
saying the
yeah.
Republicans are weird, and they're melting down because of it. We're not weird. What do you mean weird? Yeah.
Well, it got turned on their head because they're
Yeah,
the main-
and now they're trying
they're
to say.
Crook
You hear the
Joe
interviews? They'll say, "Well, okay, now we're not weird, and this is why." And like, okay, drop the weird thing. I mean, if it
So-
really doesn't bother you, don't bring it up, right?
So one of the funniest things, because I'm an independent, I got one of these letters from Trump. All it said in the front was Donald J. Trump, and I opened it up and I took a picture of it. I'm waiting to see if he does one for Kamala, but it was so childish.
Yeah.
And it talked about Crooked Joe and all
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And I was like, this is like straight out of the 20s
pretty
or
sad,
something.
yeah.
And it's just pure propaganda. And this is former president of the United States.
Did you see what
Asking
Elon
for your
Musk's America
vote.
PAC is doing? They're actually they'll send you a link to register. It's all based on what state.
Oh,
you're in.
yeah.
If you're a battleground state, you get a thing. It's a complex survey about, hey, put on all your address and all this. You're basically giving away your personal information to them to file away, and then it says, oh, print this out and take this to your registration center. It's not a proper registration site at all. Versus,
See, I think at this thing in America, somebody explain this to me. So, David, you just said you're a registered independent, and you have registered Democrats, you have registered Republicans. What is this thing about registering your
the
party
primaries
affiliation?
If you vote for
primaries,
yeah, I can't vote in a primary because I'm not in a party.
Yeah, or depending what state you're in, you can vote for certain primaries.
So
Yeah,
I can vote in the general election, but I can't vote in a primary.
I like it. Well, I like it for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons I liked it initially was that I don't like them knowing how I'm going to vote. I want them to think I'm a swing voter, right? So I get these letters because I usually vote, blue or, But
does this mean that you, if you're a member of a party, you can vote of who's going to be leader of that party? Is that what it means?
That's what the primaries to choose who's the official representative.
Oh,
This is not
we just get told, don't we?
Well, no. I mean, being a registered Republican or a registered Democrat isn't necessarily being a paid-up member of it, or is it?
No,
you're just saying you just basically sign up and say
yes.
You sign up an affiliation.
Whereas in this country, if you are a member of the party, as in you pay an annual subscription, which whatever it might be, to be a member of this political party, you then get the right to vote for the leader or for other positions within certainly within the Labour Party.
Oh, you actually have to pay to join the party.
Yeah, if you want to be a member of the party, you can make and I only know this because I used to be a Labour member, and you could pay a you could make a donation of anything if you want to, but you could for a few pounds just join as a basic member of the Labour Party, and then you had the right to vote within the party as a collective for the leader of the party or for members of the national party committee, if you will, but it doesn't sign you up as this is how I'm going to vote. It's a private decision. I can go and I can become a member of a political party if I want to, but it doesn't afford me any sort of it allows me, like any club, if you will, to vote for the leadership of the club.
So what happens on election day if you haven't done all that? You're in the wind.
It's a complete. Our elections are all secret ballots, so you're not registered anything. You just get a card through the post that says everyone gets the card. Says there's an election coming up for whether it's general election, whether it's a local election, or police or commissioner or whatever, and you just go along and vote, and that's it. There's no party affiliation involved. But if you're a member of the political party as a supporter, and as a supporter, you'll be not expected, but they might reach out to you and say, "Can you help us? Campaign? Can you help us deliver leaflets? Can you help us knock on doors?" So if you want to be an activist and a member of the party and help them get them elected, then you join the party and you give them a few quid each year or each month to be that. But you don't sort of necessarily have to declare your affiliation to anything.
Yeah, ours is pretty loose until you get into positions of power. So then it probably links a lot to what you're saying, which, like, if I wanted to actually run for a Democratic seat, then it would get a little more complicated. Not necessarily that I would pay, but I would have to get a little more support. And that's when the leverage of the party becomes really critical. And that's why and really what we have now is kind of a stalemate. We have two parties that are so kind of going back and forth that nobody else can really get traction right now. No. We've had times when we've had, I think Perot got 19%.
Ross Perot,
Yeah, and it's quite possible here. I think some of those parties just they always go for the president. You know, you would think they would pick a state and just kind of like try to get some power, um, but I was just watching PBS and they were talking about that our actual system is with all the different lawsuits that mainly from the right have done. The system itself is pretty well managed. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of corruption on the scale of the actual votes, and it's hard to rig it. It really is at the end of the day. But I'm not saying that there isn't some, but the way they've made it hard is by they can do redistricting, and of course we got the electorate, the electoral college, which is getting. Maybe it made sense a long time ago, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess, electoral college.
Yeah, it's just it needs to be rethought, but it's so political that you can't. It's just. I don't know how you would get everyone to agree on it. On both sides.
Because you guys just have popular vote. That's it, right? There's no extra mechanism.
No, so basically the country is divided up into 650 constituencies, and occasionally, like recently, they changed the boundaries of some, and they try to make it fair.
Gerrymandering,
It can sometimes it sometimes seems like gerrymandering, but the British are kind of pretty decent at that sort of thing, and what they're trying to do with the shifting of the boundaries is to make sure that each constituency is almost equally represented in terms of population, because like with you guys, you might have a state that is sparsely populated.
That's why I have electoral college.
But so what they try and do is they just try and redraw the boundaries here and there to make sure that the population, each population in each constituency, is around a sort of similar sort of number. That's why if you look at London, there's loads of constituencies in the Greater London area, but if you come to East Anglia, maybe there's only 10, because of the East Anglia is a big place with lots of sparsely populated areas, so they try and make it so that every constituency is representative and covers similar sort of amounts of population. But when it comes to a general election, each party will put up a candidate in each constituency, and some of the major parties don't put candidates. So like in Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain, the Conservatives and the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats, which are like the three main parties, don't put candidates up in Northern Ireland. There are a whole bunch of parties just for the Northern Ireland.
Because it would be a waste of time anyway.
It would be a waste of time. So every now and again,
Sinn Féin are going to get that one, aren't they?
Yeah. So every now and again, there's constituencies where people don't, because they know it's pointless. Because again, we have this system where for every person that puts themselves on the ballot for a constituency, you have to pay a financial deposit, and it's something like 50. I can't remember what the deposit is, but you've got to reach a certain number of votes before you don't have to. So I can't remember what is the threshold. So let's just say, for example, the threshold's 1,500 votes. So if you don't get 1,500 votes, and you get less than that, you don't get your deposit back. So it's kind of like this financial incentive, so that if you're going to stand as a candidate in a constituency, you've got to be sort of sure of yourself that you'll get enough votes for it to actually be slightly meaningful. If you just wanted to say I'm representing the Cleo the Cat Party, and my manifesto is more wet food for cats and fuck your biscuits, right? That's my thing. Am I going to get votes? Probably not. So
unless you include USB drinking fountains in every street corner.
Indeed. So if it's designed to make sure that the parties that put themselves on the ballot are confident that they will get a certain threshold of votes, and which will be a slightly meaningful thing. But other than that, I mean, I could stand as an independent, or I could stand as a member of a political organisation. So it's everywhere's different. Yeah, thank you. I got Manny's vote. So.
Yeah, I mean the Conservatives and Labour and the Liberal Democrats having a candidate running in Northern Ireland would literally be the same as getting somebody from the Nazi Party during the Second World War to stand here. Because even though the bullets aren't flying, we are still technically at war with the people of Northern Ireland. Technically.
Well,
yeah, it's just it's on hiatus. And yeah, you got the agreements, but it's
time,
but
right?
it has.
When's the last time they had a bomb from the IRA?
Yeah, I know, but the hate hasn't gone away.
Well, what flavour of the IRA? Because there's the IRA, and then there's the real IRA. As they're called.
No.
Yeah. Oh no, there's still
and then there's
still goes on.
It's like the Ghostbusters and the real Ghostbusters.
Yeah, but then there's the criminal level of the IRA. Who used the conflict to
line its pockets,
rob banks and fucking stuff like that. You know,
just have an excuse to do it. Yeah.
That's what it's basically our.
And then hide in Southern Ireland.
Part of the whole peace agreement in Northern Ireland is because there is two very polarised communities, one that wants to reintegrate and have a single state of Ireland, and there's the others that want to be remain part of the British Union, and one of those is Catholic and one of those is Protestant, and so you have these.
Is it
two...
still mainly a Catholic thing, or is it more than that?
No, it's absolutely a religion thing. Yeah,
yes, they do already have the crown. That's true.
So part of the Good Friday Agreement was that they would have a National Assembly that would take care of many of the important day-to-day elements of running a country, but some things would be come down from Westminster. But as far as day-to-day stuff, the Irish national or the Northern Ireland National Assembly would do stuff. But the thing is, because it's all this infighting, particularly the Sinn Féin, who are a Republican party and who want the unification of Ireland, they have become increasingly popular, and so the fucking unionists go, well, we're not going to work with you then. So we'll just put the government then, the National Assembly government just goes on hold and nothing gets done. And the civil servants are there just just trying to keep the things going. But no money gets allocated to the health service, or no money gets allocated. It's just a fucking shit show at times.
What's actually kind of funny in a way about it all is, how they want the reunification of Ireland, and yet you would be very hard pushed to find anybody in Southern Ireland who wants them.
I don't know about that.
Generally they go, no, don't want Northern Ireland back, thank you. Fucking hell. A lot of them do.
The Ireland, as in air, tend to try and be very diplomatic and stand back and say, look, you're the ones with the problems. You figure it out. And I think if the majority of people in Northern Ireland voted for reunification with Ireland, then the Irish Republic would welcome them with open arms, and it would all be tickety-poo for a bit. But the Unionists are just as bad as the Republicans, and the separatists and whatever.
Well, I must admit, if any of my family out in Wicklow and Dublin or anything to go by, they're not too keen on having Northern Ireland back, to be honest.
It's a silly, complex situation.
It's massively silly.
The British fucked up from day one.
Yeah, but they always, the British always treated Ireland as literally, well, for want of a better word, they were white slaves in many respects.
How far back is the North Ireland conflict? What's that all? Is that hundreds of years, or is it?
A good couple of 100 years.
Yeah, it's a good couple of 100 years, easy.
Wow. So that's really hard to go away. That's just not.
Oh no, no, this is ingrained into the psyche in Northern Ireland. It really is just a good luck, mate.
It's like, all our fallout from the Civil War. That's not going to change.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly the same thing, because we got people that are still going on about,
It's heritage, not hate. I'm like, no, it's hate. It's racism and it's hate.
Yeah,
so.
And it's like, dude, it's 200 years ago. Get the fuck over it. But
well, it's territorial. It's regional. It's a way of thinking. So it can die down, but it lingers with certain generations, and it can kind of catch. It's almost like it can catch fire again with the populace in that area if it's if you stoke it. But do you have as much what I notice in the States, especially now, is that there's specific media sources for different parties. So one of the big problems we have is the right and the left don't have the same media places that they listen to. So they're both very convinced that they're correct because we don't have like, we watch 60 Minutes and we all battle. And it's more fragmented than that. But is it the same way with the Tories versus are they really?
In a way, yeah.
You know what I'm asking?
Yeah, in a way, it's almost like it was adopted from the US format.
Yeah. Do you have Fox News?
So who's your
No. The situation we have in the UK is you've got the BBC, which is a publicly funded organisation. So it's not just
beholding to the UK government.
Well, no.
Well, it's the UK government that give them their money in the end.
Yes, because it's essentially a tax, and so yes, the government have collect the money, or should I say, TV licensing collect the money, but the government kind of have a say on how much the BBC or the TV licensing can charge each individual household for their this. What they call the TV license. It's just it's a tax that funds the public broadcaster. But because we've got the BBC,
the crazy two-tier system comes into play.
But because we've got the BBC, which is by definition a public service broadcaster that is accountable to the public, and there is a charter and there is a trust. The government appoints like the chairman of the BBC. Now, Boris Johnson gave it to one of his mates, and there was a bit of a...
so they can influence slightly.
Well...
huge surprise.
On paper, they're not supposed to. On paper, when they sign up to the job, they have to say that, the whole thing about BBC impartiality is a big thing. And lots of people will argue that the BBC isn't impartial, and that's mainly because the BBC reports on stuff in a way they don't like. Okay, what happens is, and you'll see this starting to happen already, that whoever is in power at the time, that there will be this view that the BBC is just the propaganda wing of that particular political party that is in charge, that is in government. So for the last 14 years, so many people have been saying that the BBC is just the Tory mouthpiece. Yeah. But you'll see, now that we've switched to a Labour government, so we've moved to the left, you've already started seeing people saying, oh, the BBC are a left-leaning broadcaster and left-leaning news, and they favour what will happen is you'll get the left saying that the BBC is biased to the right, and the right saying the BBC is biased to the left. And what that actually means is they're doing their fucking job pretty damn well.
Yeah.
Because it's all about balance. See, if you're reporting on a political story at the BBC, you have to get a spokesperson from at least the two major parties, the party in government and the party in opposition. You can't do that story on the BBC and just give the government's perspective. You will always have to get the opposition's perspective and maybe another one as well. So maybe you go to the Lib Dems, and you'll like with the election that we've just had. So in the 6 week period that the election was called, and the election happened, you might go to, they might do a news report, and they might go to a constituency, and they might talk to the people in that constituency and blah, blah, blah. And they'll talk to maybe the sitting MP, or maybe they'll talk to, the person that is being bandied around as possibly taking that seat over, whatever. At the end of that report, the BBC have to tell you who else is standing in that constituency. So there's so many rules, and very strict rules about being as impartial as possible. Now, the BBC is an organisation run by human beings, and every now and again, they don't quite hit the mark, and it's quite rare. But there was one news presenter who expressed a certain amount of glee over Boris Johnson getting fucked over by something or other, and she made a fleeting comment in a piece that was on the BBC News channel, which is kind of separate to the main BBC channel, so it was kind of like an offshoot. And she made this comment, and the fucking Tories were up in arms. Oh, she's not being unbiased. She's not being impartial. And so she got suspended. There was an investigation, and she has eventually, come back into her role. And I'm sure that as part of that process, she's had her wrist slapped and told, you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful what you say.
And retrained, right? So.
Yeah, but the BBC is to all intents and purposes impartial. Now, because the BBC exists in that way, and let's remember, the BBC isn't just a news organisation. The BBC is a massive media organisation that creates television, puts on concerts, and all of this is funded by, a lot of it is funded by the licence fee, which is essentially a tax. A greater part of it is actually funded by the BBC selling what it makes to other organisations around the world. So Top Gear, for example, was a massive thing for them. So the BBC gets all of its funding, but because it exists as an unbiased public service broadcaster, any other media organisation in the UK kind of has to follow suit.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. So you got the BBC, but what are the other major sources?
The other major TV source, you've got ITV, which is independent television, which is a commercial network. So it's funded by advertising, whereas the BBC isn't. So you don't have to pay a license fee or a tax to fund. They don't get any money from that. You have Channel 4, which do get some public money, but they're also a commercial station, but there are charters that they have to follow, and they have to show impartiality. And
so Sky, is that another network?
Yeah. So you have Sky. So Sky News, is owned, or I think sure it is still owned by Murdoch and the News Corporation. But even Sky News, which does, let's say, have a flavour of, it's still a very
leans sometimes.
So Murdoch can't do what he does with Fox.
He can't. You just can't do that, because there are laws against all media organisations to stop them from doing that sort of thing.
Yeah.
However, in recent years, we've had other channels spring up. So we've had this fucking comedy show called GB News.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
GB News is
like Newsmax.
Yeah, it's like a cross between Newsmax and Fox, probably leaning more towards Newsmax.
Yeah,
but it really is. It's a fucking comedy show. I mean, the amount of times they've been hauled.
Well, they don't
over
even
the coals.
try to hide it, do they? Let's face it.
It's not an actual comedy show. It's
well, I mean, it's laughable. But I mean, the amount of times they've been hauled over the coals by Ofcom. So Ofcom is an independent organisation that is funded by the government, but is completely independent, and they monitor organisations such as TV stations and radio stations. And if they breach the code, if they show that they weren't impartial, or that they broadcast a bunch of lies, then Ofcom will haul them over the coals. And the best that they can do is fine them. Now, you could end up, and hopefully maybe GB News will get fined out of existence, because it's constantly falling foul, because not only do they employ fucking right-wing nut jobs, I mean, some of them are just batshit fucking crazy, but they also platform right-wing politicians, from mild right-wing politicians in the Tory party to members of Reform, which is basically a much further right party than the Conservatives.
Yeah.
And they'll have their own TV shows. Now, you could not do that at the BBC or ITV.
Yeah.
Because they have to be impartial. So if you ever get a TV show on the BBC, like, there was this guy that used to be the editor of the Times called Andrew Neil, who was very, very much a Tory. I think he actually was a member of the party at some point. But even when he was doing shows, he would also have to have, on that show, he'd have to have somebody who had a Labour background and somebody from, somebody else. So even when on the BBC or ITV, where they have somebody presenting a show that, has a political leaning or affiliation that everyone's aware of.
Fox used to do it and they gave up.
Yeah. So, GB News, and there's Talk TV, I think is another one which is coming out. And then you've got organisations like Global. So Global own a radio station called LBC, which used to be London's radio station.
Yeah.
But it's now kind of, LBC now stands for Let's Get Britain Talking, or something like, I don't know.
Something like that, yeah.
But what they do is they kind of, instead of each show being balanced, their balance comes from, we're going to have 5 presenters who are left and 5 presenters who are right, and we'll alternate. So in the mornings you have Nick Ferrari, who's some big pompous fat cunt, and he's clearly a right wing person politically.
Yeah.
But then at 10 o'clock, immediately after, you have a guy called James O'Brien, who is the
he's good.
opposite.
I like that guy.
James O'Brien's brilliant. Yeah. Obviously, I like James because
his callers and the way he goes after the callers is hilarious.
I've been on the show a few times myself, as a caller with him, because he used to work for the local TV round here, so he's kind of well known. But so you've got him, and then you get like Camilla Tominay, I think her name is. She's a bit of a fucking right-wing fascist. Then you get Sheila Fogarty, who's a left-wing. So their balance is derived from, we've got half a dozen right-wing presenters and half a dozen left-wing presenters, and so everyone's got their little show. So all the lefties love listening to James O'Brien, and all the right-wingers try and call in to try and trip James O'Brien
They're
up.
so bad, it's funny.
And and some of them are fucking awful. Yeah. But there's a clip on LBC at the moment where Sheila Fogarty is contacted by this guy, or shall I say geezer, and he's like, probably like this. I've lived in these communities all my life, and I'm the sort of person, if you walk down the street, you'll probably step away from me because I'm a doorman kind of thing. And then he turns, and the whole conversation flows, and he's the loveliest bloke you could ever possibly meet. He says, I live in a community that's full of Muslims and full of black people, and I know they take one look at me and they think I'm going to give them a hard time. Oh, I don't. I go up to them and I smile and I say hello and good morning. How you doing, ladies? You're looking lovely, blah, blah, blah. And it's just a joyous thing. So every now and again you get these lovely little things happening. But LBC is
I noticed you haven't mentioned Andrew Neil.
Yeah, well, that's who I was referring to.
Yeah.
Andrew, an absolute kind of out-and-out Tory. But when he had his show, I forget what it was called, whether it was just the politics show, his guests, he had 2 permanent guests. One was Michael Portillo, who is a more of a centrist Tory than a sort of hard-right Tory.
He is now.
Yeah.
He was a bit.
But he also had
right,
Diane Abbott on, and Diane Abbott is a proper lefty.
Yeah, full left.
So there was this dynamic. So you got Andrew Neil, who is, I'd spit on him if he was on fire. But, this show had balance.
Yeah.
So there's and then they'd have guests on. They would grill them from all sides. So, and then people, what's the other one?
Don't mention Hugh Edwards.
Oh, God, no. Who's the other one? The one had throat cancer. Nick. Was it Nick? balding guy, glasses. Really, really.
Yes.
He was like the political editor of the BBC for many years. But before that, he was the Conservatives' media guy. So he then goes to work for the BBC, and of course everybody knows that he worked for the Tories, and so we're thinking, well, here you go, there's obvious Tory bias in the BBC. But, you know, any show that he did, there was always balance, you know. So, and Laura Koonsberg gets a I mean, I don't particularly, I'm not a massive fan of her, but I don't dislike her. But like, everyone says she's a Tory mouthpiece just because of history and stuff. But
yeah, it just seems like now everything is the right definitely is more. What's the word to use for him? Confrontational and they. I've noticed if you're watching a left show or listening to something, they're coming on it. They're in the chats. They're provoking. It's constant provoking on that side. And I think it's because they're just losing a lot of the. On a public scale, they're not the majority. They're just not.
Yeah.
But they all have the same talking points too. They watch Fox News. They write. Some stuff down, and they all say the same shit.
Yeah, even.
I mean, technically, it doesn't change anybody's mind, though, does it? Because you can have a right-wing show, and the guys are spouting all sorts of bullshit and everything like that. Even, like with GB News, right? Like Robbie says, they're constantly getting hauled over the coals for something they've said that they're not allowed to say, but they don't care because they got it out there. Well, and they've pleased their audience, and that's all they're worried about.
Yeah,
you know?
That's exactly what you see more of. It's more of yeah, you wonder who they're trying.
Well, the thing is, as an outsider,
nobody's converted, is they?
Yeah, as an outsider, whenever I watch US news, whether when I'm in the country or from outside, your news channels aren't necessarily news channels. They are opinion channels. Yeah, they're opinion channels. So they'll be briefly. Here are the news headlines, and then the bulk of the channel is some person, an individual, who has an opinion, and then gets other people who will support that opinion to back them up.
Sensational. It's to make money.
Back in the 80s, we had proper news where you'd have an editorial section of the news, and someone would get their little report out there, get their opinion, smile, joke around a little bit, be smarmy sometimes. But they would be clearly marked editorial. The rest of the news is pretty much fucking news. Now it's the total opposite.
And the irony is, when we have a presidential debate, like the last one, there is a big section of the population who's kind of checked out, but they watch that debate. Like, this debate is gonna give them what Andy's talking about. But now, of course, with Trump, there's never going to be a substantive debate about anything. No. So it's utterly worthless, and it's all part of the strategy, which is I'm not going to debate. We're just going to have an info war, right? On our two sections, and may the best person win. But it's depressing because you don't have because there's still a lot of people, regardless of all this, there's still a massive amount of people everywhere. I don't think it's just the U.S. who really earnestly want some sort of debate, really want to talk about issues. But
he's a coward. I mean, she'll talk him under the table. I mean, he can't. He can insult people on his feet. He uses the same words over and over again on his feet, and that's about it. He's the same. He's very limited in his function.
I mean, truthfully, that party right now, I've always said Trump's not really a Republican. No. Trump is Trump.
He's not.
So there is no platform now.
Well, and guess what? That's also part of the fascist playbook. Is you take something pre-existing and you twist it to your own means. Yeah. That's exactly what that fucker's doing.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to get you worked up.
It's like
it's true though.
Don't worry, I get worked up too. I'm just.
No, but it's just so annoying because Trump is he always complains about you're nasty, you're mean, like the ladies on the show, and it's like he's nasty first. He's always a name caller. He's always the guy bitching and yelling at people, criticizing people. He can't take it.
No, and that's he's
a pussy.
Well, he can't. He's not even gonna. I mean, if you think of his life, when has he ever had to take it? Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
he's been surrounded by yes men all his life.
Not only that, he was trained by Roy Cohn, one of the biggest scumbags in the world. and he was a lawyer for the mafia and a bunch of other bad guys.
Yeah,
And he learned that pit bull mentality from them. Just attack first, ask questions later, right?
Then say the other person's being unreasonable. You know,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can't call someone nasty when you're nasty all the time.
Yeah. Well, at least that was one time where I hope that latest journal thing, maybe he did a little damage, but we'll see. I don't know.
It did, not that his credibility matters to him, but it did ruin a lot of his credibility further.
Yeah, there are swing voters, and they really are kind of like, they don't really pay attention a lot, but the whole battle is to try to get in their heads, It was like we were talking about with they wanted to make this big deal with Kamala about that Olympic thing and not to get back on that with the boxer. And they were trying to make this big connection with, see, this is what happens when liberals, and you let these extreme left get in. Now our daughters are getting beat up. I mean, they're literally, I watched a talk show, and there were some of the more ardent supporters. That's the takeaway they got, right? Well, I heard about a girl that got killed when a boy...
Because it's what they heard. They don't know anything about it. And it also fits their narrative, right?
It has nothing to do with politics.
When I was walking
I
was walking back from the pub this afternoon, and this family, mother, father, and 2 young kids were walking the opposite direction. And it was quiet, and you could hear the conversation, and they were talking about that whole boxing thing that's going on at the Olympics now. And the conversation was, she's she might be a woman, but she's not a very pretty one, is she? I'm like
yeah, exactly.
What? And you don't. I mean, I wanted to say something, but you just don't. You just don't stop in the middle of the street. You just don't know what you're getting into.
No.
Jackie says, "Fuck, did you hear that?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Have you seen a picture of that boxer when she's not boxing? She looks incredibly feminine. She looks, just because she's very tall, she's very muscular, and I don't know the specific details, but it's like what was the name of that runner? Is it Caster Semenya?
Yeah,
the runner who so she exhibited certain male genetic traits, but she was predominantly female.
Yeah.
And that's how she's always lived her life, and she's physically very what's the word, physically superior, or physically superior to most women in that compete at that level as well. She has more of a masculine physicality, but you look at swimmers, right? The most successful swimmers are genetically different to the rest of us. They have longer bodies, longer arms. It's just, and that because of that, they found that they're really good at swimming.
They also build some serious muscle. I mean, you've seen some of those swimmers.
Three words. Russian shot putters.
Or what that gets to, you get into the steroidal issue. And
all that stuff, yeah.
So then you go, what's really worse? Like having one person who's on the fringe, and honestly, if you look at that boxer and you look at the rest of them, I don't see like this Hulk Hogan. It's not like when I saw like in the baseball and remember in the 90s where they had these arms, and it was just like, you were just like Daryl Strawberry, and you were just.
But to be fair, I mean, we all carry around both sex hormones, right? So as you get older, your testosterone drops, estrogen presents itself.
But the point of all of it is that when I listened to the talk show, which was supposed to be even, and it sort of was, too, but the point was they weren't talking about that. They were talking about transgender. It was all going back to, and somehow it had to do with Kamala. And it's like, what?
They're so confused now. They don't know what to do. They're grasping at straws.
There is this, lots of people are making this whole boxing thing about this transgender thing. She's not transgender.
No.
It's a completely different.
Since when did facts matter?
Well, yeah, quite.
That's the problem.
Ben Shapiro asshole says facts don't care about your feelings. Meanwhile, he's the biggest little whiny bitch ever.
Well,
when it comes to feelings and facts, confusion, and
so So when this one woman gets on and corrects it, right, was doing kind of like this, gave a real methodical understanding of the situation, and no one, it wasn't like everyone went, "Oh, I'm so sorry." No, I that's, you know what I mean. They get quiet, and they just go, "Well, what I heard, I don't know," and that's the difference of where we're at right now. Instead of just saying, because they're still trying to win, they still want to make their impact on the votes. They actually don't care at the end of the day, even if they were wrong. It's more about winning the moment, and I mean that's
the only reason they
thing.
took the abortion right away is to appease the religious assholes, to get those votes. They don't care about that either, because all those Republicans are getting abortions all the time.
What's sad now, if you listen to some women, they go, they're not even fighting to get it back. They go, "Well, we've lost." They go,
They'll
"We're
get
just
it anyway. They
we're
have
just
money to go
voting
anywhere.
to
If
protect
they
women
ban
in
it somewhere,
general."
they can go to another state easily. Some people can't afford that.
Yeah, no, it's well, that's the thing.
You know how many abortions Trump has probably caused because of the Playboy lifestyle? I mean, give me a fucking break.
I mean, anyone that has a daughter. I mean, I've got a young,
Exactly.
a daughter. I mean, I feel like even when I'm talking to older, to women that are vote Republican, I go, "Do you realize, like, I don't care about you. Like, I have actually a vested interest in this, maybe more than you do. And you're telling me like, oh, it's not a big deal." I'm like, well, it is a big deal to a lot of us, because you're actually affecting the whole next generation. And because that's the most warped thing I hear with a lot of people when they it's kind of like the racial stuff. I'll talk to people and say, what's the big deal? I'm like, it is a big deal. It just doesn't affect you. Like
it's a big deal to a lot of people.
Have a like immediate corollary, like whatever the word, like to you, for you to understand that it does affect you. It's an indirect effect, and it's cumulative. But these are the same people that grew up and said, "Oh, when I grew up, the black people were mean to me. They were just as mean." And I'm like, yeah, but they were mean for a different reason. They were scared of you. Do you understand?
Well, what gets me is they want to say that the Democrats want to take your rights away from you and all this kind of stuff.
I
with
want all your
stuff
rights
down your throat. Meanwhile, because of like, you had lockdowns and forced immunizations and all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, they're taking body autonomy away, right? They're taking your right to say what you do with your own fucking body.
What? And
How more fundamental can you get than that?
Is it your body though, Andy, or is it God's?
Well, yeah, exactly. No, it's God's body. Sorry, you're right. I'm totally sorry. We have no control, and it's
It's just there.
Well, it looks like backstreet abortionists are going to be the new, the new Mercedes 500 SE owners in some of these states, isn't it? If that went through, they'll always, because you know what it's like. They say the same thing. You go, we all ban something. Fine. It will carry on. It just won't be on the surface anymore.
Yeah. Just drive it underground.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner. This made me hungry.
That's the best thing to do with it.
It's worked up an appetite, right?
Yeah.
It's nice seeing everybody.
And you, mate.
Hey, when you get your Matrix Brute, Robbie?
I don't know. I haven't had the shipping notice yet, but hopefully this week.
Dad, it's dinner time. Come on.
I haven't used mine enough, but man, it is so awesome. It's got so many cool features. I've actually been curious.
Like its ability to gather dust.
Yeah. It's a good platform for books and clothing and.
Yeah. Somewhere you can hang your T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cat likes it. Sleeps on it.
Yeah.
Look, mine's set up. Mine's.
It's a headphone holder. Look at that.
It's even turned on, isn't it?
It is turned on.
There you go.
That's for show, isn't it? Come on.
It's always a good sign.
Look, it's not going to let me get a word in edgewise. All right. Anyways, everybody have a good night.
And you, mate. You take care.
Yeah.
Ooh. Come on, just light like a normal bleeding Zippo, will you?
Jesus.
Yeah, what is that? Oh, good grief almighty.
Yeah, because
that went by.
Even though you have like the church tied to the royals and all that kind of stuff, you guys are pretty secular over there in general, right?
Oh, we are a secular nation.
Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to be, but we're not. So.
I mean, yeah, I say we're a secular nation, but we still have bishops that sit in the second chamber of government,
church and state.
Yeah,
exactly.
But no, I mean, we are predominantly, we are a secular nation, and
although according to some people, we are
work to do.
possibly going to be the first Muslim country.
Oh yeah,
that will have
you
nuclear
a
weapons.
You actually have a caliphate in your country.
And yet,
wow. Never heard of Pakistan, has he?
At the moment here in the UK, we've got marauding groups of white men.
Yes, it's
in
carrying
various
on apparently.
cities, rioting and causing all sorts of trouble outside.
Let me guess, someone we know might actually be in one of those groups.
Who knows?
You know what I'm talking
no,
about.
I think that they're more than happy to sit by the sidelines and just throw the grenades rather than actually be on the on the ground.
Yeah, somebody else can take the grenade. Yeah.
But there are people saying even today that there are gangs of Muslims on the street.
Yeah,
with
rape gangs and all that shit. Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, in the last couple of days, if I was a young Muslim male and I'm under threat of being, lynched by these marauding locals, I'd be fucking arming myself to the teeth.
They're patriots.
Yeah, patriots. Yeah, patriots that go rioting, smashing, and then go looting. It's just fucking. It's.
Oh yeah.
Why did they target that second hotel? Is there any particular reason?
Because it was being used to house immigrants, whether they were asylum seekers or illegal immigrants or legal immigrants, people that are being processed. Because at the moment, one of the big problems we have in the UK is that there's tens of thousands of people that have come here and claiming asylum or claiming immigration status. They're just not being processed, and that's a Tory issue that they neglected that. They said, oh yeah, we'll just stick them on. We'll stick them all on flights to Rwanda, and that'll put them off coming. No, that didn't work. Thankfully, that's all been knocked on the head. But no, it's all these so-called patriots, and they're now rioting in towns up and down the country, causing criminal damage and stealing from shops and then what they did at this hotel in Rotherham today was that they took some basic dumpsters for our American friends, wheelie bins, large things, and set them against windows and then set them on fire.
Wow.
So essentially they're trying to burn the occupants of this hotel, which are mostly people going through some sort of immigration process.
The English Defence League, right?
Yeah, EDL,
Yeah, EDL, right. English Defence League doing Nazi salutes in the street. The irony is almost fucking palpable.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Yeah. There was a picture of one of these guys who was wearing a poppy badge, which is a symbol that we use in the UK as remembrance of the fallen in the wars. And he's got a fucking great swastika tattooed on his neck, 6 inches away.
They hunt and peck, and they cherry pick little he's got some good ideas in there.
I'll tell you what though, did you see what happened in Blackpool? I think it was either today or yesterday. So there's this big thing going on in Blackpool. It's like a big festival thing, but it's a punk festival, right? So it's just like you got 10,000 punks in Blackpool, all having a great time, listening to music and out on the beaches, whatever. And I don't know what it's like in the US, but in the UK, if you're a punk, you are automatically anti-fascist. If you remember, do you remember Rock Against Racism in, was it 78, 79?
Yeah.
I mean, hundreds of thousands of
big push,
punks.
isn't it?
Yeah. At concerts, being completely anti-fascist and everything. So a bunch of these EDL thugs thought they'd try and kick off in Blackpool. They were very soon rounded out by a whole bunch of punks and just made to look fucking like the twats that they were. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to see.
Yeah. Apparently, a do not visit the UK travel alert has now been issued out.
I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised.
Because we have the Antifa guys here who are masked and kind of militant and kind of like the
we have the same
political version of Earth First people here that are a little too little too aggro with their environmental messages.
Yeah.
And car bombs and spiking trees and all kinds of other things. And it's like you're kind of ruining your message, right? You're a little too crazy. So
Yeah.
You're almost being as bad as the other guys.
Nothing says environmentalists more than spiking trees.
Well, here's the thing so January 6th, right? They blamed it on Antifa, of course. And it's like, no, those are all Trumpies. They're all wearing the MAGA outfits. They're all, proud. As they identified their faces, they're clearly Trump people.
As soon as you pointed that out, then they turn around and say, "Oh yeah, but the Antifa guys, they all bought the MAGA hats. And they were in disguise." Exactly. Oh, fuck off! Yeah.
They always have something, And then when you bring it up, and Trump is trying to defend all these people still, it's all this whataboutism. Well, we had Black Lives Matter protests, and we had this, and we had that. And I'm like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about January 6th. Stay on topic. And they jump all over because they don't have an answer.
Yeah, well.
It's ridiculous. You cannot argue with those people, period. It's awful.
Yeah, this is it's feeling very mid-70s again lately.
It's a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, but this excuses that. It's like, well, no. It's, the old saying, 2 wrongs don't make a right or whatever. It's like, stop pointing to other issues that happened a year, 2, 3 years ago to excuse some people doing horrible things at our goddamn Capitol. Oh, it's not an insurrection. It's this, it's that. And like they keep saying, oh, that poor servicewoman who got shot in the face. If you watch the video, did you see what she did? She was at gunpoint saying, stay out. And she broke in anyway and got her ass killed because she asked for it. She's a military person. She should know better. Don't do shit like that.
It's the same old rhetoric, isn't it? It's just that it's the 1% orchestrated, so everybody's fighting everybody else that way.
But she's a martyr.
Looking at the 1%.
Idiots. Like, oh, poor her, poor her. It's like, no, she's a moron. It's unreal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, I don't see it getting any better anytime soon, but we'll see what happens.
It just feels like the planet's gearing up for a fucking world war.
Purge. A massive purge of some kind.
Which is essentially what a world war is, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Or a temporary one. I heard somebody called the Olympics, was it polite nationalism? It's like, wait, what?
Well, there was, I'm sure it probably there was some element of staging, but the South Koreans and the North Koreans in gymnasts, I think it was.
Oh yeah, the picture.
They all got together and took a picture together, which I'm thinking, nationalism, really? No.
Yeah.
But then somebody,
mind you, if the North Koreans see what's really going on, they just go, "Fucking hell, I'm not going back."
Exactly.
Yeah.
What was it? That thing they got in the museum? I love that. They've got a miniature replica of the world's largest table.
That sounds like something's been right.
Yeah. Because the world's largest table is in, where was it? Somewhere like Dubai or somewhere like that.
Yeah, sounds right.
So they've got a miniature replica of it in their museum. Must have just had a photograph or something.
Yeah, so the whole I don't think Trump's going to have the debate. Even if he does, nothing's going to happen out of it. It's not.
Well, apparently, haven't they agreed on a date?
Well, there was supposed to be a Fox News one now, but then I don't know if that's going to happen. Who knows? He's such a coward. He'll just.
This is it. He'll run away and but he knows that he'll get owned. Yeah. Absolutely owned.
He'll say she's nasty. You're being nasty again.
Yeah, but she doesn't. Yeah, she's clever enough to. Come across as like very pleasant, but still kick his ass.
Yes. I just love the double standard. He could be the biggest misogynist, racist, whatever he wants to be, but everyone else is being mean to him and nasty and name calling, and it's like it's so childish.
I must admit, every time I read about these various riots and stuff like that, I go and watch that video again. It makes me feel better. With the bloke getting the brick, 2 bricks in the head at the same time, and then one in the nuts.
Bollocks! Yeah, that was fantastic. That was absolutely beautiful. And
By
the
his
way
own
that some
people.
Yeah, and the way some people have now edited that video to music. There was I think the best one I saw was they've entered it. They've edited it to feature the music from Enter the Dragon.
Yeah.
It's
and then
so
you already
good. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. How long ago was this?
The other day.
Oh,
About 2 days ago. 2-3 days ago, was it?
So we had this, this awful murder.
This was the
of 3
first.
kids.
This was the first right on the day
This is the
that
first one,
the stabbing attack happened.
Mm.
And if there was anything to take out of that was even possible to make you smile, it was this. About the whole fucking travesty of it all.
Mm.
All I can find is actual footage, not the stuff with the music on, which was great. But have you seen the clip, Andy?
I haven't. No.
All right, I'll show you. It's just one of the most beautiful things you'll ever.
Yeah, I just love the way he got 2 bricks in the head almost
It's nice when people get their
simultaneously.
comeuppance. Doesn't happen very often. But...
Yeah.
You got it in the front of the head, and then you got it in the back of the head.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, here you go. Share screen.
And then as he's staggering away, gets one right in the nuts.
What was this related to? What was the event?
So,
here we go.
There was a basically 17-year-old kid from Wales goes into a dance class, which is part of a school holidays activity thing, wielding a knife, stabs a whole bunch of young kids. 3 of them ended up dying. A bunch of others are in critical condition. So
including the teachers.
The teachers, yeah.
Wow.
So what happened was that the word got out that this kid wasn't traditionally British, i.e., white.
Oh boy.
So the EDL, which is
he's not a patriot.
Yeah. They basically bust in a whole bunch of these yobs who just out for a bit of a rumble, and they started rioting in the town where these girls got killed, which is already reeling from this. It was just
and then
sick.
they got this,
and then this happened, right? So you basically got a cordon of police officers with riot shields, and here we go. It's just beautiful. Watch
that
for
police
a guy.
van ends up on its side on fire as well, doesn't it? In the
Watch
end,
for the guy
end
in
of
the
day.
grey kind of tracksuit.
Yeah.
Here he is there on the right. Boom.
Oh.
Boom, boom.
So here we go. 1, 2, and then
as he walks away. Oh.
No, here you go. I think this is. Oh, fucking hell! Hang on.
The writing's covering up him getting whacked in the head.
Yeah. So hang on. Let's do that again. Bloody. I put my screen to sleep, which automatically shuts off.
He's still standing after getting hit in the head with a brick. That's pretty good, actually.
Right. So
he's pretty dazed after the.
Oh, sure.
To the head.
So he goes up, posturing, right? So actually, let me put it in slow motion. It's even better.
Yeah, it's even better.
Playback speed, half speed. Right. So here he is on the right. Here you go. Boom.
Boom.
One in the face, one in the back of the head, and watch.
As he walks away, sort of dazed. Boing. Way. Thus ensuring there'll be no more of his wanky stuff going on.
Indeed.
He's properly castrated there.
Yeah. But the beautiful thing is that by his own group.
Yeah.
That's true, 'cause it's on the other side.
Not only as thick as shit, they can't throw anything to save their fucking lives.
Yeah. Wow.
Their aim is as bad as shit as their politics.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was lovely. It was just It's sort of like something we can take away from all that horror.
So, do you guys have a lot of knife violence there in general, or not really?
Yeah, because we're not allowed guns.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what I figured. Because in Australia,
No, literally, that is literally it. That is the reason.
Yeah.
You get a lot of these guys though. They start pulling out machetes and stuff like that, and I mean, me and Fiona were trying to have a discussion about this without it going down rabbit holes and getting all weird. But even Fiona said, she goes, in the past she has known. She goes, sometimes she says, Muslim people don't make it easy for themselves.
Yeah.
So it's the same on, because they go, Muslims are being targeted and stuff like that. Muslims do a bit of their own targeting.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? And
well, retribution and
yeah, exactly. So these are the only incidents that get recorded. These are the only incidents that people get to know about.
Right.
Because no newspaper wants to, brandish across their front page, Muslim man pulls white guy out of car, all that kind of.
But the same reason they went crazy with the Trump shooter is he white? Is he Republican? Is he,
Yeah.
That's the first thing they want to know.
Yeah. But if a Muslim guy drives a car into a crowd of school children on the pavement, that'll be on the front page for like fucking 2 weeks. Yeah. Going into every nook and cranny. It's just the media is definitely to blame for a lot of this.
Well, it's the same reason why
this unrest.
As I walked around the computer museum yesterday, they had a Photoshop exhibit there. I showed real quick on the stream, and there's the famous two covers of Newsweek and Time, where O.J. Simpson during the trial was much darker in one picture to make him look more evil and more sinister, and it's more racist to make him look darker in the picture. So he's guilty. Oh, look, he's guilty.
Yeah, but he was fucking guilty.
He was guilty, but I'm just saying the two. It wasn't just flat out even pictures. They literally photoshopped the shit out of one of them.
To make
him look even worse.
Yeah. Well, they did the same. They do the same here. I mean, when Jeremy Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn is considered to be further left than maybe the more traditional Labour Party members. And so every picture of him you would see would be on a red background, and wearing that kind of Lenin style hat.
Oh, sure,
thing, But they would always, and there was even the Newsnight on the BBC had a picture of him in the background, and it was red, and then there was this kind of picture of the Kremlin. And it was just like, for fuck's sake, he's not a communist. But
I mean, they only stopped short of photoshopping a picture of him eating a baby. Yeah, laughing maniacally.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They only just stopped just short of that.
Yeah.
But
carrying around his books of Karl Marx and Engels and
Have you ever read whatnot? Fuck me, I've forgotten the name of it now. I was going to say Mein Kampf, but
the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah, the one that called that's Capital. Thank you. Yeah. What a sensible idea that was.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately, it was given to morons to act out on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a Marxist in a traditional sense, but there's lots of.
Yeah, but it would have worked for Russia, because when you looked at Russia's political system, it would have really worked out. But
this is why we had so many people here when McCarthyism went nuts. We had so many people in Hollywood and stuff go, "Oh, those are some good ideas." They had those little meetings, right? And you would get blacklisted, like, "Oh, you're a communist," but because they like some of the ideas in there, It's like,
yeah. But when something as well documented as Hubbard's Scientology thing, you go, "Oh yeah, I'll come up with the idea in a bar."
Yeah.
And yet go, oh yeah, I'm a Scientologist. Yeah, I'm waiting for the spaceship to come. It's like,
What's funny, it started with Dianetics, and then it became Scientology. Like he wrote a book first one way, and then he kind of tweaked it around a little bit. And being a science fiction author, of course, he grabbed all these really silly ideas and tried to make it a real story.
But I mean, it's exactly the same thing with that as it is for the people who are waiting for the second coming of Christ.
Oh, I know.
It'll be a long wait, long wait, mate.
Yeah, that one's
That's
just too easy.
Yeah, that's like standing outside the front of your house waiting for fucking Harry Potter to turn up.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. Because there was a video, actually, another video on YouTube where there was a guy going around, I don't know what city it was, and he's interviewing these people on the street. I think, was it Philadelphia? Might have been Philly. I don't know. I didn't the key buildings I wasn't recognising anyway. And he was telling them about, do you believe in God and all this sort of thing? Are you a Christian? And they say, well, of course I'm a Christian, kind of thing, And he goes, aha, these are the ones to talk to. And he says about, do you have you read the Bible? Yes, I've read the Bible. I know inside out and all this sort of thing. Oh, okay, cool. So you know it's all made up, don't you? Right? And they start losing their shit and everything like that.
Yeah.
And they go, and I go, you've read the Bible? Yes. He goes, I go, which Bible? You go, the American Bible. He said, no, which Bible?
Well, there are at least 20 of those. So.
Yeah, exactly. And they go, the King James Bible. He goes, right, there you go. And goes and starts to tell them about, that when they were doing the translation from the original Hebrew text and all this sort of business, half of the shit they couldn't work out, and they go, I don't know, make up some crap. Plus, what King James wanted in that Bible that promoted what he wanted and stuff like that. And you're just watching these people having... Bible, yeah, exactly. And you're just watching these people having an absolute fucking meltdown over it.
Yeah.
You go, no, it was written by Jesus. No, it wasn't written by Jesus. Nowhere does it say it was written by Jesus. For Christ. What? He wasn't an author.
Yeah.
He was a fucking carpenter, for fuck's sake.
Meanwhile, it was stolen heavily from previous civilizations and rewritten.
Yeah.
And,
oh, crap. It's been messed around.
I mean, even the
so
Jews
much.
didn't have the original texts, right? There were some people way before them.
Yeah. But somewhere, way back in the annals of time, there is a guy going, I could have monetized this. Fuck.
Yeah.
Why? I should have put my name at the bottom. I knew I should have put my name. My wife said, put your name at the bottom. I didn't, did I? Mate.
Well, there's some funny stuff, too. Like, there's different books, Matthew, Luke, and I think there's another book. And they are testimonials. They are not written by Matthew, Luke, and so. They were assembled over time and written down by other people. But no, it's just Matthew. Matthew wrote this book. Like, no, he didn't. And even the Bible scholars admit this, the serious ones. But they still don't care that it's concocted and has all kinds of errors and other issues and inconsistencies, because they still believe in the entire picture.
Jesus,
however, the Catholics the Catholics that let the priests bless kids and let them get away with it, not only are doing illegal behavior, don't believe in the law, but clearly should know they're also going to burn in the hell they believe in by allowing horrible crimes to continue without punishment of any kind. So, they don't believe either, right? They clearly don't believe. If you allow that horrible behavior to continue under the guise of the church, they don't believe in hell or God or anything like that, because you would never act that way. Your book tells you not to do that, and you're skirting the issue, hiding these bad guys. And so you're breaking natural law and you're breaking human law, right? Or Jesus law, whatever. And so they don't believe. This is so ridiculous, It's a business.
Yeah. And this is why we don't have walk drives now.
That's right.
We're all being held back.
That's the other thing, too. If we let those idiots run the world truly, we wouldn't have technology because they don't believe in science and rigor and peer review and all that kind of stuff. You wouldn't have the internet. You wouldn't have satellites. You wouldn't be able to go on a fucking Facebook and talk nonsense.
Yeah.
Because it never would have been invented.
All we need is a good alien invasion.
We do.
Knock the stupid out of them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Knowing our luck, it'll be xenomorphs and we'll get fucked up really bad. So.
Well, that's the thing. That's always the argument. If something could come here, and it's way more advanced than us, how do you know it's going to be benevolent? Wouldn't it? I know, but I mean, how do you know it's going to be benevolent?
Yeah, well, yeah, because I mean, we're not exactly getting smarter.
No. And in fact, you're going to be, just. Yeah. It's like the swipe of your hand. Everything gets destroyed.
Big ship lands, and sort of like this guy comes out, sort of like alien-like creature. We come from planet EDL. And everybody goes, "Oh fucking hell!" And they start goose stepping out of the ship and go, "Oh Christ Almighty, here we go!" Yeah, with their laser cannons and their rail guns. Yeah. Okay, we're fucked.
So some people say, "Oh, you would hope because of their advanced civilization and so forth, they would be more enlightened and all that stuff." But who says, right?
Yeah.
There's no way to know that.
Also, I like they come out and they're bright green, and it's kill everything that isn't bright green. Oh shit!
Yeah, it's a crazy idea.
Yeah.
So I like Close Encounters. It's a cool ending where he goes up in the ship with the little guys, and that's all cool and stuff like that. But
they shouldn't have tagged that bit on the end. They really shouldn't.
You don't like that with the extra scenes?
No, I like the mystery of it.
You still don't see that much though.
No, Duncan, leave it.
What they should have done is cut away from those more because all the kids have those little rubbery long fingers that look fake.
Yeah.
Like, edit around that. Don't show that, because every time they show prosthetics on people with long fingers, they never bother to put bones in them, so they look like real fingers that can.
Yes, but it was better when you didn't get to see inside the ship, and you just imagine what it would be like inside the ship.
No, I understand. The mystery is cool, but the same reason why I like the Abyss director's cut. I like the extra stuff they put in there, and where they're suspending the waves, they're getting ready to destroy humanity, and we're basically held in judgment about what this guy does and says. This one person, and they're holding the tidal waves essentially at bay. Do we destroy humanity or not?
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Although for some reason I really didn't get on with Prometheus.
No, it's a beautiful movie, and it has some cool scenes in it, but God, it's stupid.
Yeah, I think that's.
And it even ends stupidly. The woman runs in a straight line with a ship coming right at her. All she had to do was go like that, and it would have rolled that way.
Yeah.
Do a right turn, and run like hell, and maybe you have a chance. But if you run straight down the line of the ship's line of fall, you're gonna get squashed.
I saw there was some clip. I think it was from a computer game, Star Wars computer game, and it showed this ship crashing into this Jedi temple, and then its wings cutting all the concrete pillars.
Oh yeah.
And I looked at it and I went, Dark Elves, Thor 2, exactly the same scene. It was even the same camera angles. Remember the Dark Elves put one of the ships into Asgard, and the wings cutting through all the pillars and everything like that. They're even the same camera angles.
Well, the funny thing is, I mean, it depends on the ship, obviously, but at that velocity, most likely the wings would be sheared off, and it wouldn't destroy the building, right?
Not the Dark Elves. They're very, very
Dark Elves, they're special, yeah.
Yeah, they're special. Because their wing was able to cut through all the pillars, yet Matey Boy was able to fuck one up with a dagger.
There you go. Yeah, so it's nice.
Wait a minute, he stuck a knife in it and it tore it in half, but it went through all these concrete posts and everybody going, nah, it'll be fine.
It's a very special knife.
Tis but a scratch.
Yeah. That's fair.
I love picking out inconsistencies.
Well, sure, and even some of the best movies ever have tons of issues.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah. Sometimes you forgive them.
But the new Alien is coming out. Is it already out yet, or is it?
I have no idea.
Alien Romulus.
Yeah, soon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably gonna be
The thing
terrible,
is, we know everything there is to know about Xenomorphs now. There's no suspense.
No, but that's okay because it can
Yeah,
still
yeah. I
make it
suppose it is. Yeah.
Because as
but
they,
Aliens
as
was
the lore
still the
has
better film,
continued,
wasn't it?
Like one of the even though Alien 3 stinks, the director's cut made a very interesting distinction in the Xenomorphs is that they take on the biology of their host. So in the director's cut, the alien comes out of a bull because they're raising cattle on the planet, right? And it comes out as this massive fucking part bull xenomorph, right? Because of the biology of the animal it inhabited. Not this little lithe kind of doggy one that came out of the one that's in the theatrical version. It's actually this big hulking kind of thing.
And gives milk.
Well, I don't know about that part, but it's because of it's interesting how it changes, and that's why they did that in Prometheus, where they showed how it changed based on the animal it came out of.
Yeah, I mean, you say that. Did they do any more with the Predator alien?
I don't even count that stuff. Alien vs Predator is not canon as far as I'm concerned. That's all.
No, it wasn't that one. It was the one with the black girl. You know, with the mark on it.
Oh, I know. That's what I mean. Those are horrible.
Yeah. There was a Predator alien come out at the end.
Even the Wayland is a different. That whole lineage is all screwed up. Like the writing is all messed up, right? Because
what's that?
There's a couple of bot things or whatever going on in there.
Oh really? Oh no. You got lusty ladies again?
No, it was just I don't know, just two random accounts.
Your mum was banned.
Yeah. Oh. So yeah, it's full of holes and stuff, but
yeah,
there's a couple fun moments that come out of some of those things. But you know, one of the guys who worked on the alien design for the Prometheus is also the asshole that was responsible for the new look of the Klingons in the new Star Trek stuff, Discovery and all that kind of stuff. Just totally went left field in the design. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know.
So I mean, they just experiment too much. It's like stick with the consistency and.
Well, it's like there's a go. Oh yeah, here we could do the Marvel DC alternate universe thing. We'd get away with everything. Yeah, okay, let's do that.
And that's what the Kelvin universe was in Star Trek. They basically said, "Oh, we'll do whatever the fuck we want now because we have a whole different thing to play in."
Yeah.
It's like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, go on then.
Lost my interest. But yeah, I don't know. I'll probably see it anyway, even if it stinks.
Yeah, well, we tend to get roped in, don't we?
But it's funny how, like some of the Star Wars stuff, most of the show properties have been pretty bad. But that Andor one was actually quite good, and it just came out of left field. I mean, there's no real, other than Rogue One, there's no information on Andor at all, right? He's just a small character.
Yeah.
But now they had this whole backstory on the guy, and it was an amazing show, actually. It's a very good show. So shocked a lot of people.
Well, it's like everything else. I mean, I read somewhere that they're going to remake Forbidden Planet. Yeah, exactly. That was exactly my response when I read that.
Be as good as their War of the Worlds remake, or the Day of the Earth Stood Still remake.
Do you know what? The thing is, the War of the Worlds remake, they should have had the testicles to mess with it a bit more and not refer to it as War of the Worlds in any way, shape or form.
Well, yeah, and they did. They called it Independence Day.
I
mean, how many films have been made which are essentially War of the Worlds? But
oh yeah.
Although District 9 is very different.
Sorry?
District 9 is very different.
That's yeah.
Mind you, that follow-up film of Independence Day.
Oh yeah, I think I got 10 minutes into that before I bailed.
Yeah, it's rough.
It was
It is
horrible.
pretty bad.
Yeah,
you're being generous there.
I am.
Awful.
I've watched it to the end.
Oh God, no! I didn't.
Do you know why? Because it cost them a lot of money to fucking rent it.
Gotta get your money's worth.
Yeah, exactly. And I must admit, and at the end, I went, "Oh God, I should have just watched John Wick again."
Yeah.
Literally hire it out to watch John Wick again. I think
They actually had a John Wick pinball game at the Game Expo I went to.
Yeah.
It's so big now that there's a pinball machine for it. So.
I got home last night and I sat down with the missus and just having a glass of wine, and
That's
then
not like
the
you.
announcer, then the announcer on the BBC, and now for our late movie, Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze. I'm like, that's it. I'm here.
Point Break.
I'm here for, yep.
100% pure adrenaline.
That's it. I'm there. It's not the greatest movie in the world, but I will watch it from beginning
It's entertaining.
to end. I love
because
that film.
Catherine Bigelow has talent. She
Yeah,
pulled
yeah.
it off, even though
Yeah,
it's goofy. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, that was good.
But watch Near Dark. You want to check that out. It's the cast of aliens essentially in a
Alright.
vampire movie, and it's awesome.
Oh, because it on the way you
She was
described
she was
it
dating
sounds
Cameron.
awful. Doesn't it?
No, it's because Cameron, they're either married at the time or they were dating or something. I forgot. And he goes, "Hey, she's casting this movie." She goes, "Hey, use these people. They already have a built-in camaraderie because of the working on this film together.
Yeah.
And they're great actors, so just bring them on in." And it's a fun movie.
Yeah, because Cameron was the executive producer on Point Break, wasn't he?
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, it makes sense though.
Yeah,
they were hooked up for a while.
They were. Yeah, I think it might be today or tomorrow or whatever, Monday, that Point Break 4K comes out in the UK. I know it's been out in the US for a little while, but I should be picking that up.
Those waves will be that much more radical.
Oh yeah, brah.
Yeah, do you know what?
Bodie, hi Bodie.
Do you know what film I
Laurie
caught?
Petty, though.
The film I caught Fiona watching last night. I came down for a coffee refill, I think it was. I'll give you a line from the film, and you guess what it is. All right? Smoke you.
Can't place that one.
No, staples in the neck.
Staples in the neck. Is it
In a
attaching
church.
something, or?
I think it's in a church.
Oh, Highlander.
Yeah.
The Kurgan.
Yeah. I go, why are you...
the Kurgan.
Yeah.
He talks like this the whole time.
Smoke you.
Yeah.
I said, are you watching Highlander again, young lady? She went, might be. Oh, okay. Fair dues.
He's the voice of the crab in SpongeBob SquarePants. Can you believe that?
Wow.
He does a lot of voice work. Yeah.
Brilliant. No, brilliant.
Yeah, Krabby Patty.
Do you know what? I've never seen it.
I've seen clips. My nephew was into it for a while when he was really young, so that's the only reason I saw this crap.
I haven't seen a second. I've never seen a second of Paw Patrol.
He's the only reason I saw Naruto and SpongeBob and all the other nonsense.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I know of them, and obviously from cultural references as well, but
Yeah.
never actually
Pokemon.
seen
He
them.
loved fucking Pokemon when it came out. He had all the cards and the binders.
Oh, so did Scott.
Oh, he was
my
so crazy
God.
for that shit. And I tease him mercilessly about it now. Remember Pokemon?
Yeah. I got a shiny. I got a shiny.
It's like, shut up, shut up. Yeah.
And right
I
at the
think he was into
beginning,
Pogs
he was.
a little bit too. Remember Pogs with the slammer?
Yeah, I don't think that caught on with him.
Boy.
Oh, but
Yeah, my
when the whole Pokemon card thing started, and oh my God, he was going on about, he was tearing these packs open. Is there a was it a Charizard in it? He wanted a Charizard.
Oh, Charizard. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Charizard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
And,
lizard that's like a
It's a dragony thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sort of
it's some kind of
looking
lizard. Yeah.
Fang. And eventually he's got this Charizard, and he's I keep thinking of Charizard. No, not Charizard. That's something else altogether. Charizard. That's something else. And then he wanted a shiny one. It just went on and on and on.
Oh, boy.
And he had like stacks of cards like this. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, you also had that with that Yu-Gi-Oh game. It was a card-based thing. It's like fighting characters. Oh my god, it was.
Yeah, well.
These companies are super smart. Like Transformers is one of the original grifts, where let's make the toy line, make it all crazy, and then put a cartoon around it, and kids go nuts.
Yeah, but it's a new Transformers film, isn't it? Now it's a prequel.
Oh, I hate those Transformers movies. Michael Bay is a hack.
Oh, this thing is like prequel, and it's more cartoonized.
I'm a graphics
and
person.
more
I love 3D
comedy
stuff, and I hate those movies.
I think in this one they're sort of like what's his name? What's the main bod in it? The truck one.
Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime.
Yeah, I hate to
but he's sort of like this skinny, nerdy robot.
Oh boy.
And gets bullied by the bigger robots.
At least he took the racist robots out.
Yeah, it's true
The
enough.
ones that spoke Ebonics. Remember those guys? Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy smokes! How they got away with that, I have no idea.
So they'll put anything out now.
Well, because it's a bubblegum movie. You know, it's like brain dead entertainment.
Yeah, anything to get the kids through the summer.
There's no good story. It's in fact these guys. One of my favorite movie review kind of comedy channel things called Red Letter Media on YouTube. They did a thing one time. They put the first 3 movies on at the same time on 3 screens, just to see the effect. And they had the same beat for beat scenes where here's where he's with the girlfriend, here's the wacky part with the parents, here's where he talks to his car for a while, here's where he goes to meet the big robots, here's the big first fight, and here's this. Beat for beat. They're just formulas.
Yeah.
So stupid. It's not filmmaking. It's just garbage.
Yeah. Seems to be a lot of that going on. Because there's so many channels, I suppose.
Michael Bay, I admit that The Rock was interesting. Like one of his early things. I don't like the Bad Boy stuff, but I like The Rock was pretty good. But after that, I can't stand any of his stuff.
There was a few films that sort of like, when they came out, they were very popular and they were on everywhere all the time. But The Rock is the one with the...
It's Nicolas Cage.
The chemical weapons and
chemical weapon thing.
rockets
it's still
out
silly,
on
but
Alcatraz.
it's kind of like a Point Break movie. It's entertaining.
And it kind of worked.
Yeah.
Didn't it? It did kind of work.
Yeah, it's fun. And it's
No
in San
two ways
Francisco. It's
about
like,
it.
oh, there's that place. Oh, there's that place.
Yeah.
But
I don't
there's
think
a
there's-
scene in there, I think it's The Rock, it might be another San Francisco movie, where a bomb goes off under a cable car and it goes like, I don't know, 30, 40 feet in the air. You know how fucking heavy those cable cars are? Jesus Christ. And it's attached to the ground via a cable. Yeah.
Well, I won't have a word said against Michael Bay because I performed on the soundtrack to one of his films. So.
Well, that's okay. You can
Is
still
that the
not
reason?
like
It's an
the guy.
awful film. It was an awful film.
Yeah, you can still hate the guy. So. What was it? What'd you do?
Songbird. I performed on a couple
You mean
of pieces.
produced Michael Bay or actually directed?
No.
He produces a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it executive
Because he
produced.
produced Black Sails, the pirate show, and that was a great fucking show.
No, it was the first movie to be made in Hollywood after or during lockdown, and it was all based around COVID.
But they did spell your name wrong.
And they spelt my name wrong in the credits.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about. Oh, okay, I remember that.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
God damn.
Is it Piricelli? Is that what it was?
It was Piricelli, not
Yeah,
Piricelli.
yeah, that was it.
It's a nice cream, isn't it?
Sorry?
That's a nice cream, isn't it?
Yeah.
Piricelli.
Yeah. It was.
Did it
I
pay
mean,
okay though? At least.
well, yeah, I got paid, and
Or do you get residuals or anything like that? Or is it...
no, it was just like session fees, and that was that.
No, it's only he's up and coming. You can't get
Well, this is
residuals
the
that
thing,
up and coming.
When I got asked, I was like, they said, well, send us, the details, and I'm like, so I think I just went onto the Musicians Union website and looked through their rates, and I just charged union rates. I thought, well, that's probably what's, you know. So I charged union rates, and then after the fact, which I should have spoke to him beforehand, but I spoke to Ty, and I said, was this right? You know, should I have asked for that? He says, fuck, you know, you should have asked for like 10 times that.
Yeah.
I said, really? But I've never done this before. He said, no, I don't care.
That's not how you get a Ferrari, young man.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're a big company. He would have paid, I'm sure. So.
Well, I got, you know. So
You probably wouldn't have got asked again. But there again, 9 times out of 10, you don't.
That's the sad thing. He's so successful, but his movies are crap. But it doesn't matter. The public doesn't care. They just want to be entertained. So.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. Obviously, it wasn't him that asked me. It was Lorne Balfe that recruited me for it, and a bunch of others. You know.
Oh, did you hear the Lorne Balfe Beverly Hills Cop thing that came out?
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's okay. It's better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
supposed to have all these vintage synths in it. And they had like a making of thing. I'm like, you can barely hear them. It all sounds like VSTs. Yeah.
Lorne's pretty hot on his hardware. I mean,
they used a lot. You could see it, but when you listen to the mix, it's so polished and compressed, and it doesn't sound magical. There's no like, you know,
it's a 21st century Hollywood score, isn't it? So
yeah.
Tick all those boxes. Anyway,
but it's much better than some other Beverly Hills Cop variants I've heard. There were some other ones that sounded terrible, other sequels. So
I like the way in this new Beverly Hills Cop they reference the 3 previous movies. There's a scene where I forget the name. I think he's got a double-barreled surname. Is it? He was in Inception. What's the fucking name? Oh, Jesus.
I probably know, but I can't think of it.
Yeah, I can't think of his name now. But anyway, he plays the cop, you know, like the straight cop in this new Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh, the guy from 127 Hours or whatever.
I can't remember.
He played Robin in the latest Batman thingy, and James Franco.
No.
Oh. James Franco.
Joseph Gordon.
Jordan Gordon-Levitt. That's it. He was the Robin guy. Yeah.
So he plays the kind of the straight cop in Beverly Hills Cop 4, and Axel gets arrested and he gets taken to the station. So they start. So he goes. And I said, "Oh, so I see you've been in Beverly Hills before." You know, and then he says, "Oh yeah, in 84, and then again in 89." And we shan't talk about what happened in 90.
Oh, that's right.
It was this lovely subtle dig at the fact that Beverly Hills Cop 3 is awful.
And that was shot locally. That was over here at Great America, just down the road from me. So
it's funny how many films are awful when they get to number 3.
Apart from The Godfather.
Apart from I don't know. The Godfather wasn't as good as 2 and 1.
Yeah, that's the weakest one.
Yeah.
So even the great Godfather series did a.
Return of the Jedi had moments though that were really good. It's just the Ewoks fucked it up.
Oh yeah. You didn't need that.
No, but that was the 3rd movie. So I mean, at the time it was the 3rd movie. Now it's
and then the prequels, they started off killing it.
Yeah.
With old Jar Jar.
Oh boy. Well, to be fair, everything back then did. The remake of Lost in Space with that monkey thing. The fuck was that thing?
Oh, Christ almighty, yes.
We need a mascot. Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing?
And it's not even good CGI. That's the sad thing. It's just, it's hack. It's bad enough when the character sucks, but when you can't even put the graphics into it properly. You know.
This is why, somebody has looked at the masterpiece that is Forbidden Planet and go, this needs redoing.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ almighty.
And Robbie the Robot was so far ahead of its time. Yeah, it was an amazing robot.
He ended up selling cars, didn't he? It was on all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I love his little vehicle too. When they speed up the film, he gets his little vehicle and drives around.
Yeah. Oh, it was well ahead of its time, really, when you think about it.
And the Krell stuff is cool. I mean, what are they going to do for that now? It's going to be some horrible...
Well, I think it's where proper serious cinema finally bled into the science fiction world.
Yeah.
They go, yeah, let's make a science fiction film, but let's do something different. Let's spend fucking money on it for a change. Yeah, all right, let's do that. You know?
And that score is
really
iconic, and the sound effects. What the hell are they going to do to that? You know.
Yeah, I know. You can't. There again.
Like a techno score or something like that.
It's like those new Star Trek films they did with Chris Pine and that.
Oh, yeah.
They were kind of okay. If
well, the first one was better than the other one.
But if you'd never seen Star Trek, they would have been great.
Yeah.
But
so basically, within I think course of a year, maybe 2 years, J.J. Abrams ruined both franchises.
Yeah, but then you've had so many different spin-off series, and it's like...
Oh, yeah. But he's the one that's got the ball rolling on that, right? Just,
yeah. And this... Was it Star Trek... What's this new one? Star Trek...
Oh, Brave, Strange New Worlds? That one?
Oh, yeah, Strange New Worlds.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, do you know what? Fuck it, throw the law book out the window and just go for it.
Sure.
And see what we can do with this, which could be
It was
fine.
a decent looking show. I mean, it had some stuff going for it, but...
Wild Wild West.
We could...
With this, gotta have a giant spider, right? That was the Kevin Smith story about the guy who always wanted to put giant spiders. And
Yeah,
stuff.
in the end of his...
And finally did it in Wild Wild West.
Yeah. And you go, okay, that's
because he wanted a
that...
Superman movie. Because Superman's got to fight a giant mechanical spider. Said no.
Yeah.
So then he puts on Wild Wild West.
But then had to make it 18th century giant spider.
Well, that's the whole anachronism of that show anyway. If you watch the actual show, where he's just doing insane stuff in the Wild West. You know?
Oh, yeah. It was all about having futuristic kind of equipment available.
Possible.
To
like
them.
steampunk kind of stuff. Advanced steampunk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, because old, talking about, was it Alita? Was it Alita 2 has been in the...
Really?
Finished in the can for a year and a half now.
I wanted to like that, but
and they won't release it.
No.
You go, oh dear, that doesn't sound good. They won't let it go.
It had some good ideas in it, but
I couldn't believe how long was it Paramount sat on Deadpool.
Yeah.
They sat on that for quite a few years, didn't they?
Well, you saw the original one that Corman did, right? The original.
Yeah, oh God, yeah.
Just because they had the rights, they got to use that. Got to make the film because you have the rights for a short period of time. So.
Yeah. But mate.
Yeah.
Best move old matey boy ever made was fucking leaking that accidentally. Ha ha ha.
Right, I'm off to bed.
Are we looking at 20 to 3, Robbie?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, for crying out loud. I know. I've got to be back in here at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Got all fired up with politics and movie talk. So.
Oh, you know what it's like. We're terrible. We could talk about shit all day, no problem.
Yeah. And all night. Yeah.
And all night, apparently, yeah.
Right.
So, I can't even use alcohol as an excuse. It's the coffee talking.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that'll do. All right, gentlemen.
All right. See you guys.
Everyone, take care. Look after yourselves. Stay healthy, as always.
Indeed.
And maybe the next time you see this studio, it might actually be finished.
Me.
Or redone again.
Oh, no. No. Seriously. No, I'm not
Believe
going...
it when I don't see it.
after what mate, I've contorted my body into such shapes, getting under the here and getting around. And
But
up there.
it's your new Spong workout. It's the studio.
Do you know what? I was under here and I was sorting out a couple of cables and separating what was mains cables from audio cables and all this sort of thing. And then suddenly got this funny feeling in my shoulder here. And the next thing I know, the whole side of my head went numb.
You should get the long ones and start jumping rope while you're in the studio.
Oh, mate. I got some particularly valuable nerve trapped somewhere.
Yeah,
and I was going.
The worst is
I
when
can't
you
feel
bend over
that.
with your knees sometimes, and you pull some muscles in your ribs and stuff.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Well, I must have contorted myself into a particular shape that was like, not at 61 years old, you old shitter.
Yeah.
And he went, yeah, we'll sort you out, mate. And boy, did they.
I'm sure the puppy is giving you a workout though. So.
Oh, bless her. Yeah. I mean, she's getting good now. Because like she'll come up to you, and if she does sort of like go clump on your hand, you tap her on the nose and you go no, and she goes, oh okay, and then you just stroke her gently like that, and then she just sort of like lies down. So she's getting it, she's getting there. Yeah, thank God, because we wondered if she was going to be eating us for the next 6 months. There'd be nothing left of my arm. But you want to see the garden? Oh my God.
Yeah, I bet.
Right. See you later, guys.
Yeah.
See you later, darling.
Take care.
Okay, everybody, look after yourselves.
Bye-bye.
Be good. Be safe.
You should put some videos up on your channel of the puppy, just running around and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do.
Be cute.
I've got one of her where we'd only had her about a couple of days, and she's playing on the decking with Nelly.
Oh, excellent.
And Nellie's actually laying down so
Yeah.
that the puppy can get at her, if you know what I mean. And so she's rolling around on the ground with this puppy and it's sort of like flipping the puppy backwards.
I saw the cutest pics on Facebook. There's a raccoon that had been rehabilitated, and it made friends with a deer. And it's hugging the deer. It's the cutest thing. I'll find the pictures and send it to you.
Oh, brilliant.
It's amazing.
Mate, I love raccoons.
I do too. I loved working. I mean, I worked for 25 years. Those
Yeah,
are awesome.
exactly. I was so jealous. It was like, oh, you... Because I've never even seen one in the flesh. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
so much
God,
fun.
I mean, if I lived out there, mate, I'd have a whole pack of bloody
And that little
raccoons
trill they
as
make
well.
when they get nervous.
Yeah.
So cute.
Oh, they're so cute. And now we've got the whole rocket thing as well, just to give them even another layer.
Which is why that last movie was so hard to watch. It was so fucking sad.
Oh God, don't. Yeah, don't.
Yeah.
Shit, no.
They actually not only nailed the emotion, but they really looked like a fucking raccoon. It was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I'll see you later, buds. Anyway.
See
okay.
ya. Okay.
See you later in the week, mate. See
Bye,
ya.
everybody.
Bye.